Good morning, colleagues, staff, members of the public. It is 9:02 a.m. on August 25th, 2026, and we are calling this regular meeting of the San Mateo County Board of Supervisors to order. We'll start with having the clerk of the board provide information on how the public can participate in this meeting.
Members of the public, the instructions to participate in today's meeting can be found on the published agenda. These instructions provide information on how to submit written comments and also how to participate via Zoom. Live interpretation of this entire meeting will be provided in Spanish. To access live interpretation services in Zoom via laptop or computer, please click the interpretation globe icon and select the Spanish language. If you're using a smartphone or tablet, please locate the three-dot menu, select interpretation, and then select Spanish language, and finally click done. At this time, I'll ask our interpreter, Victor Hernandez, to provide these instructions in Spanish.
Thank you very much, Kim. Good morning, President Corso, honorable supervisors, Mr. Callaghy, Mr. Mates, Mr. Niblin, all county staff, members of the public, Victor Hernandez, Spanish interpreter. Miembros del público, les queremos dejar saber que las instrucciones para poder participar en lo que es la reunión de hoy se pueden encontrar en lo que es en el orden del día que ya ha sido publicado. Estas instrucciones le van a dar información de cómo presentar sus comentarios tanto por escrito y también por Zoom. También les queremos dejar saber que les vamos a proporcionar interpretación en vivo de toda esta reunión en español y para poder acceder a los servicios de interpretación en vivo por Zoom, ya sea con una computadora, una portátil, usted tendrá que hacer clic en lo que es un icono de un globo, es decir, un mundo terráqueo, después seleccionar el idioma en español. Si usted está usando un teléfono inteligente, una tableta, busque lo que es el menú de 3 puntos, seleccione interpretación, luego seleccione el idioma y español y por último haga clic en Done o Listo. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kim and Victor. With that, we will move on. Sorry, let me find my agenda here. Too many tabs open, y'all. Here we go. Thank you for those instructions. We'll now move on to the Pledge of Allegiance. Please join me in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we'll now take it over to Kim for a roll call, please.
Supervisor Spear? Supervisor Mueller?
Here.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Here.
Supervisor Canepa?
Here.
And President Corso?
Here.
All present.
Thank you. We'll now move on to honoring the life of and board member remarks. Do any of my colleagues have comments or any honoring the life of remarks?
Through the chair, I have two honoring the life of. So this morning we would like to honor the life and memory of Eugenia Valancourt, beloved mother of Donna Valancourt, and a woman whose century-long life was marked by faith, family, hard work, laughter, service, and love. Eugenia passed away peacefully on Sunday, August 16th, surrounded by her loving family. Born in Santa Rosa on December 7th, 1925, she celebrated a 100-year birthday just 8 months ago, a milestone that reflects not only the length of her life, but the fullness. Eugenia also was an employee of the county. Eugenia began her county service in the Department of General Services and later joined the San Mateo County Sheriff's Office, where she served as lead payroll personnel specialist until her retirement in 1995. By every account, she was beloved by deputies, by staff, and by many people whose paths crossed hers. Again, I know that her two daughters followed her into the county work. Donna and Val Valancourt also built their careers of service here in the San Mateo County as well. So we just want to lift up the memory of Eugenia and her family. Also wanted to honor the life of Frank Abramo. Today we honor the remarkable life of Frank, who was a World War II Navy veteran and a longtime member of the San Mateo County veterans community, who passed away peacefully at his home on August 12th, surrounded by his family. His 102 years were marked by service, dedication, resilience, and deep love of family. Frank served the United States Navy during World War II, spending 3 years in the Pacific Theater. More of his work, he worked for the Stanford Linear Accelerator Center here, and after that, I believe he also worked for the Department of Defense. Frank also found joy in community and activity. He was a longtime member of the San Mateo Elks Lodge and an avid golfer who continued playing until his 90s, showing his determination and enjoyment of life. May Frank Abramo be remembered with appreciation for his service, admiration for his long life, and deep love for his family and friends. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no others, I'd like to add just a small comment to Supervisor Gaucher's honoring the life of comments for Frank, and just add that Frank was a City of San Mateo resident, and in addition to his military service, he also dedicated his career to scientific and technological advancement through his work with the Department of Defense and Stanford Linear Accelerator Center, and that we honor and remember Frank for his service to our country, his contributions to science and innovation, and we are immensely grateful for the lasting legacy he leaves behind. I'll now read our county's land acknowledgement. Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, this is not our county's land acknowledgement. I'll now read a different land acknowledgement. We honor and affirm the rights of the Ohlone and other indigenous peoples who call the unceded territories of the San Francisco Bay Area their traditional homeland. We honor the ancestors, elders, and relatives of indigenous people and their enduring contributions to San Mateo County, and commit to continued healing, inclusion, and partnership. We honor people of the African diaspora, recognizing the profound impact of enslavement and systemic injustice, as well as their enduring contributions, resilience, and leadership in shaping our communities. We honor immigrants, past and present, whose cultures, experiences, and contributions have enriched our communities and continue to strengthen our shared society. With that, we will now move on to public comment. This is the portion of the agenda that is set aside for members of the public to comment on matters that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors, but that are not on the agenda for today's meeting, for matters that are listed on the consent agenda, and for matters that are set for closed session. We'll be keeping public comment to 2 minutes. If a speaker goes over time, I will give them a single warning, and then I'll ask the clerk to cut the mic. This is to ensure equity of voice for all of our public commenters. Thank you, and with that, we will begin public comment.
We have received written comments, which were submitted and provided to the president and board members, as well as on the public website. And a reminder for those wanting to talk for items 1 through 20, please hold those comments until those items come up individually. We have 11 speaker cards for chambers. First, we'll start with Leopold Zargaro and then Dan Inesqua.
Morning. My name is Leopoldo Zaragoza. I have a family of 5 kids, and I have a small land in here in the county of San Mateo, and I will need some help from you guys to update some of the regulations for septic that I want to put in my land. But I don't know all the details, but my architect Dan, he knows everything, so I can explain to you what I need.
Dan?
Hi, good morning. I'll read my statement to be fast. First, I would like to thank Supervisor Ray Miller for meeting and talking with me. It was very, very, very helpful. My name is Dan Ionescu. I'm a licensed architect and urban planner. In 1979, I landed in here from Europe, and in 1980, I opened my company in San Mateo. I've designed projects in Bay Area, California, United States, and overseas. Over the last 44 years, I have cooperated with many planning, building, and elected officials and helped create, update, and when needed, correct various local regulations. I have become the private practitioner on the other side of the fence, that I see how regulations apply to people working designing things based on the existing regulations. And I believe that I have a duty vis-à-vis our county to bring to your attention that I have identified a regulation that does not make sense today. We need more housing, and we are blocking housing in San Mateo County for no reasonable reasons. I discovered the problem by chance, currently working in San Mateo County, Santa Cruz County, and Santa Clara County. I realized that modern septic systems have been specifically and specially designed for smaller lots and for specific problems with various lots. Such systems do make sense. They are functioning, they are clean, and they are reliable. There are hundreds of them in San Mateo County and in Santa Clara County, in Santa Cruz County, and in other Bay Area counties. Oh,
I'm sorry, sir, that's your time.
that's fine. I have some envelopes that I can give to the supervisors.
Please give them to the clerk, and you can always follow up with us via email.
This is a problem that we need to solve because
Madam President, maybe I'll just give the speaker my card and we can have a conversation about his regulatory concerns.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next we have Henry Gardner and then Laher Kawanda.
Good morning, all. My name is Laher Kawadia. I'm a senior.
Can you please adjust the mic so people on Zoom can hear you? Thank you.
My name is Laher Kawadia. I'm a senior at Carmont High School and currently an intern for Stop the Scandals.
And I'm Samara. I'm also an intern for Stop the Scandals currently and also a student at Carmont High School.
Nice to meet you. My name is Jiwon Kim. I'm also a rising senior at Carmont High School, and I'm also interning for Fixing San Mateo County.
Hi, my name is Veronica Libov, and I'm also a rising senior at Carmont High School and an intern for Fixing San Mateo.
My name is Zara. I'm a senior at Carmont High School, and I'm an intern for Stop the Scandals.
My name is Henry Gardner. I'm a recent graduate of Burlingame High School and an incoming freshman at Northwestern and a summer intern with Stop the Scandals. I want to start by focusing on a number, $13.4 million. It's the amount our county has paid out in lawsuits related to alleged sheriff misconduct in just the last 5 years, along with another $48 million in pending claims. This comes at a time where the county has been in a publicized struggle over vehicle licensing fees, money which is reinvested back into our community. This money impacts our education, our opportunity, and our lives, and we demand responsible stewardship from our county. We ask them to showcase this stewardship by appointing a permanent, ongoing Inspector General overseeing the Sheriff's Office.
Hello, I'm Anushka Swaminathan. I'm a student at Carmont High School and an intern with Fixin and Stop the Scandals. The Board of Supervisors' own independent civilian advisory committee on the sheriff recommended that last summer that the board appoint an Inspector General. A permanent Inspector General would build ongoing relationships between the sheriff's office and the community. They would investigate complaints from both residents and deputies, providing a safety valve against disasters like what happened with the last sheriff. An Inspector General is a crucial step toward transparency and an improved relationship between the sheriff's office and the community, especially after the recent scandals. An Inspector General is a clear path forward.
Okay, I'm going to need you to wrap up in like 10 seconds, please.
Okay. So we are here to present a petition where we have garnered over 550 signatures from members of the community, as well as over 20 organizations, including the NAACP, the ACLU, and the San Mateo County Democratic Party. So we will be presenting those to the Board of Supervisors today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And lastly, from Chambers, we have Jim Lawrence.
Good morning, President Koso and members of the board. I just want to remind you to reflect on not only what these young people have said today, but who is saying it. They're students. They spent their summer doing things that normally students don't do. Instead, they got involved with their community. They researched the issues, they attended the meetings, they talked to residents, and they even gathered signatures. They built the community support, and today they came before you, our elected leaders, with that message. Now, I spent many years in public service, like all of you. I can tell you that what I experienced today is exactly what we want from our young people. They became informed, they chose to participate, to speak up, and believe in their voice, and I believe their voices matter. And to our interns, thank you. You showed courage. You showed leadership. And regardless what happens today, you have demonstrated something very important. Democracy works best when people show up. Thank you.
All right, now we're going to go ahead and go to Zoom for comments. If at this time, please raise your hand. All right, we're going to go ahead and start with Natalia A., and then after I'll make a final call. Please unmute and begin. Natalia? Natalia, are your hands raised online? Last call? All right, that concludes public comment.
Okay, thank you. With that, we will now, I keep misplacing my agenda here. Okay, with that, I want to thank everyone who shared a public comment. We will now move on to take action to set the agenda and approve the consent agenda. Now, bear with me, this one's a little complicated. So, I would like to suggest we move items 9 and 17 together. So consider item 17 during the discussion for item number 9, as both items involve Horizon. Item 17 is a resolution authorizing a ground lease with Horizon for real property located at 826 Mahler Road in Burlingame. In addition, I believe Supervisor Spear would like item 29 to be moved from consent to regular agenda, and I propose that we move that to the end of the regular agenda. And then I believe Health has requested that we pull and defer item 32 to a later meeting. Can I get a motion to approve this agenda and to set this agenda and approve our consent agenda?
Madam President,
Yes.
I have one other item that I don't want to move but want to draw attention to, and that's item 24, which is a agreement with a company that has had the contract since 2006. It's become an evergreen contract, and I think as we look to the ways that we're going to be tightening our belts, we need to look at these contracts that historically are just renewed decade after decade. So I just wanted to draw attention to that. And with that, I will move the changes you've requested.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Mueller? Yes. Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa?
Aye.
And President Corzo?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay. Thank you. With that, we will now move on to item number 1. And I will hand it over to Supervisor Spear and County Executive Callaghy to present a resolution to Kitty Lopez.
Thank you, Madam President. It's a great honor today to celebrate one of the great advocates in San Mateo County, a great advocate for the vulnerable, a life truly dedicated to raising up those in need. I have had the pleasure of working with Kitty Lopez both at Samaritan House and also on the board of First Five. I think that she has truly been remarkable in how she has led her career on behalf of county residents. Kitty, you have a moral compass that has never wavered. You are a true humanitarian. And paraphrasing Vice President Hubert Humphrey, you have cared for those at the dawn of their lives and those living in the shadow of their lives, the sick, the needy, and the handicapped. And we will be forever indebted to you for the service you have provided in our county.
Madam President, can I add a few words?
Of course.
Thank you so much. I've known Kitty for over 25 years now, and certainly got to know her wonderful husband, Jeff, also, who was a professor of mine up at Notre Dame. And I can tell you from firsthand experience, Kitty's life has been all about service. She was an incredible executive director at Samaritan House, really expanding services there and reaching beyond what John Kelly and others before her accomplished. And she really set a path for herself in serving members of this county for years to come. And then when she came to the first five, it was really the good fortune of the county to get somebody of this quality, somebody who's very difficult to say no to at times, but always has the best interest of the community at heart, who's carrying on this job with very serious work, but did it with a sense of humor and as a great leader, bringing others along and lifting up others under her guidance. It has been nothing short of a pleasure working with Kitty all these years, and as you head into not retirement, but what are you calling it?
Preferment.
There you go. There you go.
Do things I prefer to do.
I would just that's the sense of humor I'm talking about. I would ask you to reflect, Kitty, upon all the lives that you've impacted and all the people that you've served in this county throughout these years. That is a incredible legacy that will be established for years and years to come. So thank you so much for all you've done for this county.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh,
Sorry, just 1 second. You will have the last word, Kitty, I promise. I just wanted to share a few words as well. I got to serve on the first five commission with you, Kitty, for about 2 years. 2 years, I believe. And during that time, it was such a pleasure to work with you. And one of my favorite things about being on that commission was really knowing that it was one of the few commissions that I really did not have to worry about at all, because that commission was run and led by you in your very capable hands. And not only did I not have to worry, but I had such faith in your leadership and in your equity focus, in the shared leadership that you had, the amazing team, the trust that you built, the shared decision making, the community focus, the true focus on kids, on community, on families that was evident in every single decision that was made, the transparency. It really just was like the example of how to make really good decisions for kids, for our littlest ones, in a way that I think is a true model to other organizations. So thank you for doing that. Thank you for creating that model, for leaving it in very, very capable hands. And I know you're going to enjoy your preferment and you won't be too far. And I'm just very grateful for the work that you have done. And yeah, thank you so much. I don't know if any of my colleagues want to share, but Kitty will have the last word. So.
Sure, I want to say to Kitty, thank you for leading with heart, for taking care of those who are the most vulnerable, who needed that support. I will miss you. Well, I don't think hopefully you'll be coming to Progress because you were my dance partner. But I just want to say congratulations on preferment. I love that idea, to be able to do what you prefer. But all along, I think you've done what you preferred because you've been taking care of individuals this whole time. Again, congratulations on reaching this milestone. Hope to see you at Next Progress.
Kitty, I want to thank you for your service. I think about the staff, the development, Michelle Blakely, who I knew for a very long time through Star Vista, but I think you've always had a collaborative approach and really working with the boards. I served on the board very, very briefly, but I saw how you've conducted yourself, and your preferment is well-deserved. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Please go ahead, Kitty.
First of all, thank you, Supervisor Corzo and Supervisor Spear and fellow supervisors, Mike Callaghan. Yes, it's kind of freaky to know that both Mike and Supervisor Spear have known me so long, 25 years, if you combine my work at Samaritan House and First Five. It has been an honor. I wasn't going to get emotional, but that's hard for me to not do. But it's been an honor to serve in this county in the two primary roles I've had at Samaritan House, working with folks in need, and then at First Five. And the through line in that was very purposeful. Running Samaritan House and building that organization to be a primary safety net provider. But I always wanted to find out how can we, of course it's great to have our nonprofit partners, but I want to find out how can we do things differently for our young children and their families to help them grow and thrive without necessarily needing services. It's hard to do in today's world because everybody needs money and support and not everybody has it. But I learned that all the research says you have to start when children are young. And I still believe that, and the research still shows that. I learned all of this from my father, who was an immigrant to this country many, many years ago from Mexico, studied medicine at USC, and built a family practice in Los Angeles. He was a family doctor for over 40 years on Hollywood Boulevard. And yes, there were stories, and I might have to kill you if I told you, but everybody knew him, and he knew everybody, and he delivered everybody's babies and helped folks, aging parents, and all the ages in between. And he believed in what could be possible and how could we all do it together. And that's sort of my motto. I love that word, possibility, and how can we build possibility for our kids and families, particularly for those who are farthest from it. That's our role, and I hope that that work continues. Thank you so very much for this honor.
We have a resolution.
Do we want to vote real quick? Or I think, did we vote on it yet? Public comment? Okay, sorry. Okay. Let's take public comment and then we can vote.
All right, I do not have any speaker cards from chambers. If you'd like to make a comment on item number 1, please raise your hand on Zoom at this time. All right, I do have one hand raised for Natalia. If you can please unmute.
Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, I'm not sure if I'm speaking in the right time spot, but I was trying to connect before and something happened.
Oh, Natalia, I'm sorry. This is actually for item 1. We already, I think you might want to be speaking on a different item. This is a presentation to congratulate Kitty Lopez on her retirement.
Okay, when can I speak about Horizon?
That will be at a later time.
Item 9.
What time?
It'll be item 9. We do not have a guaranteed time.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. All right, and final call for item number 1. We do have Michelle. Please unmute and begin.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. And Kitty, this is Michelle. We're so looking forward to celebrating you on a couple of events this week. And you're an amazing leader and a beautiful human. So hope to see you all soon and enjoy your preferment.
All right, and that concludes public comment.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve this proclamation?
So moved.
Thank you. Second? Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Mueller? Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa?
Aye.
And President Corzo?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, come on up, Kitty. We'd like to give you your proclamation. And okay, with that, we will move on to item number 2, presentation of a proclamation honoring International Overdose Awareness Day, and I'll be passing it to Supervisor Ray Mueller.
Thank you, President Corzo. I want to start by thanking one of my summer interns, Mia Burko, who researched and worked on this proclamation. August 31st is recognized around the world as International Overdose Awareness Day, and today we're recognizing it here in San Mateo County. It's a day to remember those residents we've lost, to stand with the families who are still grieving them, and to acknowledge that the crisis has reached every community in this county and our country. We need to remove the stigma from this issue by talking about it openly. I want to recognize Healing Overdose Prevention and Education, HOPE, the Pacifica organization founded by Rondell and Clarence Davis, whose annual walk is this Saturday, August 29th. I want to invite you to join HOPE's walk and resource fair at 10 a.m. at 399 Reina Del Mar Pacifica. It's incredibly moving. There are so many families who are present there with pictures of those they've lost. HOPE has been able to install life-saving Narcan dispensers throughout San Mateo County, 4 in Pacifica, 1 in Half Moon Bay, 1 in Belmont, 2 in South San Francisco, and 1 in San Bruno. This weekend, we'll be donating more boxes of Narcan to HOPE. Easier access to Narcan reduces overdose rates and saves lives. We believe that providing Narcan in public spaces recognizes substance use disorder as a health issue and encourages individuals and families to seek help without fear or shame. And of course, I want to thank the county team at Behavioral Health and Recovery Services and the Overdose Prevention Coalition for their work in treatment and prevention. Dr. Ronnie Brown, who is in chambers today, San Mateo County Senior Community Health Planner, is on the forefront of this fight. Before transitioning to community health planning, Dr. Brown spent 27 years as a correctional dentist at the Sonoma County Main Adult Detention Facility. Her specialized clinic became a state model for dental care in institutional settings, and it was there that she started to really actually see some of the impact of this problem. Dr. Brown.
Thank you so much for that introduction. My name is Dr. Ronnie Brown, and I work in Behavioral Health Recovery Services as a Senior Community Health Planner, overseeing overdose education and response. And I also serve as the chair of the Overdose Prevention Coalition. August 31st is International Overdose Awareness Day, where the global community comes together to honor, to remember, to advocate for those lives who have been lost from an overdose. This year's theme is 25 years on, still needed, marking 25 years since its inception in 2001. But that tagline, still needed, really challenges us to ask the question, why is this day still needed? This day is still needed because overdose death rates remain high in the United States. According to provisional data from the Centers for Disease Control, in 2025, there were 69,973 Americans who lost their lives from a drug overdose. Now, this tragedy is not just a national tragedy. We see it here in San Mateo County. According to the California Overdose Surveillance Dashboard, in 2024, there were 54 individuals who died from an opioid-involved overdose. The majority of overdoses do involve synthetic opioids, specifically fentanyl. This day is still needed because overdoses are a preventable cause of death. Now, an overdose is when a drug or a combination of drugs exceeds the brain's ability to regulate body temperature, heart rate, consciousness, and breathing. And in an overdose, breathing slows down or stops. And then the countdown between survival and death begins. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. There's mental confusion. 4 minutes, 5 minutes, 6 minutes. Brain cells begin to die. 7 minutes, 8 minutes, 9 minutes. There's irreversible brain damage. And after 10 minutes, brain death can occur. It's what happens in those precious moments that makes the decision and determination between survival and death. First, a bystander needs to be able to recognize the signs of an opioid overdose, remembering the acronym BLUE, where B stands for breathing that is slowed down or stopped. L stands for lips that are turning blue. U stands for unresponsiveness or unconsciousness. and E stands for eyes, where the pupils have become constricted. Secondly, the bystander needs to administer Narcan, a life-saving medication that can reverse an opioid-involved overdose, and they need to call 911. Third, the bystander needs to stay with the individual, perform CPR if they're trained to do so and if it's indicated, and wait for medical personnel to arrive. Overdoses are a preventable cause of death. This day is still needed because stigma-related barriers decrease individuals' access for receiving the treatment that they need. In 2024, according to the National Survey on Drug Use and Health, only 1 out of every 5 Americans 12 years and older who needed substance use treatment actually received substance use treatment. The adults surveyed in the study cited worry as the reason why they didn't seek treatment. Worry about what people would think, about what people would say. It's stigma. Reducing stigma, providing compassionate care, meeting people where they're at, can encourage people with substance use disorders to get the treatment that they need and reduce their risk for an overdose. This day is still needed, quite frankly, because there's more work to be done. In 2024, the board held a special session and they directed BHRS to expand our naloxone distribution efforts. Well, we have done just that in collaboration with the Overdose Prevention Coalition. This year, since January, we have distributed 3,223 boxes of naloxone out into the community. Every box represents potential. Every box represents hope that a life can be saved. But board, there's more work for us to do. We need your help to identify spaces and places in your districts to expand our naloxone distribution efforts. In closing, I do want to share with you the final tagline of this year's theme for International Overdose Awareness Day. And it says, even though this day is still needed, it doesn't have to be forever. Let's strive on not making this forever. I appreciate the time. Thank you.
And with that, we'll go ahead and move the proclamation forward.
Supervisor Spear? Supervisor Mueller?
We haven't taken
public comment.
We haven't taken public comment, and I actually wanted to say something briefly. Did you want to say something as well? Or no? Okay. Oh, go ahead, Supervisor Spear.
I just want to thank Dr. Brown. She was kind enough to come and do a brown bag lunch for our interns. They were very impressed, and your message about bystander engagement is so important as we deal with this crisis, so thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to briefly say that I got the opportunity to see Dr. Brown in action one day. I'm forgetting the name of the organization in the walk, but Supervisor Mueller was there in Pacifica. It was, what was it called? Hope. Hope had a walk, and it was very moving. There was a walk to honor people who had overdosed, and it was family members and even strangers carrying the pictures of folks that had overdosed. But there was a training that Dr. Brown did at this community event, and the training was excellent, so much so that a member of my team and I sat down and actually listened to the majority of the training and learned so much. And so if anyone here ever gets the opportunity to take one of these trainings, please do so. It is so worth it. And I just wanted to share as well that I personally do carry naloxone in my car. Our team carries naloxone in our tabling and office hours box. And I know that our county had the intention of having a distribution box in front of the courthouse, and that didn't work out for some reason. But I would like to share the idea that why don't we just put like a sign up there, and let's put the box in front of this building. And we can put a sign over there, and people can know that we have one here, and they can walk over and get one. And let's make that more accessible. I also think we can put some at other sites. But we can do that. you know, if there are places that aren't willing to have the box, we can still overcome those barriers. So thank you. And did anyone else want to make comments? Supervisor Gaucher.
I just want to say, Dr. Brown, thank you for your presentation. I would love to have you come to District 4 and meet with some of our nonprofits. I know that there are families that are dealing right now with their loved ones who are in the hospital trying to recover from a drug overdose. So keeping them in mind, but I appreciate you coming here. We need to understand more. We need to educate our community members more often. So I will be reaching out to your office to schedule some trainings.
Okay, public comment, please. Or did you want to say something? Public comment, please.
Sorry, I do not have any speaker cards for chambers, so we'll go to Zoom for item number 2. I do have one hand raised. It's final call for item number 2. All right, we'll go ahead and start with Isabel. Please unmute and begin.
Oh, hello. Good morning, Board of Supervisors and Dr. Ronnie Brown. I just want to say that today's proclamation recognizing August 31st as International Overdose Awareness Day is an important reminder of the lives impacted by overdose and the work being done to prevent future loss. Just a special acknowledgement to Dr. Ronnie Brown and the San Mateo County Overdose Prevention Coalition for their tremendous leadership and dedication through strong partnerships and education and outreach. Expanded access to lifelong naloxone. Ronnie and her partners continue to make such a meaningful difference throughout San Mateo County. So thank you so much, and such a great honor.
All right, thank you. And that concludes public comment.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Spear? Aye. Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa?
Aye.
And President Corzo?
Yes, and as I vote, I'm thinking about the many friends I've lost to overdose.
Motion passes unanimously.
And with that, we have a proclamation to present.
Okay, we'll now present the proclamation. Okay, moving on to presentation of a proclamation designating August 26th as Women's Equality Day. Supervisor Gaucher.
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to recognize from this dais, there are 3 women sitting here, so we should all take an opportunity to sponsor or have words on this item. I know Supervisor Spear, this was your item that you brought forward to the county some time ago. So today we recognize Women Equality Day, commemorating the certification of the 19th Amendment in 1920, which recognized women's constitutional right to vote. The 19th Amendment was a landmark achievement, but the fight for equality did not end with women gaining the right to vote. Many women, particularly women of color, continue to fight significant barriers to voting and civic participation for decades. Women's Equality Day is a reminder that representation matters. When women are able to participate fully in our democracy and serve in leadership, our communities benefit from a broader range of experience and perspectives. As elected officials, we have a responsibility to ensure that women and girls across San Mateo County have opportunities to participate, lead, and have their voices heard in the decisions that affect their families and communities. Equality also means addressing the barriers that continue to affect women, including economic opportunities, access to education, affordable childcare, housing stability, and opportunities for leadership. We should especially encourage young girls, women and girls, to see themselves as future leaders, whether in government, business, education, public service, or their communities. Women's Equality Day is both a celebration of how far we've come and a reminder that our work toward full equality continues. We can honor the women who fought for the rights we have today by continuing to create opportunities for every woman and girl to participate, lead, and thrive. And I'm going to ask my colleagues if you'd like to have words.
Thank you. And thank you, Supervisor Gaucher, for bringing this resolution to our attention. Today is the day in 1920 when women actually got the right to vote. But I'm actually not going to talk about the past. I'm going to talk about the future. And I'm going to put this on to show that the Equal Rights Amendment has not passed. And we need to think about the future. It is 24 words. It has been introduced in the Congress of the United States every single session. And we have still not passed it. There are 165 countries around the world that have embraced the Equal Rights Amendment in their constitutions. That's 85% of the United Nations members. Only 10% of the countries have not. And the United States is one of them. It's a shameful recognition that we have not found the will to pass this amendment and put it into our Constitution. So I wish the young women who were here earlier could have been here for this so they recognize this is the challenge for them and for all of us as we move forward.
Thank you. I want to thank you as well for bringing this forward. I think about the reality that young women today have seen the stripping of some of the rights that women have fought so hard for in past generations, and I'm just kind of filled with the emotion that the fight is not over, right? That we'll see the pendulum swing back, that we will get that passed. We will. I think we see, especially in California, more women in the Assembly and the Senate than ever before, and the nation will follow in due time. And we'll get there. So while I am filled with a little bit of sorrow, I'm also filled with great hope, and the rights that women fought for in the past, we will solidify and build upon, like we always have. I also want to just take a moment to share kind of a dream of mine that I have, and I'll give San Francisco a quick shout out in this moment. I think about the right to vote and how some of the vulnerabilities of the immigrant community is due to the fact that they do not have a right to vote, right? They don't have that political power. And San Francisco does allow undocumented people to vote in school board elections where their children are in schools. And I think that's admirable, and that gives them a step into a political process where they have a lot of stake. They have a lot of stake in the game. And so just want to kind of throw that idea out there as a dream for this county. And with that, I'll end my comments here. But yeah, just kind of like feeling this moment of there's a lot of weight right now, and as we're almost halfway through this current presidential term, I have a lot of hope for when this presidential term is over and what we can really get done when we get to start a new chapter. Thank you. Supervisor Mueller.
I just want to thank my colleagues for bringing this item. I vote for today thinking of my daughter.
Supervisor Canepa.
Great. I just really, I want to thank our commission on the status of women. You've done such a, let's give them a round of applause. Just such an amazing job. I mean, we have just really extraordinary and competent leadership. And I think this commission has made, since I've been on this board, an indelible mark in terms of not only women's lives, but I think just children's lives, residents' lives in general. It's really been a high-functioning commission that has been engaged, and it's great to see. I wanted to also recognize Supervisor Gaucher, Supervisor Corzo, and Supervisor Spear for your leadership. And Supervisor Gaucher being a sponsor of this says a lot. I know you're involved and engaged even when you're on the East Palo Alto City Council, but just happy to be part of this celebration. Applaud you for all your efforts that you have done, each one of you, in terms of your leadership positions in the county.
Thank you.
Okay, public comment, please.
Oh no, there's
the
sorry.
I'm sorry. I forgot about that part. Please, we welcome your comments.
I just want to say, I just thank everyone for your comments. I often say when you know better, you do better. But in the United States, we know better, and we've refused to have equal rights. But I hope that in my lifetime, we will have equal rights for everyone. I would now like to invite my sisters in the equality fight who are showing up today in white to show unity in this work to the dais to give your remarks.
Thank you. Good morning, honorable supervisors, county executives, and staff. My name is Ann Gerard, and I'm the president of the Commission on the Status of Women, and I'm joined by Vice President Lysandra Gutter. We bring hope, and we want to thank you for all the support that you have given us for the initiatives that we continue to advocate for, but we are working together to improve the lives of women and families in the county. But most recently, your efforts to personally meet with stakeholders about child care, the allocation of Measure K funds for the baby bonus, the investment of $10 million in the one-stop navigation portal, the Tri-Share pilot program, and the ongoing work to reduce the pay equity gap, which currently is 4% in the county. We have work to do there and on the ERA. But we're here today, together with our commission members and supporters, to celebrate the 19th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, which granted women the right to vote. But there's a really important part of that history that needs to be acknowledged.
Good morning, board and the executive team. So my name is Lysandra Gutter, and I do feel like my comments have been said already, but I feel they're important, so I'm going to say them again. As we recognize Women's Equality Day, the ratification of the 19th Amendment, and the women who fought courageously for the right to vote, we must also remember that Native American, Black, Asian, Latina, and immigrant women were among those left behind. Discrimination and Jim Crow laws were very active during that period in our history, silencing many voices. Voting is having a voice. So today I wonder, how many women sitting in chambers would have been afforded the opportunity to vote, to use her voice? Well, the Commission on the Status of Women is hosting an event today at the Burlingame Community Center from 4:30 to 6. We're in collaboration with KQED, and we will be presenting a panel on affordability in San Mateo County, giving real-life examples of how voting can impact communities for the better. This is in keeping with the Commission's focus on economic empowerment of women, and we hope that the board and everyone in the room gets the opportunity to come today, or I know we're going to have it streamed, to watch it because it's going to be important and it's going to be fun because we're all going to be there. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Lysandra. I think you've got the message that we're talking about voting, and we hope everyone exercises their right this year and every year. But we want to inspire you. We have a video that we have produced with Supervisor Gaucher's can-do attitude and her staff. Bridget Berry, I'm not sure if she's here, but Bridget, you should stand up. Bridget shared her talents with us, and so we'll let it roll.
I feel like I can make a difference. All votes matter.
My voice deserves to be heard and will shape the future.
I wasn't born with this right. I chose to become an American, and voting is one way to honor that choice.
Voting is the foundation of our democracy.
Because it's the cornerstone of democracy.
Every vote matters. While it may seem that one vote in hundreds of millions is inconsequential, together they make a huge difference.
I care about the future. My daughter's daughter's daughter is inheriting.
As an immigrant with citizenship, I feel it's particularly important for me to be a voice for immigrants, especially since so many of us don't have the right to vote.
It's because I matter.
In a time where there is so much polarization, voting is a way to participate in a healthy democracy.
When I think of voting, I think of the word matter. Matter means you take up space, and I proudly take up space to share my voice and to vote.
My parents and grandparents use their vote to make a better life for me. I want to use my vote to make a better life for my children and grandchildren and all who live here.
Added to others, it makes the decision not only for our country and our state, but for local issues as well, and reflecting on my community.
Democracy is not a spectator sport.
It gets me every time. I don't know about you. So I would like to invite our commission to come up and celebrate the day with all of you.
Yes, why don't you come up, but we will take public comment and then vote, but you can come up. Go ahead. So we're ready. Let's take public comment.
All right, we're taking public comment on item number 3, the proclamation for Women's Equality Day. I do not have any speaker cards for chambers. If you'd like to make a comment online, please raise your hand at this time. All right, seeing no hands raised, there's no public comment for item number 3. We may take.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion to approve?
I move approval of the proclamation.
Okay, motion and second. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Mueller? Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa?
Aye.
And President Corzo?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Okay, with that, we will move on to item number 4, presentation of a proclamation designating September 2026 as Suicide Prevention Month, and Supervisor Canepa is the sponsor for this one.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Chair. San Mateo County joins communities across California and the nation in recognizing Suicide Prevention Month. It's September, National Suicide Prevention Week, September 6th through the 12th, and World Suicide Prevention Day on September 10th. This observance reinforces a critical message. Suicide is preventable, and every member of our community can play a role in offering hope, connection, and support. In 2025, 65 San Mateo County residents died by suicide. During that same year, the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, operated locally by the Felton Institute's Peninsula Suicide Prevention, received 9,212 calls, 1,073 chats, and 1,735 text messages from people seeking support. This year's theme, The Weight We Carry, recognizes that many people, particularly men and boys of diverse sexual orientations and gender identities, may carry invisible burdens such as emotional pain, stress, grief, isolation, and social expectations. Consistent with the state governor's executive order N31-25 and the board's 2024 resolution recognizing loneliness as a public health crisis, this observance calls on our community to reduce stigma, strengthen belonging, and social connection, and ensure that no one carries these burdens alone. I want to recognize the partners contributing to the suicide prevention work. I'd like to thank my colleagues on the board who have in different ways contributed to suicide prevention in our county. The Felton Institute Peninsula Suicide Prevention Team, Taylor Coots, Walter Ng, Frankie Anguano, and 24 crisis counselors. And our speakers today at San Mateo County Health. Joining us to make a brief presentation include San Mateo County Health Public Health Policy and Planning Director, Dr. Tamara Jones, and Community Health Planner, Sylvia Tang. Thank you for joining us today.
Welcome.
Good morning, President Corzo, honorable supervisors, county executives, county staff, and our community. I am Tamara Jones. I'm the Director of Public Health Policy and Planning, and I'm honored to be here today to celebrate and thank you for the opportunity to recognize Suicide Prevention Month and reaffirm the county's commitment to preventing suicide. Since 2004, Behavioral Health and Recovery Services has advanced suicide prevention through the Mental Health Services Act funding. We want to recognize and thank BHRS for that leadership, and this slide highlights a very small snippet of the wonderful and many contributions over the past 2 decades. As suicide prevention transitions to public health policy and planning, under the Behavioral Health Services Act, we hope to build on that foundation. Our work includes dedicated suicide prevention coordination, strategic planning, and a focus on upstream prevention and policy. During this transition, our commitment to Suicide Prevention Month and suicide prevention year-round remains steadfast. So I'm joined today by the county suicide prevention coordinator and committee co-chair, Sylvia Tang, who will continue.
Good morning, everyone. Suicide Prevention Month is a time to honor people affected by suicide, support those who are grieving, and inspire collective action. The colors, purple and teal, represent suicide awareness and hope. Our key messages today are simple. Suicide can be prevented. Suicide affects all of us, and talking openly and safely about suicide can save lives. So we want to reduce the shame and increase connection so we can lighten the weight that someone may be carrying and encourage them to seek support. Throughout September, the Suicide Prevention Committee, local cities, and community partners will offer free in-person and virtual events. The updated information will be on our website. Beyond September, we invite community participation in our Suicide Prevention Committee for the county, which provides guidance and oversight for suicide prevention throughout the county. Every resident can help prevent suicide, and we can do that by three key ways. One is learning the warning signs. Two is knowing how to start a supportive conversation. And three, connecting someone to support. Key areas of support or local resources include the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, alternatives to suicide peer support, which is available for adults and youth, and suicide loss support group. We also have great educational trainings and presentations by our partners as well. And one key thing, if you can't remember anything I say, is if you know anyone who is in emotional distress or thinking about suicide, please call 988. It could be for yourself or it could be for your loved one. And so I'd like to, we've invited Michael Coots to share a brief reflection of why this year's theme for suicide prevention is important to him. And I'm hoping the video will work.
Hello, my name is Michael Coots. I'm a San Mateo County resident, a Marine Corps veteran, current Navy reservist, a San Mateo County Electricians Union apprentice, as well as a mental health advocate. I served 5 years on active duty as a Marine infantryman, including 2 deployments. And like a lot of men, service members, first responders, veterans, I know that there can be this unspoken and sometimes spoken expectation to carry a lot and to carry it quietly. That's why this year's Suicide Prevention Month theme, The Weight We Carry, supporting men and boys' mental health, really resonates with me. Strength isn't just about pushing through as hard or fast as we can. It's also about knowing when to speak up, to check in on someone, and to ask for support. This year, I'm honored to be a part of the upcoming event, Mission Follows You Home, Veteran and First Responder Mental Health Forum on September 10th. I hope you'll be there to join us as we have an important conversation about mental health, connection, and supporting those who serve. Thank you.
Big round of applause for Michael. Thank you, Michael. And we, to close, we invite the San Mateo County community to take action this September to support our community, especially men and boys who may be less likely to ask for help. 3 key actions to emphasize. First, learning the warning signs, including withdrawal, recklessness, major mood changes, or talking about wanting to die. Second, please share the suicide prevention events and resources, especially 988. Third, learn how to talk about suicide in a safe, compassionate, and supportive way. Normalize conversations about stress, grief, and loneliness, and show that reaching out is a sign of strength. And finally, please consider joining our Suicide Prevention Committee Coalition. Thank you, Supervisor Canepa, President Corzo, and to members of the Board of Supervisors for your support and doing the suicide prevention work in different ways, and helping, and to everyone in our community for building hope, connection, and belonging Together, we can help ensure that no one has to carry this weight alone. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Did you want to share more comments, Supervisor Canepa? No. Any comments from my colleagues? Okay.
Move the item.
Oh, I just wanted to briefly say, this topic hits close to home for me, and sometimes it's a little overwhelming. But I recently met with a small group of women who talked to me about being a part of their child's high school DLAC district, high schools, DLAC committee, and how they really wanted mental health and suicide prevention training in Spanish. And I talked to them about how I had gotten trained by NAMI to do a mental health training to freshmen and how I had done one. And I didn't realize that, like, parents actually want to know this information. And I told them about NAMI, and, I don't know if our county does that. We probably do. But if you need volunteers, I'm sure I could be trained myself, or I could probably help, find people. But it just made me really happy to know that, even immigrant, parents who don't speak English, really want this knowledge to help their kids. And it gives me hope that that we have families that want to break cycles, and that there's a thirst for knowledge. So thank you for being a part of the solution and for spreading all of this good information. And I'm also grateful for the training that will happen on the 10th. I know in my district in Foster City, we had an officer take his life, I think, a year or two ago at the precinct, and it was a really difficult tragedy for folks there. So it's very much needed. So thank you. With that, I think we can move on to public comment.
Okay, we'll be taking public comment on item number 4, the proclamation for suicide prevention. I do have 2 speaker cards from Chambers. We'll start with Walter Ng and then Taylor Coots.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Walter Ng. I am the Community Engagement Supervisor with Peninsula Suicide Prevention, a proud program of the Felton Institute. For over 60 years, our diverse team of currently 24 counselors have stood on the front lines of crisis intervention here in San Mateo County, and we proudly answer local calls for the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, providing immediate, compassionate support for those experiencing mental health crisis. Beyond the phone lines, we also deploy vital educational trainings. We also provide post-prevention services directly to schools, to county agencies, to nonprofits, community-based organizations throughout San Mateo County. It's laying the awareness of that information about that. We also extend our greatest gratitude to both the Suicide Prevention Committee as being a continued partner in helping create awareness about information about 988 as it just spoke in their presentation, but also for the leadership of everyone here present in this board, because you guys all take a certain step toward that section of creating that awareness, but also informing your own constituents of that information as well. And so as we look ahead, we are immensely thankful for your continued support, and we look forward to expand culturally responsive trainings, both in different languages, but also providing interpretation and other providing services throughout the county and creating that awareness as well. As Ms. Corzo said, I have encountered a lot of individuals at tablings who have asked us about those magnets that are in Spanish, and they asked us if we do presentations in Spanish. We unfortunately don't at this time, but I think in collaboration we can do something with interpreters to provide that support and or finding volunteers who might provide that support as well. Again, 988 is a free confidential service available for all residents, regardless of immigration status, regardless of what language you speak. Support can be found through that resource. It is available 24 hours, 7 days a week, and it connects people to local support and resources that they'll need at any time. So my last stepping away message is don't wait, call 988.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and do Taylor Coots.
Good morning, members of the board. First and foremost, I'm a very proud wife. I'm glad that you got to meet my partner in crime up there a little bit earlier. I'm his significant other, Taylor Coots, and I'm honored to serve as Director of Felton's Peninsula Suicide Prevention, your local 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline Center for San Mateo County. We've been doing this service for over 60 years. Our team is small but mighty, but over 96% of our staff have lived experience with mental illness, suicide, and suicide loss. So this work is our heart's work. I'm proud to be here today alongside Sylvie and our amazing county partners recognizing September Suicide Prevention Month. This is more than a proclamation. It is a community commitment here in San Mateo County, ensuring people know that they are not alone and help is available. Peninsula Suicide Prevention is humbled to support our community across the continuum of care, like Walter mentioned, prevention, intervention, and postvention, walking alongside folks and uplifting them through some of their hardest moments. Supporting folks in communities after crisis or loss, and ensuring that folks are connected to one another and services so that we can prevent crisis from happening. Suicidality is often an area of stigma, but struggling to find meaning and hope and connection when things feel heavy is one of the most universal human experiences, and we should be talking about it. This September, we invite everyone to help create a community where conversations about suicide are met with compassion and connection and hope without judgment. And we thank you all for your continued support and partnership with our work in this cause. This work cannot be done in isolation, and together we can remind San Mateo County that help is available and hope is possible and worth it, and no one has to carry this weight alone. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll go ahead and go to Zoom. For speaking on item number 4, this is going to be a final call for item number 4. All right, we have 4 hands raised. Natalia, please unmute and begin.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. As we approach Suicide Prevention Month and Overdose Awareness Day, I would like to stress how critical it is to select a quality, well-vetted providers of mental health and addiction treatment services. With that, I urge this board to immediately withdraw our county's endorsement and matching grant for Horizon Recovery Services. In my city, they manage facility that has egregious operating history. Since opening
Natalia,
in 2019,
I'm going to please ask you to speak to this item only and reserve your comments on Horizon for when that is the actual item.
I wasn't able to speak in a public comment, and you're not letting me speak now.
If you are going to speak to Suicide Prevention Month, you can speak. If you
It is like mental health and addiction treatment services.
If you want to speak to Suicide Prevention Month, please continue your comment. If not, we will move on to the next public commenter.
Okay, can you restart my time? Okay, so yeah, it's critical to vet providers of mental health and addiction treatment services. And I'm urging this board to immediately withdraw our county's endorsement and matching grant to Horizon Recovery Services.
Okay, let's move on to the next speaker, please. Thank you.
All right, we'll go ahead and go to Letitia Bito and then Legia. Letitia, please unmute and begin.
Good morning. My name is Leticia Bido. Leti, I serve on the Behavioral Health Commission. I've also been a part of the Suicide Prevention Committee, and I just wanted to lend my voice in appreciation and support. Really, I could have possibly spoken for even, the overdose awareness, the previous proclamations. It just really, as a San Mateo resident and engaged community member, it just makes me very proud to know that, as Taylor just shared, just really displays the commitment that we have as a county to care for our most vulnerable. And, there is a lot of education. I know there's certainly resources that I'm most proud of. As I sit on the Behavioral Health Commission, we are often seeing, really witnessing firsthand, and as advocates here in the community, it really just gives us immense, just really pride in that. What we see is a lot of collaboration, the community partners, there's unity, and it really does take that. As was shared previously, each individual, each of us can make a difference. As we are aware of the loneliness epidemic, it is real nationally, and these are the types of ways in which celebrating proclamations as these, the training, education, and coming together as a community partner, I think just really makes the difference. So thank you.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and go to Ligia Andrade and then Isabel. Ligia, please unmute.
Good morning, supervisors, President Corzo, staff, and the public. My name is Ligia Andrade Zuniga. I use she, her, ella pronouns. I am the executive director at the Center for Independence of Individuals with Disabilities. And I'm also a board trustee for the San Mateo Union High School District. I wanted to, and I've been a member of the Suicide Prevention Committee as well. I just want to say thank you to the board for having this recognition. This committee is so important for our county for information, education, and awareness. We have a significant population of folks within our disabled community that have a lot of anxiety, depression, a lot of mental health needs related to losing their benefits, related to even just being isolated and losing their in-home care. Right now is a really critical time for our community in being present and being seen, and just having the services that they need to feel connected. As a person with a disability, I can speak to my own lived experience of not having enough care and how it relates to your mental health. It's very scary, and it is extremely lonely and isolating. So I just want to say thank you to the board again and to the committee for including folks with disabilities within this topic. And then also to not forget that our community is also unseen and vulnerable. So thank you very much. And I'm grateful.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and conclude with Isabel. Please unmute and begin.
Hi, I wanted to start by thanking the Board of Supervisors for recognizing September as Suicide Prevention Month and for continuing to bring attention to such an important work through San Mateo County. Also, a special acknowledgement to Sylvia Tang and San Mateo County BHRs for bringing awareness, education, resources, and just hope to our community. And to Sylvia for her continued dedication and hard work in bringing people and partners together in support of suicide prevention. So thank you.
Great, thank you. And that concludes public comment.
Okay, thank you so much for bringing this forward, Supervisor Canepa. And I'd love to hear a motion.
Sure, I'll move the item.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and second. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Spear? Supervisor Mueller? Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa?
Aye.
And President Corzo?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, we will now present the proclamation. Thank you. With that, we'll move on to item number 5, presentation on the impacts of an ongoing structural deficit for Caltrain, and Supervisor Canepa is the sponsor.
Great, thank you very much. And first of all, let me thank our Executive Director, Michelle Bouchard and Casey Frumson, who we will be hearing later from. Today, Caltrain carries a total of 3 freeway lanes worth of people during peak periods on Highway 101, where traffic is already at 93% of pre-pandemic levels at rush hour. Although Caltrain is one of the peninsula's greatest transportation assets, it is approaching a serious fiscal cliff that could have major consequences for San Mateo County residents. The concern is especially striking because Caltrain is succeeding. Ridership is growing, customer satisfaction is strong, and the new electrified system is providing faster, cleaner, and more reliable service. We also know that Caltrain is a key driver of economic activity for cities and businesses in San Mateo County, with increased property values for commercial and residential properties located near stations. Yet, without a stable, long-term source of funding, Caltrain could face an annual operating deficit of approximately $75 million and potentially significant service reductions in the coming years. The consequences could be dramatic. The elimination of weekend service, trains running only once an hour, station closures, earlier service endings, and fewer transportation options for families, workers, students, and seniors. That would mean more cars on Highway 101, more traffic, and more pollution. It would also undermine the tremendous public investment already made to modernize and electrify this critical rail system. As a Caltrain board member, I believe maintaining a strong transit system is an investment in our environment, economy, and quality of life. With that, I'd like to welcome Michelle Bouchard and Casey to say a couple words. Thank you for joining us today.
Great. Thank you so much, Supervisor Canepa, and thank you so much for your service on the Caltrain board. President Corzo, supervisors, I'm here to basically introduce Casey, who's going to be doing the heavy lifting on this presentation, but I did want to emphasize a few things that the supervisor mentioned in his introduction of this item. We are close to 2 years after having launched electrification. And I think by all accounts, really the investment that was made in the railroad really has transformed the service. This year, we were just announced APTA's Outstanding Transportation Agency, and that's amongst all of the transit agencies in the United States. And it really does bear out the benefit and the transformational quality of electrification. We also have been named the fastest growing transit agency in the United States, and that's as a result of having trip times that are much shorter, having a world-class environment on board the train, and all of the other associated benefits that electrification has brought. As you emphasized, Supervisor, the benefits do not just accrue to our riders. They accrue to all of the stations where property values are enhanced, and they also accrue to folks who are using 101 and 280, because we are taking 3 lanes of traffic. We are unfortunately at an inflection point. And Casey's going to present some slides that we have been talking to the Caltrain board about for the last several months, and have been preparing for what is an unfortunate, as we call it, fiscal cliff for the last few years. And Casey's going to tell you all of the steps that we've taken to put ourselves in the best possible situation in terms of lowering costs and increasing efficiencies. We do hope that there will be an opportunity for us to receive additional funding toward the end of this year. And Casey will talk about what we will continue to do to make ourselves a better railroad, but also we'll describe some of the unfortunate consequences that we're facing. So with that, I will introduce Caltrain's Chief of Staff, Casey Fromson.
Good morning, everyone. Casey Fromson, Chief of Staff. I'll go ahead and jump into the presentation, hopefully. Okay, perfect. You guys know the organization well, so I'm not going to go into that, but it's worth repeating here that when we've done information about the corridor, we have an 82% favorability rating. That's up there with babies and libraries. And if you ride the system, it's even better. I mean, we're putting out a real world-class system. And Caltrain is something that's part of everybody's, not everybody's, but for millions of people, actually, it's part of their daily existence. And they take it to go to school, to work, to special events. You know, it's part of the fabric of their day. And as it's been mentioned, it's not just a daily part of people's lives. We really do have these big regional benefits, from removing traffic to making a stronger economy, serving almost 40% of the Bay Area population, and cleaner air. When we think about the future generations and what our goals are, we have a system that's 100% renewable electric. And this slide talks about some of those benefits too. We're trying to think not just from our perspective, but what are we doing for our communities in the region, higher property values, contributing to the local tax base across the corridor, so people are able to invest those resources in other activities as well. We have lots of major initiatives along the corridor that's highlighted on the left side, but I wanted to call out one smaller one where we're thinking about how we do all of these projects. How do we do them more cost-effective with innovation? So we're using a technology right now that helped us at one of the crossings see what was happening there. And we realized that there were 3 vehicles a week turning onto the tracks in that location. We worked with the local city. We worked with the technology providers to make sure they can enhance the audio when you go across the tracks. And then we invested hundreds of thousands of dollars, not millions, hundreds of thousands of dollars with these cost-effective tools and the items that you have up there. And we've had 0 cars on the track since then. And that's over 1.5 years since we put that in place. And we're rolling that out throughout the corridor to make it an even safer corridor. And everybody's talked about it, but the 3-legged stool and what people want for their service, it's faster, it's more frequent, it's a better experience. And the 4th one, which is a bonus, is that it is a great, reliable system. 95%, you can actually time your schedule, your day, your weekend around a service that's going to show up when you need it to be there. As we've talked about with growing ridership, we have lots of different numbers to cut this and show how much growth that we've had. But we see it not just kind of on the people using it to get to and from work, but we have the highest weekend ridership ever in the system. So it's a 200% increase from what it was even pre-pandemic. And then we're also seeing people taking it to different events, sporting events, concerts. It's a service with the system that we have that you can use it for a lot of different activities. We have a $1 youth fair that is teaching the future generations how important transit is, and they're bringing their parents on board as they use it as well. And then you'll notice that our ridership has diversified too, as we have a system that works for more people's schedules. Nearly 40% are low income, 10% youth, seniors, and people with disabilities. And again, every single city is seeing this increase because we've expanded what our service increases are for everybody. We know that our partnerships with cities are really critical. They have the ability to help shape how communities interact with each of our stations. So we put a special focus on our relationship with them. And we've heard from cities too that they know they do some of these activities not just because it benefits the railroad. They really do it because it benefits their community and how it interacts with their downtowns and the other local businesses that we have there. So we're really leaning into this partnership and going to each of the cities along the corridor and also highlighting the lovely amenities and things that happen in these communities, making it a win-win for cities as well as for Caltrain. So shifting gears, that was a lot of the positive points that are happening with Caltrain, but we have to be realistic about what we're facing as well. So this one just shows the dramatic increase in ridership that we've seen. In 2020, we had 2% of the ridership we had. We have this great trend that's occurring, but it's not quite what it was in 2018, 2019. Fares are a big piece of the puzzle for us. We used to have 70% of our budget covered from fares. That was bringing in roughly $100 million. Today, it's closer to $40 million. This is still nation leading for a transit system. Most systems don't bring in and cover that much with fares, but it's certainly not what it was before. And we get to that bigger number for a couple different reasons. Commute patterns have changed. People are not going into the office 5 days a week. We still see a high water mark in the Bay Area of 3 days a week. Ridership is growing, but is not as much as it was before. Costs have risen with inflation, and we do have another 50 plus miles of new infrastructure that we have in place that we have to maintain with our new electrified system that we didn't have before. So again, this is kind of what it looks like over time, and we know that we really need to manage this carefully. So what we're doing is we're looking internally first. What are we doing to be a well-run organization that's looking everywhere for cost containment strategies? That means strategic hiring freezes, a comprehensive cost reduction efficiency program. We held our operator contract, which is the largest part of our budget, to previous year's levels, which really looks like a cut then. We have crew inefficiencies. We're recouping costs from electricity. We're sending back 40% of our electricity to the grid, and 25% of it is actually what goes there. And we weren't getting paid for that until recently with help with some of our elected officials. So we appreciate that support. We also have looked at the past. MTC recently did a study that showed that over the past 5 years, Caltrain has saved roughly $70 million on cost containment strategies. And just this month, the federal government, essentially the triennial review is an audit of our system, and they found no findings. That means that we are doing business to the best of our ability and really being transparent and doing it well. But we need to look on the other side as well. How can we monetize all of the assets we have so we're making sure we're bringing in revenue from different sources? On this slide, it shows kind of a variety of the elements that we're looking at, everything from the short-term items of these special events, parking, advertising, to the ones that are longer term of leasing out fiber optic cable, TOD. You know, these are things that we need to look for in the long run to continue to make sure that we have a strong financial future for Caltrain. So as Michelle said, we have been talking to our board for many, many months about this and what it looks like. In June, our board adopted a framework for what we need to look at. And this is giving us two paths. If in November there is a successful outcome, we will be able to continue the level of service that we have been providing and the quality that we know that provides the region. If it is not, and there is not another external source of funding, then we will have to prepare and look at what those cuts could look like and being transparent about what that could mean. So we've presented to the Caltrain board these options. Again, today, the service frequency that we have, but what we have been talking about is hourly service, going back to that, no weekend service, early shutdowns, no special events, and station closures. This is not something that we do lightly because we know, especially for a rail system, this doesn't help us in the long run. It actually will start the downward spiral when we have less riders and less revenue. And then the last slide here is that we are calling this an inflection point. We certainly are not taking this issue lightly, and we're going around to the different cities and to the Board of Supervisors to make sure that we're here to answer your questions, to know what we're thinking about, and being prepared for what comes ahead. So with that, we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Mueller.
Yeah, I do have a question, and I've wondered about this because the special event trains for the Giants are actually very popular. They're also very full. And I've always wondered why it was threatened that you would be canceling trains that were full. Why is that?
Yeah, I think that it's really with a gap as big as the one that we're looking at, no one small piece is going to do it. You have to look at all of the different kind of levels of where we would have to pull the trigger for that. I think we will also have a more detailed analysis if we need to come back in January of what does the detail look behind these major kind of elements we're talking about. I don't know, Michelle, if you want to add anything onto it, but
I'm going to be honest, that logic doesn't really carry for me. The Giants Day trains, which happen throughout the season, are full trains, yet the public is being threatened with those special event trains being canceled. I don't understand the logic if they're full and they're actually some of the fullest trains Caltrain has.
They're also the most expensive types of trains to put out on the service because we're operating all of it at overtime.
Can you get a little closer to the mic, please?
But
We're
why
operating
would,
it all at overtime.
but why would you be operating at overtime if you were canceling trains that weren't full?
Because it wouldn't be part of the regular service. Every train that we operate beyond what is planned for. So if we have to go to hourly service, that is what we will be bidding out with the crews. And so anything else that is added on top of that would be at overtime.
But why wouldn't you be scheduling, if you're if you're doing service reductions and you're getting rid of trains that presumably aren't full and paying for themselves, why would you not add into regular service the trains that you're calling special event now, which are full and producing revenue?
Yeah, so to be clear, when you talk about that logic, we won't be operating express trains either anymore because we are obligated to provide coverage.
That's not answering my question. I wasn't talking about express trains.
But those are also the most crowded trains. So I just wanted to draw a parallel to what we're trying to do, which is we have to basically strip the service down to the most efficient service possible.
Okay.
Because we don't make money on any of the service.
So you're saying you don't make money. So I'm still lost. So you're saying that you would be canceling your most high demand trains.
Yes, because we have to provide the most efficient service. It's high demand. It's also the highest cost. And the cost is higher than the fares that we're getting on board those trains.
So we can revisit this at Caltrain, but that frankly just doesn't make logical business sense.
We're happy to sit down with you and share the numbers.
Okay. Thank you for responding to those questions. I have a couple myself as well. So I have a few questions, and I kind of want to speak in like layman's terms, just for folks that are new to transit. One of the examples that I like to share with folks that, especially that are not from the Bay Area, that are like, why is our transit in jeopardy? Like, I don't get it, right? So folks that come from other parts of the country or the world, for example, it's very foreign to them that our public transit systems are fare-based, that they're funded by fares, and that's why we find ourselves in this situation where we are at fiscal cliffs. That's like the most basic way I can explain it to people, because in other areas where transit is very reliable and like much more frequent service, it's usually more like community funded or government funded, like has different funding sources. Do you feel like that's like part of the core issue here, or?
Yeah, absolutely. The subsidies that we get today compared to many other places are dramatically different.
Okay. And so because our systems are mostly fare-based and funded by fares, we face the reality that after the pandemic, with so many people working from home, we have not been able to get back to, pre-pandemic ridership, correct? Okay. Yep. Okay. And so now, basically all of the Bay Area transit operators are in these, fiscally dire situations. And even as you were saying, the most, I forget what term you were saying, like the most, the highest in demand trains, which are the most expensive, including Express, which kind of blows my mind, would no longer be available to people because they're just more expensive to operate. So can you give me an example of, like, let's say an hourly that stops at every stop versus an express? Like, what's the difference in the cost to operate those, for example?
Yeah. So when you cost it out, you have to cost it out as a complete system. So the most expensive type of service to operate is in the peak period because you're operating a lot of trains all at once. And so we're not able to use the crews as efficiently as if we're operating trains once an hour repetitively. And so to give you the answer, well, this train that operates 5 minutes before this train costs this much, it's difficult to do on a train-by-train basis because we have to take the entire system cost into account. But the fact is, you're probably using the peak period crews to probably only operate 2 trains, but you're still paying them 8 hours, versus if you're operating a steady amount of trains throughout the day, so no peaking, and that way, believe it or not, the crews can be used more efficiently. But you just can't provide the type of service that would be express or would be peaked service.
Okay, and then like for special events, like, I mean, that changes every season, right? And you don't really, like, what does that communication look like for like the Giants games or the Warriors games? Like how much notice do you get on those schedules?
Sure. So we do it on a year-by-year basis. This year initially, because we were operating the half-hourly service, we didn't anticipate providing any additional service. But then once we found that a lot more people were riding the train, then we added service. So we added service, I think it was at the beginning of the season, this season, but we were able to handle the loads without extra service last year because of the half-hourly service. So it all depends. Right now, we find ourselves in positions where we are providing more rides to all sorts of different types of events on the peninsula. So as an example, we have partnerships with the Sharks and Bay FC. For those games, we don't require extra trains because of the loads.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Canepa, did you have questions?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, please go ahead.
Michelle, thank you for the presentation. I've seen, I take Highway 1 quite frequently, and I take it a lot. I've seen traffic pick up quite a bit. Can you speak to, I think a lot of my work has been sort of focused in this area. I sat on MTC, Caltrain, and Samtrans. So we understand that it's just not a Caltrain issue. When you look at the merits of the problem, it's a ridership issue. There are a lot of things. It's just not here in San Mateo County. We're talking about Muni. I think you may want to correct me. The estimated costs in terms of transit and not having the dollars they need is beyond $350 million. And so my question to you is, we know that in the Bay Area, 90% of people, they're not taking public transit. They're driving to work. Some are. I'm not saying not everyone, but a majority of the riders, they drive their vehicles. I think where my concern lies is more of on a practical level. What I'm concerned about is, and maybe it's in my self-interest, right? Maybe, sometimes you speak from that point of view, is if we don't have Caltrain operating, especially, in Santa Clara, San Francisco, in San Mateo counties, all of those people have to go somewhere. And that somewhere is our freeways. And so what we take for granted now, and then maybe you could talk about where ridership is, that's a real concern for me. The other is more sort of based from a business perspective, right? I mean, so we look at employers, right? A lot of our employers in San Mateo County, Genentech, you look at Meta, west of, 101, there are a lot of people who rely on this service as well. And so to me, when I look at your structural deficit, why I have a tremendous amount of empathy in serving on Caltrain, I really worry about our highways, especially 101, being flooded with cars. And so can you just speak to that? Have you done any modeling? Have you really looked into toward the impact if Caltrain was to stop? And then finally, you were having a hard time answering Supervisor Mueller's question. So let me kind of answer it for you a little bit. One of the issues, I think, and we've talked about this, and maybe you can sort of add a little bit of flavor to what he asked, was We talked about the frequency, right? The ability to get trains going at a sort of rhythm, a sort of mode. If it comes to Express, and if it comes to these Giants games, that's not even on the table, because if we do not receive the dollars for transit, you're not going to have transit. You're going to have to shut down stations. And my issue, Supervisor Mueller, with staff, is that we've been painting this picture that, and they're working towards, that everything is great. No, not everything is not great. If this doesn't work out, Caltrain, and I know staff has gone through different models, very responsible. Caltrain could potentially close. And as a board member, I know it's hard to believe, but I firmly believe it can happen, or you'll have service that will, even if you take the service right now, Michelle, and we dwindle it all the way down, it's a problem. You don't have the revenue. You don't have the ridership. And to me, that's a problem. I wasn't trying to be hard on you, Michelle, but I know you've taken, this position of being sort of balanced and providing alternatives as a responsible CEO. But the general public, they have no idea what's going to happen until we don't have that $75 million. And that $75 million is $75 million over 10 years, which is $750 million. And I know people, I love Caltrain. It's my favorite transit system. Don't tell April Chan, I'll get in trouble. But I love the clean trains. I love how fast they move throughout the system. It would be a shame if it's not funded. So I appreciate that, and I'll give back to the chair.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Mueller.
Yeah, so I just, so I'm going to be very careful not to talk about what's happening in November, because I don't think that's appropriate in this setting, or the money that might come from it. May or may not. But what I do want to say to you all is, I think that as I look at this, and the question that I think Caltrain has to grapple with in these presentations that they're giving and what they're messaging to the public, is that there is no recognition that instead of canceling peak time service when the freeways would be full, if it wasn't there, or the Giants service, which is full, whether or not Caltrain, if it was put in this position, would move to hourly service instead of to an on-demand service, and reallocated staff resources from hours when there weren't that many people riding to the train to the peak commute hours and the hours when people actually ride the train to the Giants game. And that is the fundamental thing that I think most taxpayers, when they looked at what's being presented to them at this time, think, that seems hollow. Why isn't Caltrain talking about reduction of service during non-peak hours? And that's something that just hasn't been addressed, and I think has to be grappled with.
Supervisor will be very happy to include messaging with respect to that, because obviously it's not clear. A train does not cost the same as it does in the off-peak as it does in the peak period. And there's no period during the day that we cover 100% of our costs, even with enhanced ridership. So I can't take an off-peak train, push it into the peak period to provide more capacity there, because it will cost much more than it's costing if I'm operating it during the day.
But that's not what I'm asking you to do. What I'm asking you to do is, I'm not even asking you to do it, but what I'm asking you to consider is canceling the off-peak train and taking the staff hours that you say are so expensive and reallocating them to the peak period so you can keep the peak period going. I'm not asking you to add trains to peak. I'm asking you to simply reallocate staff time, because you say it's so expensive to run the peak cars because of staff time. So there must be some cost savings by canceling non-peak empty trains. And that's not being accounted for in the discussion with the public.
Supervisor, I'll take your comment as feedback.
So can I just ask a question here? Supervisor Mueller and Supervisor Canepa are on the Caltrain board? You're so Supervisor Spear? So Supervisor, so only Supervisor Canepa's on the Caltrain board? Do we normally have one? We've always only had one. Oh, interesting. Okay. Okay. Just was wondering. Supervisor Spear, did you want to make a comment?
Yeah, I just, first of all, thank you for the presentation. I think you know my great love of Caltrain. The money we got for the baby bullet, the money we got for electrification, I'm a big fan. I am not a big fan of the internecine warfare going on between Caltrain and Samtrans. We spend so much time trying to deal with a reality that exists, that Samtrans has the right to manage the two agencies as long as it wants, based on an MOU. But there is constant efforts to undermine that. And I know you're in a rock and a hard place because you have a JPB that is trying to wrest the power from Samtrans. But at some point, we're all public employees. We all have to work together. And I think it undermines your efforts to want to get more financing when there's all this quibbling going on constantly. And I find that half the time I feel I'm on the Caltrain board only because the issues that Samtrans is dealing with are all about governance. So I'm hoping that as part of all of this, we're going to find a way for everyone to work together. And for the representatives from Santa Clara and San Francisco that feel that they want to be in charge when it was Samtrans that purchased the right-of-way, Samtrans that has basically kept it alive, I think we should make that very clear. And while your job is to make everyone happy on the Caltrain board, I think part of it is getting some adult representation that is going to stop the power grab that goes on that is not productive.
I'm going to jump in here and just say that as one of our county's representatives on the County Transportation Authority, I'm actually a little confused about some of what is being discussed here, and I think maybe we should at the County Transportation Authority, which does have a purview over and actually provides funding to all of the transportation operators in our county, have a discussion there about all of the things that are being discussed here and try to kind of level set. I don't know that we should continue to do that here and now, but I do appreciate that we have brought information here to the public on what Caltrain is facing, some of the future decision points, also some of the amazing improvements to the Caltrain system. And I had no idea, for example, that there are now like private trains that people can take to, not private trains, private cars. Did I get that wrong? Private cars that people can take to the Giants game? Did I miss?
No, but as part of as looking at other funding sources, we are looking at, you could buy a charter train and like rent it for that. But we today provide service to many different things.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So why don't we wrap this up? Go ahead, Supervisor
First of all,
Canepa.
let me just thank you, Michelle and Casey. I want to say this. I have 4 months left, but it's been an honor and a privilege to serve on the Caltrain board. We represent different counties, but I think through our body of work and through your leadership, Michelle and Casey, we've actually shown how to get things done on a regional level, whether it's Dirt-On, whether it's what's going on 4th Street in San Francisco, whether it's looking at various fare strategies. We have a very hardworking staff. We've done a lot. But as you know, my experience, 18 years through various boards, This board will soon feel it, and I'll also feel it in my position. When resources aren't there, that's when it gets extraordinarily challenging. And so when you talk about $75 million and you talk about what the operating budget is, then you talk about capital, you can try to reduce service as much as you can. You could try to identify efficiencies. I've seen so many slides at Caltrain about this. It's $75 million. You just can't do it. You need the revenue. And then if you do cut service, and here's where we talk about the spiral is clearly this. Once service is cut, what happens? You're not going to have the trains. You're not going to have the people to service. There, what happens is the fares are then reduced. So you compound a problem by not having it, by having other issues, because you don't have ridership. And so I'm proud of what we've done. The issues on governance, of course. We've had some conversations, Michelle, right, about it. We've talked about it, but I think what we've done is we've talked about it in such a way, in a respectful way, with our colleagues to kind of figure things out. And things are tracking. And make no mistake about it, where Caltrain resides is where Samtrans resides. Where shared service resides in staff and the provision and division of staff members, they sit in a beautiful building that was just built occupied by Caltrain a couple months ago. So I'm proud of what we've done at Samtrans. I'm proud of what we're doing on Caltrain. And this is not easy, what you're embarking on. I'm glad you started with us first, and you'll move on to other cities. But we do have a problem, and it does need to be solved. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. I believe this was a presentation only, so we do need to take public comment, but no action is required. Thank you for the presentation. We'll begin public comment now.
All right, I do not have any speaker cards for chambers, so we'll be going to Zoom for item number 5 for public comment. If you would like to speak, please raise your hand at this time. All right, we have call-in user. If you can please identify yourself and please unmute to begin.
Hello, my name is Gord Orbison, and I hate training so much. They beat our women.
Okay, we're gonna go to the next speaker.
Okay, that concludes public comment.
Okay, moving on to the next item. Item number, give me 1 second. That's what I get for looking ahead in the agenda.
Item 8.
Item 8? Oh, okay. So, yes, item number 6 and 7 are set for a specified time, so we'll be moving on to item number 8, which I'll be handing over to Lee Pullen to speak on in-home support services. So please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, President Corzo, members of the board, and Mr. Callaghes, Niblin, and Mates. Lee Pullen, Aging and Disability Services, the Division of County Health. Before we begin our very short presentation here, congratulations on Women's Equality Day. Beautiful and moving. We are here on just a procedural matter. It's required by CalPERS, which provides retirement benefits for our IHSS public authority staff. And Nicole McKay, who's our retired former labor and employment manager with Human Resources, has been helping us with some of these negotiations. So just a little bit of context for members of the public. In-home supportive services, also known as IHSS, is a Medi-Cal program that provides in-home care support for people of any age who are experiencing disabilities or functional limitations and need the help at home so they can avoid institutional care. The public authority is a separate but adjunct agency for which this board serves as its governing body. The public authority serves to support IHSS clients and care providers by maintaining a registry for folks who may need to find a care provider, to administer health care benefits to our care providers and to act as the employer of record when we get to the negotiation period for wages. Again, this is a procedural matter that CalPERS is requiring for us to present to you rather than it be on consent, if you're wondering why. And I'm going to turn it over to Nicole, who's been doing all the lifting on this.
Thank you. Good morning.
Welcome.
As Lee said, we are asking you to give consideration today to an additional procedural requirement, and this is required by CalPERS, who provides the retirement benefits to our 19 public authority employees. No benefits change by this action. If it seems familiar, it is. We were here before you in January with basically the exact same presentation. At that time, it was because CalPERS required us to have you adopt that you intended to make this change. At this point, we're asking that you sign the paperwork to actually make the change. This only changes who provides the monetary benefits should there be a pre-retirement death. Previously, this group had those provided through CalPERS. In 2021, this group moved over to Social Security, and this pre-retirement benefit now moves to that side. So should there be has nothing to do with their actual retirement benefits. This is only that pre-retirement death benefit. Once they moved into Social Security, CalPERS began this process. We are now 5 years later, hopefully at this point, with your approval, finishing this process. At this point, I'll take any questions.
Thank you so much. Any questions from the board? Okay, hearing no questions, I'll just say thank you so much for bringing this back to us. We know this is an important program, and folks receiving these services and the support from your department definitely need it. So appreciate this coming before us. We will move on to public comment.
Right, taking public comment on item number 8. I do not have any speaker cards from chambers, and if you would like to speak on Zoom, please raise your hand at this time. All right. Seeing no hands, no public comment.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion to approve this item? Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Spear? Aye. Supervisor Mueller? Yes. Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa?
Aye.
And President Corzo?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. We will now, we will now move on to item number 9, which is a resolution to authorize county funding and agreements for Horizon Recovery Services, proposed recovery center at 826 Muller Road in Burlingame. And we will also be taking item number 17. There is a presentation by County Executive Callaghy, and then we will be welcoming both Dr. J. Africa and Eliseo from Horizon.
Thank you, President Corzo and members of the board. I'll make this very quick and just go through the background very quickly also. As you all remember, the site of Bayshore and Mahler was the former sobering station run by Samaritan House. We had potential acquisition discussions April 7th, 2026. Following by the board approval, the county purchased the building on June 12th, 2026. And then a framework has been developed for transfer approved by the Board of Supervisors on July 2nd. So there's two issues here. The first one, and I'll have Dr. Africa elaborate on that if you desire, is the matching funds by the county of the 10%. When Horizon originally went to the Department of Healthcare Services for this grant, this Bishop grant, they were going for $20 million. And the match would have been $2 million of the opioid settlement, which was approved by the board. They actually ended up receiving $25 million. So the grant, we're asking for that to be approved for another $500,000 for that matching 10% of $2.5 million. And again, that would come out of the opioid settlement fund. In regard to 17, the outline of the transaction, the county would enter into, we're proposing the county enter into a ground lease with Horizon to grant immediate site control to the Horizon for the portion of the Mahler property. The county would retain 2 buildings in the parking area on the site for its own programs, yet to be determined. And the lease would continue with the county as we pursue the legal subdivision of the land. Ideally, we would complete that by 2027. And in that way, with this ground lease, Horizon could immediately commence construction of a suitable new facility on their portion during the lease term. Still be working out the lease amount, but whatever it was, it would be applied to the purchase price of $2.74 million for that portion of the land. The property would be restricted for use as a rehabilitation facility for up to 30 years. And the reason we're here before you today is because Horizon must demonstrate site control to the state of California for that facility to be deemed feasible and for the grant dollars to transfer to the Mahler site. It's certainly what we're asking is for the intention to demonstrate the Board of Supervisors' approval of the Horizon site control, and then the 10% match for the Bishop grant. A couple areas that we're working through with Horizon still is really, and we just didn't have time to finish this and present it to the board, is the easement on the property, the exact lease terms, indemnification clauses, insurance issues, and transfer taxes. And we'll be working in the near future to do that. So what I'm asking by resolution for the board to approve the ground lease in form of purchase and sale agreement and delegate to me the authority to modify and amend both transaction documents as necessary and effectuate the intent of the transaction, and to increase that contribution to Horizon by the $500,000 to fully comport with the 10% match of $25 million by contributing $2.5 million. Happy to answer any questions. Dr. Africa is here, and certainly Horizon is here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, any questions from the board? Dr. J. Africa, would you like to say anything? Eliseo Becerra is also here from Horizon.
Well, thanks I'll be quick. It really is sort of an important opportunity for us because we know that there is a critical need for these kinds of programs in our community. And so it was the first issue of the new amount is really more of a timing issue, because when we applied, we were more, Horizon was costing it out and we didn't have the full amount. And the final award, which came months after we submitted the application, was $25 million. So basically, it's the adjustment. And then the last portion is to obviously allow our chief and her designee to do all the negotiations as part of this process. So thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, my name is Eliseo Becerra. I serve as the Chief of Special Operations for Horizon Treatment Services. So I wanted to begin by thanking the Board of Supervisors for the collaboration and partnership to see this project through for the needed services for your community. Also, with working with the executive leadership, it has been an honor to work in a process that is in good faith and has been nothing but gracious for the work that has been put into our project. I also wanted to thank the Behavioral Health Department for San Mateo County in the collaboration to see this project come to light. We did receive from the Department of Healthcare Services preliminary designation to be able to relocate into Burlingame. This is exciting news. We're excited to be able to see this project move forward, and we'll be able to answer any questions you might have regarding the two items.
Thank you so much. With that, hearing no questions from my colleagues, why don't we go ahead and move on to public comment?
All right, we'll be taking public comment on item number 9 and 17. Do not have any speaker cards from chambers, so we will be going to Zoom. Please raise your hand at this time. And final call for item 9 and 17. And I have Natalia. Please unmute and begin.
Yes, good morning, supervisors. I am asking you today to immediately withdraw our county's endorsement and matching grant to Horizon Recovery Services. They operate facility in my city in San Mateo, and that facility has just egregious operating history. Since opening in 2019, this facility has been suspended 2 times for severe violations of the healthcare code and the explicit falsification of records. Horizon has repeatedly jeopardized the lives and health of our most vulnerable residents, and the county has repeatedly lost services for an extended period of time due to lengthy suspensions and license revocation proceedings. Allowing this organization to receive county backing directly violates San Mateo County's policies of ethical procurement. Horizon is an unreliable and high-risk provider that should be disqualified from receiving public contracts. I urge this board to immediately contact the grant agency and formally notify them that the information previously provided in letters of support from Supervisor Corzo, J. Africa, and other county officials regarding Horizon's reliability was misleading. By continuing to back Horizon while fully aware of their licensure suspensions and current probationary status, this board is actively exposing our county to severe legal liability, which we cannot afford in this time of budget deficit. Protect our residents, safeguard our taxpayers, and shield our county from liability. I ask that you rescind the endorsement, cancel the matching grant, petition the state to take over the BHRS infrastructure grant, and deny any future contracts to Horizon Recovery Services. Thank you.
Thank you, and that concludes public comment.
Okay, bringing it back to our board for a motion.
I move approval of this item.
Thank you. Is there a second? Okay, second by Supervisor Spear.
I want to clarify that's both the items. Thank you. Thank you.
I have just one question. We have addressed the concerns of Natalia as well. I just want to make sure that we go on record that her concerns have been addressed and we're not overlooking anything.
I would defer to Dr. Africa with respect to that.
Yes, just a reminder that the state actually provides sort of the licensing. So anything that, any provider that we work with has to be licensed by the state, and the state sort of credentials certifies them. So we have worked very closely with Horizon and continue to work with them in ensuring that none of the previous things have happened. And we have a staff that monitors and audits all of the things that are concerning to us on a regular basis.
Supervisor Mueller?
Is it accurate they're on probationary status presently?
Right now they are, because Clara, do you how long are they on probationary? Yeah, we don't know where it ends. So when they issue after a disciplinary action, they actually visited the site in San Mateo. They did an announced visit, and all the things that they were looking at, they sort of passed with great colors, but they still need to be on probation because I think there's a length of time that they have to remain in that state. So, but they did visit it this year and was okay. Maybe Liceo can answer that.
I also served as the chief compliance officer for 2 years with the organization. So we have 1 year left on the probationary period. Like major healthcare institutions, like hospitals, these situations do happen. So the state provides additional watchful monitoring. We've been meeting all those standards when they come to visit with 0 deficiencies, which is quite amazing and astounding to say, because we've worked really hard to fail forward and to be able to assume responsibility to make sure we're providing the most quality standard of care for our clients.
All right. What I want to know, and it's a question for county council. So what happens, worst case scenario, you fail to fail forward and the probationary and you have another deficiency during your probationary standard and the license is revoked?
We would be able to address that depending on what the deficiency is. I can't speak exactly what would come about, but we are very watchful and monitoring those items that they're specifically looking for to audit ourselves, audit consistently on a weekly basis. Our executive team is performing current audits. We have a director of operations that doing spot check audits. We have a associate director of compliance overseeing the compliance manager that works at that facility. So it's constantly being monitored. We also host a Tuesday call with executive leadership that I take part in to monitor those audits and making sure that we're meeting all requirements from the state. Whether it's to fail forward or not, we would have to see with the state, but we would be continuing on with building out the project.
And if I may, through the chair, Supervisor Miller, it's a good question, and one that we've contemplated also. The fact that the state has awarded Horizon a $25 million contract bodes well for them and with the changes they've made, but the site is restricted for 30 years. So if they failed at some point in time, whether the state disallowed them to continue or they, for some reason, went out of business, it would still have to be that site would still have to be used for rehabilitation purposes, and we would then go look for another provider.
All right. So, but there's no, we're not left in a position where there's any enrichment to the provider. So,
I don't believe that would be the case. I mean, again, they would be in violation of the terms of the grant for operating the site. And as the county executive was indicating, we would have remedies to exercise.
So I just want to jump in here real quick and say that, you know, I would challenge, and actually, I don't know, Dr. J, if you can speak to, you know, the norm for this kind of licensing, this kind of treatment, and how often, like what's the norm for, you know, when issues arise in this kind of treatment facility?
President Corzo, I really respect your line of questioning, but you jumped in the middle of my line of questioning, so I'd like to finish it. Thank you. So what I'm trying to go ahead...
Actually, you can pause for 1 second, okay? I'm the chair of this meeting now. When you're chair, you can do it your way.
So the chair exercises the right to interrupt another
thought.
Supervisor?
I'm going to finish my thought, okay? Thank you. So, would you mind answering that question real quick, please?
I actually am not sort of familiar, but these are really difficult services, obviously. You know, people are in need, you know, and so I don't know the data, but maybe Clara, do you know any sort of data, like how often these things happen? When we do our best, but again, the state has a rigorous compliance plan. So the mere fact that they awarded Horizon meant that they had faith that this organization can provide the services. It doesn't count the fact that there were some issues a few years ago, and from what we have seen that they have addressed it. The state came unannounced a few months ago and had no issues. So that they still will need to be on probation for a while until that other year. But that is a normal practice, that when your license is suspended, you have time to kind of recover and address the issue. And there's usually some time lag to do that. So they came to visit. My hope is they probably will come again until that next year, and then if they've proven that they've addressed the issue, then it will go forward.
Thank you. And I guess just to kind of take your point home a little bit more, Horizon delivers a lot of programming in the entire Bay Area, and this one site had some issues, but in the grand scope of all of their programs and services, the state still finds them to be a really high quality service provider, gave them a $25 million grant to run this program in our county, and they are on track to get off of probation and continue to provide high quality services. Supervisor Mueller.
So first, I just want to say it's unfortunate that the president felt the need to interject.
Can you please just continue your questions? Like, let's just move on, okay?
No, I'm not going to. As a point of order...
Okay, let's have a show then. Go ahead.
As a point of order, when one supervisor is addressing and in the middle of a line of questioning, it's very important that no supervisor exercise power over that supervisor to interject or try to shape the discussion. I really think that we need as a board to go ahead and recognize that decorum. That being said, what I want to go ahead, and I'm not trying to argue against this, I'm just trying to make sure that we have the mechanism in place. Should this contract, now that I know you're in probationary status, should somehow your license be revoked, that we have the mechanism in place to make sure that the county is in good position to go ahead and claw back any grant monies or any funding that has already been granted to the grantee. So do we have any clawback provisions for that grant? I realize it's a state grant, but for any of the funding that we are providing this project?
Just in candor, and I'd have to defer to anybody else who might have different information. I don't think the agreement contemplates the ability to claw back that $2.5 million. I think the notion is that the money is going to be used to move the grant forward, and there isn't any mechanism for that.
And Supervisor, I think that money would go towards the building of the building. Whoever came in subsequently and purchased that building would then take over that operation. So it would ostensibly still be a good investment if that other provider came in and took over the building.
Okay, I'll go ahead and pass it.
You won't pass. Supervisor Spear.
Just for point of clarification, when were you put on probation?
The current probation was 2 years ago. I don't have the exact time.
So 2 years ago, you were put on probation because there was a death at the facility. Is that correct?
The original occurrence was back in 2021. And then there was a review of information. During that time, we were trying to build our compliance department out where there was a deficiency found, and then it was extended out 3 more years.
So during this period of time, when you applied for the grant, the state was aware of the fact that you were on probation.
They were aware. Yeah.
It was part of the
DHCS
application?
Yes, DHCS is aware of all our records.
And they were confident in giving you a $25 million grant?
Yes.
Okay. Now, my question to you, County Executive, if in fact they were to fail, they would still be the owner of that property, which would mean that they would be able to receive rent from a subsequent provider of that service at that location for up to 30 years, correct?
I defer to the county attorney. I'm not that familiar with the terms of the proposed lease. I know that his office has been working on that.
Thank you. I think I'm going to ask my colleague, Mr. Fox, who actually was very involved in the drafting of the lease and some of the other related documents, to speak to the specific mechanisms at play here.
The ground lease as presently drafted does provide that they would have site control and they would be obligated to comply with the deed restrictions and the terms of the ground lease during the term of the ground lease, so that it was being operated as a rehab facility as described by the state grant. So you are correct that they would have essentially a landlord position if they exercise the purchase option, and they would receive the income stream from a tenant who would lease it and operate it consistent with the state grant. That's what's contemplated.
So if they chose to charge an exorbitant rent, and we needed to make sure we provided those services in the county, we in the end would be picking up the tab.
I am not an expert in how the funding for rehabilitation services would work under such a circumstance. I believe that it would go to an RFP. And
no, of course. But, I mean, in the end, the county will be paying for the services rendered there. And
it would not be obligated to fund a tenant who was using that particular facility. So, for example, if Horizon decided to charge an exorbitant rent, the county would not be obligated to issue an RFP to a replacement provider that sought to use that particular site. So that's the downward pressure on Horizon charging exorbitant rent at that site. There's no obligation on our part to site the facility there.
Do we have the ability then to require that if they were in a position where they became the landlord of a tenant who was providing these similar services, that the rent would have to be consistent with the rental rate at that point in time? Is that a provision that could be put into the agreement?
I think we could explore that. I think that we have to explore a little bit more to determine if the state would actually take the facility back, because it's actually their grant money and they're required to operate for 30 years at least. So we can explore the way the grant is written. Additionally, we could also explore putting in a sale provision of the land if, in fact, their license is revoked and they're unable to operate, that they would sell the property within 90 days. We could explore that also. So there's various things that we can explore to ensure that we address your comfort level with
All right,
this.
thank you.
So I do believe we have a motion and a second. Maybe, but before we do a roll call vote, I just want to say for a second that, going back to when this first came to our board, the first vote that we took on this for the $2 million that was on consent, I just want to publicly apologize for how this board and how our community has treated Horizon. These are really difficult services to provide. We talked earlier today about overdose and drug treatment, and we were very celebratory and empathetic. And then, we have a discussion about actually providing services and the difficulty of that, and the tone is different, and that's not lost on me. So I just want to apologize for that. Roll call vote, please.
No, I'd like to comment.
Okay, go ahead.
So again, we got to talk about decorum. So first off, I think in going ahead and talking about what safeguards are within a contract, should there be a default, is not to undermine the services that are being provided. And that was not the intent of myself. I'm sure that was not the intent of Supervisor Spear. To indicate that because we are talking about what is contained in the contract and the issue of default is somehow a negative disparagement is not accurate. And we want, obviously, we need these programs. They're very important. We're just simply trying to go ahead and make sure that we protect those valuable dollars in the event that there is a default, so that we continue to provide those services to those who need them. And so I don't think that there's the need for us to go ahead and set up that sort of political dialogue in the passing of this. And I think for the decorum and the way for this board to get along, we should try to avoid that.
Okay. What I will say is that I have attempted several times to pass a governance handbook for this board, and I have attempted to have a discussion about that. And for some reason, we as a board have been unable to do that. I would gladly do that, but that is not what we are here to do right now. I was speaking for myself when I made my comments right now, and I said what I said. Let's do roll call, please.
Through the chair, can I just say something, because I brought it up, and I just wanted clarity. We had somebody bringing up some accusations that I felt that we needed to just address before moving on, and I think we've done that to have a better understanding of what you're bringing and what you're providing, so it's not cloudy going into this final decision. So thank you for your presentation. Thank you for the clarity. I think the community deserved that as well.
And that's totally fair. Thank you, Supervisor Spear.
I would hope that when we speak, we don't speak on behalf of the board if the board has not made it clear that there's an apology that is appropriate. Secondly, I hope we've learned a lesson from this whole experience that putting a $2 million grant on consent is not advisable, that it should be on the regular agenda so that it can be properly vetted by the entire board moving forward.
Supervisor Gaucher, I apologize. I didn't mention you in my comment.
Okay, no problem.
It was inadvertent.
Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa?
Aye.
And President Corzo?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously for number 9 and 17.
Okay, thank you. With that, we will move on to item number 9, and that is one second here.
I think
I'm
we're
sorry,
up to 10.
item number 10. That is a resolution authorizing an agreement with Baker Places, an adult crisis residential services, and we have Dr. Africa here to present this item.
Yeah, again, thank you again for having me here. But really, the item for consideration is a 3-year agreement with Baker Places in an amount of $8,316,934 to provide crisis residential services to our county residents. If you remember, last November, Redwood House closed, decreased the number of adult residential beds that we have. We currently have 13 through our partnership with Serenity House. We obviously want to continue having more adult residential treatment beds, and Baker Places through an RFP kind of understood sort of the philosophy that we wanted. Our hope is that as Redwood House 2.0 will be rebuilt, that we will find an alternative or a temporary so that we can have more of these beds. And the goal again is to be more co-occurring services. Redwood House only focused on mental health. And now with SB 43, we want to be able to address people who have mental health and substance use conditions. The staffing will be 24/7. They're really looking at providing beds for about 16 severely mentally ill, co-occurring over 18-year-olds. And hopefully, again, Baker Places will be able to look with a location for us and then also provide the temporary services as we rebuild Redwood House 2.0. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
Yes.
Supervisor
Madam
Spear.
President, I have one concern. We are basically giving this entity the power to find a location, sign an agreement, and provide services without knowing where the location is. And I don't want us to be in another situation where there's not transparency, where the community is not aware, and where we have given, carte blanche authority to an entity without having the understanding that they have done the due diligence with the community and with the local city. So I would like to see the agreement amended to reflect that.
We definitely learned from the lesson before, and part of the contract stipulation would be to really be clear about what Baker Places will need in partnership with us and in the community to ensure that the issues that were brought up before don't happen again. We are also in the stipulation being very clear, kind of like a fee-for-service model, like what are the things that we're going to pay Baker Places for versus just a blanket sort of contract. So we're being very, very clear the kind of deliverables in this process. But they would not engage with us, obviously, if there is no contract to kind of work together.
But I don't think that answers my question. Does the agreement have a provision whereby there would be a public airing of the location with the community to assess the appropriateness of the location?
Oh, sorry if I wasn't very clear. We are going to put it in the stipulation that community processes, communication, there will be a plan that will be shared across the county about what Baker Places will be doing and, looking at for the location. Yes. So we will put that there.
But they're going to sign a contract with a third party for the property before that's even known, it sounds like, based on the way this is drafted.
Yeah, we are looking around. They are the experts finding a place that meets the criteria for a crisis residential treatment facility. But we can put in maybe I can work with our county council to ensure that, but they will not even engage in this process without a contract. We can be very clear about the expectation of that contract, including a community process, engaging the community, scouting the location. So we can be very, very clear about that.
Question. If you're done.
So are you done with your question, Supervisor? Okay. Supervisor Canepa has a question. Sure. I have some questions as well. Supervisor Canepa.
Great. I think that's a very fair point. We've had issues sometimes in communities when it's come to land use, right? Especially around what we just heard earlier. So I'd like to understand. I think what's the plan? So my concern is, and I know you're going to go back to staff and work with it. We want to push and move these projects forward into the communities. One of the things I would suggest, and I think I've talked to the county executive about this is when we go into communities and cities, you know, we should really engage with the council, the city council. City council should pass a resolution saying, look, we're in support of where this is. Once we get buy-in at the council level, they're going to be doing the community report. What ends up happening is we put these, these facilities in communities that are not in unincorporated land, and we find ourselves sort of like Jello. I mean, because we're putting these facilities, and really there isn't any sort of input from the community. And so the reason I say that, it protects the county, because the county now can say with these different facilities, look, we've gone to the city executive, we've gone to the city council, we've gotten buy-in. I mean, what I'm concerned about, Dr. J, is that what we're currently doing right now needs to change. I mean, we have all this money through the state, through the passage of, is it Measure 1? What is it?
BHSA,
Yeah,
Prop 1.
Prop 1. We have this influx of money, but we're really not doing that sort of outreach. And so I don't want to relive the Mahler side. Again, it's complicating, it's confusing, and I think it's a best government practice to say to the city, we've identified this site, do you support it? And that's just public policy 101, and it would save us a lot of problems as we move in with all this Prop 1 money. Thank you.
So I have a different opinion here. I actually don't think that it is or should be our decision to influence where these sites are located. It shouldn't be political. It should be about what is best for the people receiving these services. And providers know how to make those decisions, not politicians. It shouldn't become a spectacle in a public forum in this way. It becomes really ugly. And so I do think that there should be, some kind of community engagement, but I don't think that it should be like a requirement written into a contract that I just get concerned that if we write it into this contract, then we have to write it into every single contract, and that delays and creates more and more hurdles, and it's completely contradictory to the intention of Proposition 1, and it creates local practice that is in complete opposition to the very existence of Prop 1 and what the voters intended when they passed that. What happened with Horizon and San Mateo is obviously not ideal either. It is election season. It was election season. It's still election season in that district right now. Guess what? The two people at the center of that are on the ballot for election right now. I think it's a very bad idea for us to tread water in that direction. Like I just think it's a really dangerous place to go. I think maybe we can have a more thoughtful discussion about this as a board, but I would ask our board now to, like, we can talk more about it. I don't think this should go into this contract right now, but we should, I think we talked about having a public process for how we as a county purchase property in incorporated areas. Like, let's have that discussion, and I would ask County Executive Callaghy to bring that back as an agendized item for us to have a formal discussion and create a process that we then share with our city partners. And that extends to our vendors and properties that they purchase, but we should not do it now in this contract at random. Like, so I would propose that, and just wondering how my colleagues feel about that.
So it's clear as mud to me, Dr. J, the process by which you're indicating there'll be a stipulation. So I'm struggling with this. So we're going to stipulate that they're going to, with them in the contract, that they're going to go and do a community outreach process, but to what end?
So I think what I'm hearing is the concern from what, for example, happened at Horizon, that we didn't engage the community, we didn't kind of engage the city council, we didn't tell them in advance. So one of the things that we're going to do, which is really part of the community planning process, when we are building facilities that are needed in the communities, we tell people about the services, we answer the questions, we try to give them sort of an overview, what's the process in place to keep people safety. So we hear all of that. So we're gonna work closely with Baker Places to do that. One of the things that we'd like to do in their action to look for a location, we would just do that in the beginning as well. So not wait till the last moment, but really in this process, already partner with the entities that are in that district or in the cities.
But Dr. Africa, what happens if during that process the community concerns that might be raised, or the city council concerns, or the city planning concerns come back with substantive issues that affect, with good reason, the placement of the facility?
I, like any other place that we have, we try to really mitigate, their concerns. So I also want to just make sure that what we're trying to do right now is just find a temporary location for, as we rebuild the Redwood House, which is already a crisis residential in Redwood City. Right? That's the ultimate goal, is that is rebuilt to be another crisis residential. Right now, we would be trying to engage to find in a location temporarily, so we increase the beds from Serenity House, which is 13, to another 12. Like, that's what we're playing. So when we are scouting for the location, we would engage with the community and the city council to say that this is what we're trying to do. Now, there are certain stipulations for these residential facilities or these facilities that we're building that we are allowed to do with, I don't know how I would say, like, not necessarily not input, but state regulations that allow us to build these facilities because of the state funding, for example, similar to the BCHIP grant.
Okay, but I want to make clear, the only avenue left to the board would be to try to mitigate whatever concerns were raised by the stakeholders through that community process. There would be no ability for the board or the county to indicate to the applicant that they cannot proceed at that location.
I'm actually going to ask County Council John if he can address that. I mean, my fear at the end of the day is that every location will not be suitable for any treatment facility because of what is happening. So we want to really partner as best as we can to answer folks' community's concerns. That really is sort of my fear, but maybe John can answer if there's any.
So before we hand it over to County Council Niblin, County Executive Callaghy would like to share some thoughts.
Yeah, look, I think if I may interject here and just set the record straight. So for every single property we purchase, we go to the city manager and to the city council. I would say that with the exception of the last purchase in Foster City, where we didn't go to the city council, but the city manager was made aware, and presumably the city council was aware. But typically we sit down with the council members, we try to educate them. This is a process that has always gone on, and it has always been utilized. But to the point that you're trying to make, this has become so politically charged in every community that it's just easier for councils to say no. and not here. And I've heard the same thing many, many times. These services are warranted. They're great services, just not here. Wrong location. So that is what we're up against, and these are vital services that we're required to provide. But I think where it's going to have to be at the end, and that's why I'm happy to work with the board on this, is that this board has veto right, and that it has to be approved by this board, no matter what the property is, and hopefully that this board would put you in a difficult situation as it did in Millbrae and other areas, but the board voted to move forward with that project in those areas. So I think that certainly that could be done in this instance too, that whatever the location is, that there needs to be board approval for it to move forward. But I just want to, again, reiterate that we have always talked to the cities prior. In fact, many cases before even this board knew that we were looking at those locations, because we wanted their input before we came to the board. And then we poll the board and determine if there's support. So that's the way it's always worked. But obviously we need to modify it, because what we're doing now is simply not working.
So, and I thank you that for County Executive Callagy. Just to finish what I was indicating was, and I'm with my question then, so I actually don't think the board needs to self-impose on itself the inability to go ahead and exercise that discretion. I think, it's not like it's not like Burlingame was cheering when we put the facility in Burlingame. I had many outreaches from folks who were unhappy it went in Burlingame, who I'm still interacting with on the fact that Horizon is in Burlingame. But the board made the decision that that was the more appropriate place for the facility, and the facility as of today is going forward. So I don't think I think the board can make the decision appropriately where to go ahead and place facilities. So I am fine. I actually would like to see the board retain discretion.
Supervisor Canepa.
Thank you very much. The challenge here, and Jay, I don't think this is in your sort of area, is really the planning aspect of it. Mike, what I would encourage staff to do is to really work. The La Quinta was very challenging. The smaller, it was very challenging. I think we're finding ourselves in a position where we're always behind the eight ball. What we need to do is we need to work with our planning directors at the city level to identify with our real estate division what are the locations that they think make sense. And if we get out ahead of that and we work and understand what they've identified, I think that'll alleviate a lot of our issues. I think land use as I'm very, maybe it's very parochial or very old school. If you're coming to build something in unincorporated San Mateo County, or in my case, when I was in the city of Daly City, my main goal is to see what we can do to have the conversations, bring people together, say to them in honest conversations, hey, we worked with our planning staff. Here's the sites that we've identified. Staff works in concert with the city manager, working with the county executive. We should be able, through deliberation and discourse, the city council should be able to say, hey, we have the best information besides us. Our planning staff has identified plan, alternative A, B, or C. But by doing that, it gets us to a better outcome, and it would alleviate a lot of the issues that are before us. I'm not convinced, Mike. I'm not convinced that every city is going to say no. I'm not convinced that every city council is going to say no. What I am convinced is that if we're able to bring them along early, then we would avoid the issues that we had with La Quinta and Mahler. And so I hear everyone's comments, but what we're doing now, and you recognize it in your closing, it's not working. It's tension. We're looking disjointed. We need to find a better process, and I'm glad that you've kind of acknowledged that we can do better in that area. I think it's needed.
Well, And if I can respond, Supervisor, going back to the La Quinta, we did extensive outreach. We had more meetings there than we had anywhere else. We had sit-downs with the city council. We went to city council meetings, and yet, that still fell apart. Yet the board voted to move forward with that 3-2, and that was the board's desire to move forward with that. So the problem being, and we've heard that before, is like, let's help you find a different spot. Those buildings aren't for sale. It's not a good buy for the county, and we're always looking at trying to get the best buy for the county. There's no government zoning area in any city plan that I'm aware of that designates an area for government to be in. So these are all the challenges when we're trying to find a place to move or trying to find a location that suits our needs. I'm trying to work with the city as best we can, but the interests are not always congruent, and that's where we find ourselves often trying to work through that incongruency.
No, and I agree with you. I think the La Quinta was a little bit different in some of our acquisitions because what we've done is, you talk about the outreach, we did the outreach after the site was already selected. What I'm suggesting is much different. What I'm suggesting is to work with the planning department initially to identify sites, not to have a site put on a city and then say, hey, here you have to deal with it. No, what we want to do is to get out ahead of it, work with the planning staff right away. Hey, look, I've identified a site on El Camino Real. The city planner, they support that. That's, to me, that's would be the best approach to get out ahead of it. So, thank you.
Thank you. So,
I have a question.
oh, okay. I just want to make a comment real quick, and then I'll hand it over to you. So, I would like to add to further County Executive Callaghan's point that often the areas that many cities and at times residents would point to as being appropriate for some of these sites are actually least appropriate for the residents and future patients of these sites. And sometimes they're commercial, sometimes they are actually closest to the highest risk areas where it's actually the worst place for these residents to be. Often they are historically redlined communities. And I won't even get into the like racial implications of that. But I do think that like we shouldn't ignore that context, and that context is still very present today, and we shouldn't be blind to it. It's still very present, and if we're not going to be real about that, then yeah, I'll just stop there. But yeah, I know Supervisor Spear has a comment to make, but I would like to vote on this item, and then we will be convening to close session. We will have lunch, and then we'll come back. So Supervisor Spear.
So as I look at this contract on page 12, it says contractor in collaboration with BHRS will lease or buy an appropriate facility in the central location of San Mateo County. Prior to opening, the following must occur. A contractor and county will conduct a facility walkthrough. Contractor will obtain written approval from the county. I'm not prepared at this time to vote in favor of this because it doesn't have language, I think, that reflects what we've been talking about. So I either would like to see us postpone this and change the language, or I'm indicating that I will be a no vote.
Okay. Supervisor Canepa.
When is our, through the clerk, when is our next board meeting?
September 15th.
What I would do, and I don't know if I can support it today. I understand that there's a funding component. What I would ask is that we continue this item to the next meeting so that something can be brought back to us from staff that sort of addresses board members' concerns. So I'm willing to support a continuance on this item.
Okay. Let's let's
I'll make the motion to continue the item.
okay. Let's take public comment, and then we will do a roll call vote.
Okay, I do not have any speaker cards for item number 10. If you'd like to make a comment online, please raise your hand at this time. It's a final call for item number 10. I do have one hand raised. Leticia, please unmute and begin.
Yes, good morning or good afternoon. I just wanted to express, I feel that it's, just given the circumstances of the fact that it's a temporary location. Again, so apologies. So I serve on the Behavioral Health Commission, and I'm in full support of not delaying. And I feel very, not delaying this matter further. I feel that, just thinking about a quote that comes to mind is that often the price of inaction is far greater than the cost of making a mistake. However, I will not say that this is a mistake given the discussions that we have been having. I don't see that the risk is high with respect to what Dr. Africa has, how he has responded to the concerns of the board. And I am in full support of certainly as a community member, and as an advocate for mental health services, of which more and more we are learning that there really isn't sufficient funding for the increase in need of services, mental health services, substance use services in our in our nation and certainly in our local community. So again, I would caution the delay, and my support is to move forward as a community member, as a mental health advocate, and as a member as I sit before you, serving the Board of Supervisors on the Behavioral Health Commission. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And that concludes public comment.
Thank you. I'd like to make a substitute motion to approve the item as presented. Is there a second? Okay, roll call vote
All right,
on the first motion and second.
All right, Supervisor Spear, Supervisor Mueller, Supervisor Gaucher,
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa,
Aye.
and President Corzo.
No.
All right, motion passes to continue this item.
Okay, we will now we'll move on to closed session, and we will reconvene after closed session. Thank you.
All right, the time is 12:07 p.m. No problem. Okay, Madam President, we can begin in about 10 seconds.
Thank you.
All right, the time is 1:01 p.m. We can call the meeting back to order, Madam President, with all supervisors present.
Thank you. And it is 1:01 p.m. We are going to squeeze in item 11 before we start our study session, which is item number 6. Let's take a quick vote to amend the agenda. We actually do have something to report.
Yes, Madam President,
session.
thank you. In addition to a vote to amend the order of the agenda, I wanted to report out that on a unanimous 5-0 vote, the board, pursuant to Section 54957.1 of the California Government Code, approved the initiation of 3 different items of litigation. The action, the defendants or the respondents, the particular forum, and other particulars shall, once formally commenced, be disclosed to any person upon inquiry, unless to do so would jeopardize the agency's ability to effectuate service of process on one or more unserved parties, or that to do so would jeopardize its ability to conclude existing settlement negotiations to its advantage. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to I motion to amend the agenda to move item number 11 before item number 6. There's a second by Supervisor Canepa. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Spear? Supervisor Mueller? Supervisor Cochet?
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa? And President Corso. Motion passes
Yes.
to hear item 11 right now.
Okay, and we
Madam
will.
President?
Yes, go ahead, Supervisor Spear.
Considering the lateness of the day and how many more items we still have on the agenda, I'd like to move 19 to consent. If we can do that, even though we've already taken up the consent agenda, can we just move that back to consent? I had originally lifted it from consent to regular.
I'm sorry, the question?
We have an item that's on the regular agenda. Yeah. All right, I'd like to make a motion
Okay.
Second.
to accept the report.
Okay. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Mueller? Supervisor Cochet?
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa? And President Corso.
Thank you. We are moving. With that, we have moved item number 19. Well, we already approved the consent, so I believe we have just approved item number 19 with this vote. And we will now hear item number 11, and it will be quick so that we can move quickly on to our study session. Thank you, Director Hodges.
Yes. Good afternoon, President Corzo, honorable board members. Mr. Callaghy, Mr. Niblin, Mr. Mate, Mr. Ely is here. I'm Ray Hodges, Director at the county's Department of Housing, and I'm pleased to be joined by Rocio Nalda, a Housing and Community Development Specialist on our team from DOH. The Affordable Housing Fund is the county's flagship program for providing capital subsidy to affordable housing developments throughout the county through a rigorous competitive process. The fund and our annual competition were launched back in 2013 with RDA Boomerang funds, and your board has consistently directed a range of resources to sustain the competition annually since then, most notably Measure K, but also ARPA and CARES Act dollars and some other resources. The Affordable Housing Fund is also the means by which our department disperses other local, state, and federal funds that we compete for whenever possible. So across our first 13 rounds, San Mateo County has supported 72 affordable housing developments with a total of 5,122 affordable homes. 3,142 are complete and occupied by low-income families, seniors, public employees, veterans, farm workers, persons with disabilities, and formerly unhoused persons and families. 790 are under construction right now, and another 1,190 are in pre-development. But we know those projects have commitments from us, but we know our cities are shaping additional projects that are earlier in pre-development right now. And this speaks to one of the primary goals of the fund, which is helping the county's 21 jurisdictions produce and preserve affordable homes, and thereby helping them make meaningful progress towards RHNA housing production targets from the state in their housing elements. Given the amount of funding we have available to administer versus the demand we see in the competition every year, our team strives to stretch the county dollars as far as possible to maximize the number of affordable homes we can support in the 21 jurisdictions. And you can see here the county has invested a total of $364 million in those 5,100 affordable homes. But that investment allowed us to access $3.2 billion in private financing and subsidy from the state, federal government, and philanthropy to produce and preserve affordable homes, but also to create jobs and construction in property management, supportive services, financial services, and more. And right now, to date, every dollar of Measure K proceeds invested in the fund has leveraged $16 of other resources. So in round 14, we had just over $29 million available to allocate. This included $19 million in new Measure K funds, $5 million that was returned to the county through changes to previously awarded projects, $5 million in Mental Health Services Act funding from BHRS, and $100,000 in county impact fees. We received 10 applications requesting $70 million. One did not meet threshold requirements. But what you have before you today in a moment here is the recommendations of DOH staff and our Housing and Community Development Committee, which held a public hearing on these projects last month.
The 9 applications that met threshold were located in 9 communities across the county, shown in the map. The 6 highest scoring projects recommended for funding are located in the cities in bold on this list. There we go. South San Francisco, Half Moon Bay, San Carlos, Redwood City, unincorporated North Fair Oaks, and the town of Portola Valley. 3 projects were not recommended for an award due chiefly to readiness, but also lower scores on depth of affordability and limiting the need for county subsidy. They're all good projects, though, and we expect they'll approach us for support in the future. So staff and the Housing and Community Development Committee recommend awards to 6 projects. They sum to 459 affordable homes in 5 new construction rental projects and 1 first-time homeownership project. These 6 requested a total of over $37 million in capital financing. And through staff's underwriting and scoring, we recommended smaller awards to 2 of the projects, but we're confident they can still move into construction with that award. None of the 9 projects requested the available MHSA funding, so we are awarding just over $24 million today, and we'll put that remaining MHSA money out through a more focused over-the-counter supplemental NOFA in the fall. So another of the most critical goals of the fund, besides leveraging and readiness, is to provide affordable homes for populations that are central to your board's priorities. So in this round, these 6 projects will provide a minimum of 24 units of supportive housing for people experiencing homelessness, 76 homes for persons with an intellectual or developmental disability, 39 homes for senior farm workers, at least 24 for county and other public employees, and 193 units for families who need 2 and 3 bedroom homes. And I'll turn here to Rocio for some quick details on the 6 projects.
Thank you, Ray. Good afternoon.
Welcome.
I'm going to talk now about 555 Kelly. This project is located in the heart of Half Moon Bay, close to a health clinic, pharmacy, grocery stores, public transit, and agricultural employment. It will have 40 senior farm worker units, and at least 2 of these units will be assigned for senior farm workers experiencing homelessness. The property will have a community resource center that will provide services for the entire farm worker community. The project has secured significant city and state funding, including a $13.3 million award from the Joe Serna Farmer Program and $2.76 million from the Infill Infrastructure Grant, and a city commitment for $3.1 million. $1.4 million comes from a county ARPA award to the city. The project requested $7.3 million, and the recommendation is a reduced Measure K award of $6.5 million. This recommendation is conditioned on the project working with the county, secure operating subsidy, and applying for 9% tax credits in early 2027. Staff and HCTC, Housing and Community Development Committee, are also aware of a local initiative on the November ballot that will overturn the city's council approval of the project if passed. Should the ballot initiative be successful, the Department of Housing will meet with the developer and the city to discuss appropriate next steps at that moment.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I thought we could do this item really quickly before the study session, but can you just tell me like how much more time you think you need? Okay, I'm so sorry. We could also just move it back to after, but the study session is probably going to take like 2 hours.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
Okay.
You know,
this is very important.
Madam Chair.
This is very important.
Well,
Madam Chair,
And you're doing a great job, Rocio. You're doing a great job.
Madam Chair, we have the items, we've reviewed them. I know we've been pretty diligent on the package. I appreciate staff moving forward in an expeditious manner, but I'm really, to be quite frank, I know where my colleagues are. I'm ready to vote the item now, and I'm willing to make the motion.
If you have questions on any of the projects, happy to answer them.
Yep.
I'll second.
Okay. There's a motion, there's a second.
Okay, we do need to do public comment. Wait, did you want to?
I just wanted to just so the press.
Okay.
Just because Walnut Street was covered by the Daily Journal, that we have had extensive discussions with the City Council here with MidPen and resolved those issues to the satisfaction of the City Council. Now that that's on the record, thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Rocio. I think this is your first time presenting. You've done really well. Thank you. Let's do public comment.
All right, we're doing public comment on item number 11. I do have one speaker card from Chambers. Is Holden Wiseman still here? All right.
President Corzo, members of the Board of Supervisors, thank you very much. All I want to do is be very brief and say thank you for your consideration of our project in Portola Valley. Those 2 units are a first for us, building on a church property. So that's a very unique property that we're very happy to put forward in front of you today and to receive funding for that. I'll certainly take up Director Hodges' invitation to come back at a later date for more support on Laurel Landing or other projects that we will have in the county, and really appreciate your consideration today. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll go ahead and go to Zoom for a public comment on item number 11. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise your hand at this time. Final call. We do have one hand raised, and that is Anne. Please unmute and begin.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that the project of 555 Kelly, it is my understanding that it has to go to voters. And I don't know if that will or will not be approved. I have no idea. But I am still requesting that Cypress Point in Moss Beach be designated for senior housing. And there are already places for farm workers at that site. This is something that will be completed within a year, and people could be moving in at that time instead of having to wait and find out whether or not this will be approved. And so I just wanted to put that out there. Also, there are still safety problems with Cypress Point. There is no sidewalk for children to walk on to school. There is it is just a dirt path with the one side is a ravine and the other side is the Highway 1. So with the lack of funds coming from the vehicle licensing fees, that may never get taken care of. And this is a great risk for families with children. So it is a much better site for seniors, and I please ask that you consider that at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes public comment for item number 11.
Thank you. Supervisor Mueller.
Yes, so colleagues, just with respect to the 55 Kelly project in Half Moon Bay, while it is true the project is currently facing a referendum, it was passed by the City Council, and at the current time, the State of California is threatening litigation against the City of Half Moon Bay for noncompliance with its housing element. I think it's important that we move forward with this item today to empower the City of Half Moon Bay to become in compliance with their housing element should the referendum fail, or should the referendum not pass, and it fail. Sorry, referendums are odd. The referendum needs to pass for it to go forward. If the referendum fails, and the project isn't going forward, we still need to put the City of Half Moon Bay in the proper positioning to negotiate with the State of California over that potential lawsuit. So either way, it's very important that this funding move forward today.
I see a lot of mics on. Does anyone else want to make a comment? No? Okay. We have a motion and a second, I believe. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa?
Aye.
And President Corzo?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Now we will begin item number 6, our long-awaited juvenile justice study session. And with that, I will hand it over to Supervisor Spear for welcome and purpose of the study session.
Thank you, Madam President. This is, as one writer said, a historic study session, and one that is very important, and one that I think we're going to learn a lot from. At the outset, I just want to say the good news is that juvenile detainees have declined over the years. Today we have 40 detainees at the Youth Service Center, down from several hundred a decade ago. We're going to hear today from Probation Chief John Keene and from the District Attorney's Office, the Private Defender's Office, and a judge, and from community partners providing services to the youth. And we will hear from the JGDPC Chair, Johanna Rasmussen, as well. I've made 2 visits to Hillcrest now, the most recent last night, where I sat with 6 or 7 detainees, some under 18, some over. It was an enjoyable gathering, and I learned a great deal. I think there's improvements that can be made, but I also think that the conditions there have improved, and these are the words of the detainees, and that the food has improved, and these are the words of the detainees. So there's some good news here, there's some need to improve news, and we look forward to hearing from all of you.
Thank you, Supervisor Spear. I will start by reiterating my lived experience and my actual first points of contact with our juvenile justice system growing up in this community. And that is through my experience being the younger sister of my brother that passed away when I was 16. I was, I think, under 10 when he was a teen, and he was incarcerated in our juvenile hall when it was called Hillcrest, and was located at 21 Tower Road. And this was actually at a time where our county was charging families for their youth being in detention. And our family was very low income. And I actually remember calling into a Board of Supervisors meeting during COVID and making a comment via Zoom. And then I actually joined this board. And I remember having a conversation with former Supervisor Slocum, where he mentioned remembering hearing a public speaker refer to a time where families were charged for their family member being incarcerated. And I remember him feeling like that, like he took that a little bit personally. And that actually made me feel some empathy, because I can understand now being in this role, how, we answer for a system where decisions were made decades prior that we had no role in, but we are now in these seats making decisions about that same system. And we have to deal with the impacts of, decisions made years prior. And it's a great responsibility. And I have since, supported other family members in going through the same system. And it is through this lens that I bring a lot of care and compassion for our young people. And I have also seen and actually gone back to the YSC, the Youth Services Center, with a cousin of mine who was incarcerated when she was invited to come back and speak to incarcerated youth from her lived experience, having graduated from San Jose State, having turned her life around, having become a mother, and having really positive relationships as an adult, positive, healthy relationships with staff who do workout programs with youth, now adults, and have positive relationships, right? Positive friendships. And so this system at times has caused harm, but that's not all that it's done. A lot of youth have been rehabilitated. A lot of improvements have been made. And I think that it is our duty to kind of honor all of it and respect all of it. And my intention with this study session is that we all see each other, that we center the youth, and that we kind of hit a reset button, and that we start rowing in the same direction, and that we value each other's work, we respect each other's work, and we stop fighting each other, because that all that it does is waste our energy, and it doesn't serve the youth. So that is my purpose for this study session, and I'm grateful that we're all here, and I hope that you share that purpose with me. With that, I would like to welcome Chief Keene to share the state of the juvenile justice system in our county. Welcome, Chief Keene.
Now, I was willing to concede my time to the previous presentation if you needed those 2 hours, but I figure we need to move forward with this. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today. Honorable Board of Supervisors, Mr. Callaghan, Mr. Nibble, and Mr. Ely, our public, our department, system partners who are here, our CBOs who are also here to help support this conversation today. And so I'm very happy for the opportunity to really have a broad conversation about the state of the system, the state of where we are, but also to level set and hopefully to reset some of the narratives and information that's been kind of put out into the ether, which I think has had a detrimental impact on the work itself. The words we use matter. Words have meaning. When adults intentionally mislead or misrepresent information, it actually hurts rehabilitation. It doesn't help it. While a much smaller population exists at the hall today, they have much more significant challenges and can be much more difficult to serve. Many of you have heard me say that rehabilitation preassumes that people were already in a good place when we met them. And for some reason, they fell off and we just reached down and picked them up and dust them off, and they're good to go. Unfortunately, the reality is the vast majority of the young people and the adults in the system, for that matter, that we work with actually didn't start in a good place. They're starting in a place with deficits that exist that require almost habilitation rather than rehabilitation. Starting and teaching and creating information and building pathways that didn't exist before. So as we think about that, young people need those who choose to do this work and choose to be in the system to have a positive, transparent behavior pattern and be willing to not jeopardize young person's outcomes for their own personal gain. My goal today is to provide you with factual information about the role, function, administration, regulation of, and operation of the probation department, specifically at the Youth Services Center. Policies, regulations, statutes are the foundation for which we operate, not ideology. We implement the law as it is, not how others would wish for it to be, or how others would like for it to be. The institution divisions itself is overseen by both our juvenile institution department as well as our juvenile services. Our goal is to provide a safe, secure housing for individuals who come into our space, support their families, and then aid youth in rehabilitation and transition back into the community, because we recognize that the vast majority of our young people will be heading back. Our vision and our vision statement here is that we're going to help make youth have more positive and life-changing choices when they return to the community. That's our vision statement. That's our hope for every single young person that walks in our door, regardless of how they got there. All the policies, rules, and limits that are in place at the facility help young people make a transition from a school of thought that has contributed to them being in our space, and hopefully to a more pro-social mindset and a positive outcome on life, which is essential for long-term sustainable rehabilitation, and success. There are two separate groups primarily at the facility right now, those that are in our PrEP program, and then the secondary group that's in SOAR. Those in our PrEP program are kids that are going to be there a minimum of 60 days. Some of them have had dispositions. Others are there because of probation violations. And then our older population, which is a SOAR population. This program was put together as a response to Senate Bill 823, which transitioned the care, custody, and control of youth that would have otherwise went to state facilities back to local counties. It required for the probation department and the county to develop programs that mirrored or were similar to those at the state system. As you can imagine, this was a very difficult lift and one that we did not ask for. It was one that requires that the entire way in which the juvenile hall was built and established had to be turned on its end. I literally tell people that we're literally driving a car and changing tires at the same time and looking out for potholes along the way. The population over the last 2 years have been pretty consistent. You'll see that there's been slight spikes this year in our overall numbers. However, the numbers themselves have been pretty consistent on average all the way through. So our population, which is our older population, initially when we first built the program back when Senate Bill 823 passed, our thought was that we thought that we may get 5 or 6 youth that would be in this category of being supported. The reason why we thought that is because we were very low users of DJJ. Matter of fact, San Mateo County's mindset around rehabilitation has always been to keep young people here at home. So not to send folks to DJJ and not to overly place a lot of kids in the sense of removing them from home. So we try to find ways and have always tried to find ways to support youth here. This board and prior iterations of the board have been very supportive of that process. However, it served as a detriment for us when the funding streams were put together, because unlike many other counties who had had long historical trends of sending people to DJJ, our money that we received as a result of that was impacted by that. So we received a lot less than surrounding counties around us. So one of the main things I think is important today is when we level set is to talk a little bit about kind of the system as it stands, how we were put together, what our goals are, and the way in which we do our business. Detention reform and the rise of alternatives to detention really started in the late 90s. The goal was to look at the large numbers of youth that were inside facilities and understanding that there was a good chance that a large percentage of those young people did not need to be in custodial settings to receive services. So San Mateo County, like many of the other Bay counties, started to look at what could they do differently to provide a different level of support to young people. So that started in this county in earnest around 2005. So the county as a whole put together stakeholder meetings and groups and really looked at who could provide the best level of services for young people, at the same time building a new system that would really be more focused on putting more young people at home and less people in detention where possible. On the screen, you see several of the things that, frankly, are hallmarks of San Mateo County's focus on only having young people in detention as a last resort. First, you see the actual building of the YSC. Supervisor Corzo, you mentioned the old juvenile hall at Tower Road. There's no question that that was an antiquated system and building that had been in place for a very long time. This county, along with many other counties, looked at how can we put together services that are not only best for young people, but also help the families. So this concept of a youth services building is around bringing things together under one roof. So you're not sending families all over the state and all over the county to receive support. So that was the first kind of step in that process. The juvenile hall actually turns 20 this year in September. And so it is a well-lived building that's been around for a while, but at the time it was definitely one of the newer models of what people had hoped for detention in terms of the changes. This county also had an assessment center process where it evaluated young people to determine who needed to be in the facility and who didn't. I'm very proud of the fact that when I came in 2013, we actually really focused on creating diversion programs out in the community. Myself, educators, police chiefs, and a few other folks in the community all went and spent a week in Georgetown to learn how to build a diversion program that was going to be multi-systemic and multifunctional, both outside of the system as well as in. So as part of that, we created a cohort of diversions, many of which still exist today. We are very fortunate enough to actually fund a deputy probation officer who works out of the city of San Mateo. She's here today. who provides diversion services out in the community. Also, diversion was now offered in school settings. There was huge changes in school discipline practices, which was also helped to reduce the number of young people in the facility. We also narrowed the admission criteria over time, meaning that opposed to in the past where young people would make it to the hall for a variety of low-level offenses and sometimes even parents who decided they want to teach their young person a lesson and drop them off for the weekend, we really became very strict in the criteria in terms of who could actually come into the facility, focusing really on those offenses that really were issues of public safety. And I have to say also too that this particular cause has oftentimes caused challenges between us and some of our local police department friends because they are very frustrated by the fact that we actually don't take more young people in, that we actually are very focused on only taking in the young people that we are statutorily mandated to. And so it does, in fact, at times create tension. My superintendent, unfortunately, spends many of her weekends fighting back calls from folks trying to negotiate, how they can drop more young people off. And then lastly, we talked about the utilization of state funds for preventative activities. This county has always invested tens of millions of dollars in prevention. In many of your districts, you'll find local programs at either school-based levels or community levels that are funded by this county that focus on making sure that young people don't become a part of the system. We have over 10 years worth of comprehensive reports online, and you'll hear me today refer to a lot of online materials that you can look up for the public. We have comprehensive reports in the Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council annual reports. Those reports will outline the utilization of tens of millions of dollars focused out on community, focused in community settings and in schools and others to focus on ensuring that young people do not come into the system unnecessarily. And if you would mind, just give me a second. I want to spend a couple seconds to play this video. I think it's very informative in terms of just how the process actually works in terms of actually coming into the facility. Kim, would you be so kind?
What is the booking, admission, and classification process at the YSC? The San Mateo County Probation Department has a legal and standardized process for receiving youth into the juvenile facility. The admittance of youth into the facility is conducted in a respectful, humane, trauma-sensitive, and culturally cognizant manner. To start, the arresting agency is responsible for transporting the minor to the Youth Services Center and provides the booking staff with the necessary arrest documents. This documentation is essential for a smooth transfer process and ensures compliance with legal requirements. Prior to admitting the youth, institution staff reviews the admissions paperwork and determine if the youth should be admitted. Youth under the age of 12 years will not be accepted into custody unless there are allegations of murder or certain sexual assaults. Upon admission, youth are read their Miranda rights. Admission staff inventories the youth's personal belongings and issues basic clothing, bedding, hygiene items, and offer food upon arrival. Parents and/or guardians are notified via phone. All youth are entitled to at least 2 free phone calls within 1 hour of admittance, unless physically impossible. Housing classification is determined by a number of key factors, including age, maturity, sophistication, emotional stability, program needs, public safety considerations, medical/mental health considerations, gender, and gender identity of the youth. Factors such as compatibility with other youth, size, non-association orders, protective custody orders, and gang affiliation may also influence housing assignments.
So I think it's important to understand.
What is the booking?
Oh, that's okay. Thank you. I think it's important to emphasize that there's an actual legal process by which how we take young people in. So it's not this kind of willy-nilly approach. I've heard people say that probation incarcerates kids. That's not our function. We don't go out on the street and scoop kids up off the street. There has to be a probable cause for police departments to bring young people into the facility. What you have in front of you, and I know it's kind of small print, so I'll just quickly say, it really outlines the legal requirements for certain populations that have to be admitted into the hall. So those individual situations that involve Welfare and Institutions Code Section 707B, which are considered serious and violent felonies, those have to be taken into the facility. But the police department on the street still have a mandate of having to make sure they have sufficient probable cause to bring young people into the space. See, also we have our age restrictions. 12-year-olds, generally speaking, are ones that we would not want to have in our space. So it has to be very specific situations. Those warrants oftentimes are runaway warrants from other counties. We are mandated by law that if there's a runaway warrant that's out there, we have to find a space for that young person. So reason why we could get into the 12-year-old space. 14-year-olds and older that are taken into custody all fall into this next criteria where we talked about the use of a firearm, the commission of a felony. And here's just a laundry list of those offenses that fall under 707B. The current census of the population that we currently have now, everyone in our facility now has at least one felony in addition to whatever additional misdemeanor charge they have. All the felonies they have are consistent with the state requirement to book people in. Under that, there may be young people who may have additional misdemeanor charges on top of the felonies, but a person is not going to be booked into our facility on a misdemeanor unless it involves serious violence or injury. If you look at our 2-year booking information that's in front of you, we have focused on really ensuring that the young people that we can get home, we send home back to their families. We have other alternatives like electronic monitoring or home detention where they're able to stay with their families and be in those spaces. So if you look at the total number of population that even the Supervisor Spear mentioned in her opening, compared to the number of bookings we have per year, you see once again, we actually keep much smaller numbers of young people that actually make their way to our space. Now, the next part of this presentation is really one where it's important to, once again, level set the environment at the facility. It's not to villainize young people. It's not to try to attempt to monetize the staff and say that they're doing work that others couldn't do or that somehow it affords them some type of special treatment. It is actually to just make an affirmative statement about what exactly is versus what folks say is not. In front of you, this environmental data is focused on some really important issues. One, we look and see the staff injuries over the last 5 years, the attacks directly at staff over the last 5 years, youth on youth attacks, contraband incidents we found in the facility, and our computer use violations. Because we'll talk a little bit about that here in a while because there's been a lot of conversation around us removing people's access to computers for, no good reason. So the things I'll point out here is that when you see some of these attacks, these are targeted directly towards our staff. These are things where young people have unfortunately been encouraged to say that the people that work there are bad people, or they don't have to listen to them, or that if they say something to you that you don't like, tell us and we'll take care of it, and from our perspective. And those types of commentary has helped to create an environment which, in my opinion, is less safe for our employees. So we don't necessarily laud this information. Matter of fact, most of you know I've never presented this information to this board before. We just kind of work with it and keep it moving because that's the task that our incredible staff have taken on. However, the reality is that when it's referenced in a way to suggest that either we are, bad people intentionally trying to hurt children or don't care about the kids we work with, our folks come and work in very, incredibly difficult situations. And the last point I'll make about this is that if you look at the number of our population here recently compared to what it was 5 years prior to COVID, where we were regularly averaging over 100, 120 youth, we averaged the same number of attacks and injuries to employees when we had four times the number of young people in our facility. And this is data that is workers' comp data that is easily obtainable for the board. We have to keep those by state mandate. Contraband. These are some of the items that we've found in our facility as we do searches. I have a binder that's stacked full of copies of everything from improvised stabbing instruments, sharpened toothbrushes, sharpened screws, sharpened nails, shards of glass, makeshift tattoo equipment, marijuana, vape pens, and medication that's been cheeked to then utilize to provide to other youth in the facility. So when we talk about creating an environment that is rehabilitative and safe, these are some of the realities of what that looks like. So once again, when there's this impression that we're only serving low-level youth who don't need to be in the facility, and they're there because of some evil intention by the probation department or law enforcement in general, the facts don't measure up. There's also been a lot of conversation that somehow we work without any regulation and that no one's in control of us, and we don't have any support from the state to provide structure, guidelines, training, or any of that to our staff. The reality is our staff, when they start their careers, they take almost 300 hours of training to initiate, additional 50 hours within the facility to support their learning, and then mandated 24-hour training hours that have to be done every single year. We also have state regulatory oversight. The Board of State and Community Corrections is California's independent agency overseeing local adult and juvenile correctional systems. They provide standards, training, inspection, and public safety grants. That is who we have to answer to ensure that our facility can run. We also have support from advisory committees like the OICR and our local JDDPC. The BSCC has professionally trained inspectors. They utilize standards that are clear and articulable. And then when issues arise, they work with counties to make sure that corrective action plans are created. Title 15, which is the corrections group that we are a part of, that encompasses everything from staffing, programming, abuse concerns and allegations, food standards, education standards, and medical standards, just to say a few, as well as Title 24, which is the building standards, which actually outline everything in the facility in terms of how it's put together. Everything from how thick the bed can be, how far off the floor it can be, ADA concerns, the way the building itself was built initially was built this way under funding that was responsible for it. In the 13 years I've been your chief probation officer, we have failed inspections 0 times. We have had correction actions 0 times. We have certainly had our experiences during that time where the state has said, you know, we would like to see you do this a little better, or we have advice on how you could do better training, or we have advice how you could write your policies a little different so they can be clear the next time we're here. But we have never failed an inspection. Copies of these past inspections can be found, 10 years worth can be found on the website for people who want to go read.
Chief Keen, I'm just going to give you a time check.
That's fine.
We're going to give you 10 more minutes.
Well, I'll just say respectfully in protest, people who have taken shots at me have had far more time than that.
That's true. I'm going to give you more time.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. Thank you. Next is the conversation around PREA, and I'll speed up here a little bit, Supervisor. There's been a lot of conversation about why we're not compliant with PREA. PREA, as you all know, is the focus on eradicating prisoner and detainee rape of all types in correctional facilities around the country. The Department of Justice has a very distinct set of categories in which they determine whether you are compliant with the goals of PREA and the legislation associated thereto. In front of you have what are the general themes that encompass the entire legislation itself. Most notably at the top are zero tolerance policy for abuse of any kind, along with additional issues around training, medical, reporting, and investigation, to say a few. The reality is that the probation department has been and is substantially aligned with the federal standards of PREA. All the themes that are in PREA are covered by our current department PREA policy. You can find this PREA policy on our website. It's a Prison Rape Elimination app tab, and then under that you can tab it, and it has our policy. It has instructions for parents who want to reach out to suggest or express concerns. We have additional interactive launch item there for services for individuals and employees who may need support in this area. And it also shows that at the end of the day, we are abiding by all the regulations that Title 15 actually has. In my research around this, because I know it's been a very concerning issue considering a lot of the allegations that have surrounded our county and our area, what I found was actually pretty startling, which is technically no one in the state of California is in compliance with PREA. Compliance requires two primary additional issues, which is one, an auditor who comes in and actually provides auditing of your policies and standards. That's one we don't have. So when I say we're not in compliance, it's not that I don't care about keeping people safe, because as I started off, words matter. We're not in compliance because we don't have auditors. Matter of fact, a quick check of the auditor page on there for an auditor search, there's not a certified auditor within 200 miles of San Mateo County. I searched. The only two that are actually listed on the website are two folks whose auditor certificates have expired 3 years ago. The only current auditors that exist are in LA County that I could find at this point. The second part for state certification is what's called a governor's certification, where the state actually certifies that it's going to 100% certify that every area has complied and will follow the rules of PREA. We haven't done that, and we haven't done that since this started in 2014 in terms of compliance checks. Actually, what exists is what's called an assurance declaration. The assurance declaration just simply says that we're going to do our best to try to make sure that most people in the state actually have the elements of PREA in their functioning. However, by the strict letter of the law, unless you have everything, you have nothing. Our diet and meals. We have some of our partners here today are going to talk a little bit about our diet and meals, the individuals who actually do the work. We're so proud and pleased to work with the Sheriff's Office and Correctional Health on this. I know there's been a lot of concern and question around this, but the meals are supported by dietitians, health professionals, and they're individualized for each youth's needs. They're aligned with USDA standards for school meals. And currently, even though we have roughly 30 plus youth in the facility, our staff are actually, or their staff are actually managing over 80 separate diets for young people. That includes everything from medical needs, religious concerns, as well as calorie intake. As I said, the Youth Services Center is almost 20 years old. It is a lived-in building, but these pictures are taken within the last recent months, and you'll see it's not necessarily a space where I would say it's a death trap or horror place for people to be. We recognize the importance of bringing arts into our space, and so in collaboration with the Sheriff's Activity League and working with our youth, they actually have painted murals throughout the facility that they have participated in to do certain things. The Arts Commission has been a great partner in this. Thank you to Supervisor Canepa, who many years ago made that connection between us and them, and so we've been able to do that work and have really good positive outcomes and actually create really unique opportunities for young people in the space. What you see in front of you is another space that the young people participated in building, which is a sensory deprivation room to help support some of those times when young people just need a quiet space to go to. This was a thing where everyone participated. Even myself went and did painting in that space because we all wanted the young people to see that we actually valued them and cared about their long-term goals. Thank you. Here's our community mural outside, which once again is a demonstration of our commitment to the arts because we recognize art is an important part of rehabilitation. It was really about providing the young people with something as an inspiration to help focus them on the time that's to come, because we really stress to them that you are not your current environment and your current situation. There's more positive things to come in your life. The activities that we do everything from family nights. We have graduation activities. Obviously, we're very proud of the activities of our our school programs and the work that they've done, the young people that have graduated from high school with us, the young people that have graduated from college with us. It is a tremendous opportunity. We do baking activities with them. We have car shows with them. We have movie nights. We do everything we can do to try to provide alternatives. And at those movie nights and other opportunities, we do include additional food on top of what is provided by correctional health. Oftentimes there's concern about programs in our space. We actually have a very robust program system. Matter of fact, honestly, there's not enough hours in a day for all the programs that are here. This board has been generous over the years with your support of programming in our space. Just a few months ago, you approved an historic amount of programming for the institutions. And those programs are also both internal programs and as well as programs that are out in the community. These are just some of the programs that most recently you approved. Definitely highlight CORE. We heard from a young man yesterday who actually specifically called out CORE as a program that was important to him, that was teaching him how to engage in positive relationships and connecting with people. And Supervisor Corzo, that was your brainchild, and certainly want to say thank you for that. And these are just reminders of the other contracts that you recently also provided to provide services in our space. Technology. We have done our best over the years to try to provide technology opportunities for young people, and it has morphed over the years. When I first started in 2013, we had a couple of computers facing a wall, and that was pretty much it. And the early stages of Project Change that I'll talk about here in a second, we were really all had kids working off one or two desktop monitors, and that was all they had. What we've done and what you see on here is we've committed to providing opportunities for young people. There are desktops that every young person who's in school have access to. We work closely with the school department. They have their own technical IT department. We have ours. They work collaboration to do that work, but there are desktops accessible for them to utilize. The laptops are for those young people that are in college. They have their own individualized laptops to help them do the work that they're doing. We're very proud of our Origin tablets. It's a tablet system that individual youth have that gives them access to additional educational opportunities, but also gives them recreational opportunities. They also have the ability to call and make phone calls and video calls to their families from this tablet. One of the most interesting things last night we discovered is that the young people were disappointed that the movies don't roll around fast enough, but unfortunately it's because they don't have access to R-rated movies. And so the young people were really frustrated by the fact that they're watching the same movies over and over again. But the tablets have created an entirely new way for young people to look at things, as well as get additional certifications, education, as well as therapeutic opportunities around drug and alcohol consideration. We've upgraded our Wi-Fi access points throughout the facility to ensure a better stability for the young people who have access to these systems. Because we're dealing with young people, they love their games, and so we commit to purchasing PlayStation and Xbox games for youth to be able to utilize. A lot of that, the systems themselves were donated by outside people, and we've helped support and maintain those through the acquiring of additional services. And then coming soon, we're going to have our VR equipment. One of our providers that you'll hear from today, they're going to be providing additional support utilizing virtual reality to help with the teaching of skills for CTE. So they're going to learn how to do a lot of incredible things through a virtual space. This is just some of the Origins education and communication technology. We see all the different things that youth have been accessing over the last 12-month period. During that time, we've made over 46,000 calls from the tablet space. 19,000 of those calls have been connected, and on average, the calls are going about 15 minutes apiece. Here are some of the learning materials that are inside Origin, and just some great opportunities for young people to gain additional support on top of all of the services you all have graciously approved. The technology at the YSC, as I said, is a 20-year-old building. We constantly have worked to upgrade that material. We use a Senso program, which is an interesting program which actually monitors our computer use. Unfortunately, it allows us to know when our young people have violated our computer use policy. They've either gone to prohibitive sites that are sexual in nature or violent in nature. They've made contact with victims that they have victimized on the world. They've either gangbanging on social media. other things that are prohibited activities. CENSO allows us to monitor those things. But ironically, our young people are brilliant. They find ways around our system all the time. And so we are constantly having to reboot and reassess and change and figure out other ways to address that. In support of creating a safe environment for our young people as well as our staff, we've also instituted body cams in our institution. That body cam program, we had rolled them out a few weeks ago, but we're having some technology issues. It's getting a little warm on our staff's chest while they're wearing them. So we're actually having those bodies replaced so we don't have any workers' comp issues with that, and then we'll be redeploying those at that point. We've upgraded our live scan machine, which is our fingerprinting machine. Also added a mobile version of that. Sometimes it can be very difficult and challenging for young people that are having negative experiences at entry, and so we can go to them, and it makes that part of it a little safer and a little less stressful for when they are getting booked in. We've upgraded our metal detectors, as you see with the contraband pictures that we've shown, and plus the stack that I have here. Unfortunately, we've come across more activities and more things, and so we've needed access to that. And also the body scan. Body scan, I was going to talk to you really quickly because it's an important addition to our space. We recognize that searching youth, strip searching youth, is something that people are not in favor of. However, the law allows for it in very specific circumstances. We only do it in those specific circumstances. We have written materials that show when we do it. But our preferred way of doing things is to utilize the body scanner. And so we have that as a way. It's a less invasive process in terms of removal of clothes, although frankly the machine actually is in a lot of ways more invasive than physically getting nude because it goes very much in terms of knowing what you have on your person. But it's a safer way to do things. It's a less intrusive way for young people, and we certainly understand the public's concern about what was being characterized as an illegal strip search. It was not an illegal strip search. The strip search that folks didn't care for, but the reality is we had a very valid reason for doing so. It was a health and safety reason that would have impacted the entire facility. Additional upgrades to the Wi-Fi, upgrades to our CCTV. This is an important part of, obviously, for us as we try to make sure we have an environment that is safe and and is void of any type of illegal sexual activity or negative behavior. And so we have upgraded our systems to ensure that not only can we keep recordings, but it's backed up if we lose power, and we have access to things for long term. Lastly, we've put in under the door cameras, which are important. And I should say, back to the cameras, they're not in personal spaces, they're not in the showers, they're not in the restrooms, they're not in places to any way negatively impact young people, invade their privacy. They're in public spaces, but they're outside of buildings where anytime you move in our facility, we can see you, to see if you're in a building or if you've moved a youth somewhere in the building. So the reason why those cameras exist is to support that. And then lastly, under the door cameras are important because unfortunately some of our young people have would cover their doors so we can't see what's going on inside. And then when we have to go inside, they've kind of jimmy rigged the floors where our staff have slipped and fallen trying to go in. So this is important to allow us opportunity to see what's happening in the rooms for safety reasons. Project Change, as I said earlier, is one of the programs that we are most proud of. It is an award-winning program. Hopefully this board is very proud of the fact that San Mateo County is the very first one for this type of educational program in college spaces around the state. When I got here in 2013, I utilized my own funds to help support the creation of this program. Along with the work that our Project Change partners worked for, they actually were instrumental in really working with us and not losing faith early on. And so we had really good incremental growth to where we are today, where we have multiple young people that are graduating college, getting multiple degrees while they're in custody with us and going on hopefully to four-year colleges. We also have a CTE program that we are very proud of. This new program is California A to G approved in terms of the actual credits. So those 15 credits that our young people need to consider college here in California. It's focused on making sure they get mastery training in classes that are going to help them out in the world. So STEM-related careers, trade careers, culinary design, and design and transportation. So these programs are critically important for our young people who may not all be focused on this idea of going to college. Where's probation's data? There's another comment that we don't have any data. Now, where's our data at? Our data can be found in several websites across the net. Our probation department website actually has a data dashboard that has our information. A local action plan is there. Once again, a local action plan is the plan that helps to determine how we utilize services, how the money is spent, and how we actually demonstrate our value system as a county in terms of what our investments are in. Annual evaluations of our contracted providers. So these evaluations are done by an outside entity, a third-party entity who helps support us in those annual reports. As I mentioned earlier, the BSCC, there's juvenile hall population data there that's based on offense level and adjudication, as well as those reports I mentioned earlier that we have done in terms of our inspection. Chief Probation Officers of California, we also have a public-facing data dashboard there that has access to all of our information, including adult, pretrial, and juvenile data. The Office of Youth and Community Restoration, ORCR, has information about our Secure Track Treatment Facility and the program there too. We have to submit an annual plan to actually utilize and operationalize the funds that come from it. And San Mateo County Open Data is where you can find information about our budgets, how we spend our money, and things of that nature. Lastly, in this space to come, we have a few things on the horizon. One, we're going to be working collaboratively with John Fung and his team at Child Welfare to create a program for Secure Track youth leaving the facility where we can assist them with housing funds and actually funds that they can utilize to help support those next steps. That program is going to be working through the guaranteed income program that they run. And so we're going to find a way to operationalize money transfer between the two if necessary to ensure that those young people who actually would qualify for it will get access to it. Secondly, we hope to work with the board as well as procurement to look at potentially some type of modified procurement process for some of the services we need at the facility. Right now, that process is very difficult and causes a lot of consternation with the population, with the community, and is creating some tension and stress in terms of just how we operationalize court orders. So I think there's a need for us to look at that. Also, I'm very proud to say that that we acknowledge that we could do better with our PREA phone system. And so I'm in discussions with John Fung again to see if we can actually utilize an outside service for the 800 number. Right now, it is monitored by our staff, and we recognize that that is something that we could do better at. And so we'll be working with them to see if, because they actually have 24-hour services, as you all are aware of. So we're trying to see if now there's some legal ways in which we can operationalize it through that process. And then lastly, as I said, we are going to be doing a 20-year acknowledgement of the building itself, the beginning of the opening of the juvenile hall. What I'm going to propose to do, because I think a lot of what has been said in the public is because the public has not had a chance to see our hall. And because of the way things are actually done, it's just difficult for people to just randomly come and show up and be walked around. So I'm proposing that we do an open house that is commensurate with the 20-year opening of the facility. That way we can invite the public to actually come in and see the facility, go through the process, go through those things so they can see themselves. The reality is, I know no young person wants to be in the facility. We don't kid ourselves into thinking that that's the case. But I am very proud of the work that we do, the way we do it, and how we approach trying to be thought partners and advocates for youth, as we are. Our advocacy looks different from others, but we are advocates nonetheless. I will concede the rest of my time. I do have one last slide that I hope to get back to later, but I'll concede my time. We are fortunate enough to have partners here today that help us do the work, and we have some of our partners from correctional health here and also behavioral health. So I'm not sure who wants to go first. Dr. Africa is going to come up and present.
Thank you, Chief Keen. And I'll just briefly say that I love the idea of an open house. And one of my favorite murals actually wasn't pictured. It's one with a lot of hummingbirds. And it's one of the newest ones, and it's beautiful. So welcome, Dr. Africa. And then I think we have Michael Del Rosario and Hector Soto and Durga Namburu next.
So good afternoon, again, Board of Supervisors. I'm here with my colleague, Mike Del Rosario, who is the Director of Correctional Health Services, will just take a few minutes to talk about behavioral health services at the YSC and also correctional health services. So before I go, I want to just acknowledge that that picture that you see there is the adjacent land of the Phoenix Garden, which I will be talking about in a little bit. So we really have been grateful to have the opportunity to provide support to young people. I'll talk a little bit about the mental health services as well as substance use services. In terms of our clients, as Chief Keen said, the clients over the years have decreased, the young people in custody. And so you can see actually in the top left, from about 2018 to 2019, we were seeing unduplicated about over 300 youth, and now we're probably seeing half of that. We have 9 staff that provide a variety of services for youth who are in custody. We have therapists, we have case managers, we have psychologists, psychiatrists, just in case they need medication support, and also peers and family partners that either have lived experience navigating sort of the system. In the bottom part, I wanted to give you a sense of how engaged we are with the young people. So we in the data, we divided it into 3 sections. One we call the general population. So we actually don't know how long the young people will be there, but we average about 29 days of services. Obviously, if they leave earlier, we won't have that much time. In terms of community-based services, you know, when a young person leaves the YSE, we still are able to provide community-based services to them because sometimes they need additional support as they transition back to the community. And then the third kinds of supports that we have is we connect a therapist individually, case by case, with a youth in custody, also when they leave. So Chief Keen talked about the SOAR program, and our engagement with that young person, actually until about 25, is up to about 1 year, right? So again, our efforts is to engage them, continue working with them, so that they continue to succeed being in the community or succeed in their rehabilitation. So again, our services are anchored in trauma or trauma-informed and culturally responsive services, not just in terms of language, but really understanding the cultures and the environments that our young people have grown up with. We use evidence-based practices. Cognitive behavioral therapy helps change people's perceptions and their thinking. Dialectical behavioral therapy helps give them a sense of self-regulation. Many of these young people actually have a lot of trauma and have a lot of chaos in their lives. And so we try very hard while we are working with them to try to give them sort of a sense of skills and opportunity to think about the things that they have experienced. And then again, our work really needs to be successful, needs to be coordinated with many entities, obviously our colleagues from probation, but also our community partners. I have to say that once probation staff refers, the entry to behavioral health is a referral from our custody or probation staff. So once our POs refer a young person, we do an intake, we do a screening, we try to understand what their perspective is, what their experience is, what their need is, and then based from that, we spend time kind of linking them to services. We provide individual therapy, group therapy, family therapy. We even invite their parents or their caregivers to participate in some of the sessions because we know, you know, their caregivers are also in part of their sort of recovery. We do a lot of care coordination. We provide 24/7 crisis support. When it's needed, we provide medication management. And then also, in certain cases, when it's needed, we do psychological assessments. You know, if they need a higher level of service, if we try to understand their thinking or their personality, we do cognitive testing or personality testing in augmentation to the therapy that they receive. And then last one, before I turn it over to Michael, again, the Phoenix Garden is really the 6-acre land adjacent to the YSE. And instead of just seeing that as being connected to nature, we've really used it as an opportunity to provide healing and connection with the community, with young people who are attached to the YSC to kind of be around nature and talk to other folks, other community members. So again, as part of their sort of entry to community. And I'll just say that that's one of the features that one of our young people love. Many of them really are not connected to nature. Many of them don't understand food production or beekeeping or horticulture, and really hopefully can change and impact their lives, not just focusing on their crime or being in custody, but really out in the community. And then again, one of the things that we are working that's new due to CalAIM is really a much stronger relationship in helping people who are young people in custody, and then when they go out, as they transition back to the community, to link them to appropriate services. So we are also doing that in the adult side at McGuire and the jail, but also we're trying to do that more in probation. So again, we really operate in partnership with Chief Keen and his staff, and are grateful to provide these services for young people to heal and continue on their recovery. So now I'm going to turn it over to Mike to talk about medical services.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, President Corzo, Board of Supervisors, County Executive's Office, community members. My name is Mike Del Rosario. I'm the Director for Correctional Health Services, and I'm here to talk to you about the medical services that we provide to our youth. Medical care starts from the time the youth enters our facility. We address whatever medical conditions or healthcare needs that they have. Initial screening is done as soon as they come in. Our partners in probation will do initial screening, and then our registered nurses will do a complete medical screening as soon as possible. During that time, acute and chronic illnesses are identified. We look at for any communicable diseases. If they have any substance abuse history, we want to make sure that those are addressed early on, and we do an initial mental health assessment. Within 96 hours of coming into our facility, a health screening is completed that will include doing vital signs, pregnancy testing, and a visual visual and hearing exams. The probation staff, just want to highlight, really plays an important role in early identification of a patient's medical or mental health condition. They will alert CHS if they see any abnormal conditions. All youth are seen by our nurse practitioner for a wellness exam within 1 week of arrival. RNC calls are conducted daily by registered nurses for any medical requests that the youth might request. If any after-hour support is needed, we utilize the San Mateo Medical Center ER for consultation. But for any medical condition, our nurse practitioners will address any acute or chronic illnesses, provide urgent care treatment when needed. Specialty services also offered for all our youth if they require more specialized services than what we can offer within CHS. We utilize the San Mateo Medical Center specialty clinics for any in-person visits or telehealth consultations. And if the youth requires more specialized care through Stanford, UCSF, Kaiser, or any surrounding hospitals, if they need those services, we will refer them to those places. If a youth comes in and they need to have their braces managed, an orthodontic referral will also be made. Our optometry services are offered to our youth that requires eyeglasses. So we will refer them to San Mateo Medical Center, and once we have the prescription for the eyeglasses, CHS will actually purchase the eyeglasses for the youth. We also offer laboratory and radiology services. As I mentioned, we do pregnancy testing early on. Universal testing is offered to all our youth, which we screen for STD, chlamydia, gonorrhea, syphilis, and we do a TB testing for all our youth. When our youth are seen by the providers, automatically they are ordered routine blood work. And then when we do chest x-rays or imaging, those are done at our San Mateo Medical Center facilities. Dental x-rays are done in our facility. Dental services are offered to all our youth, and automatically, as soon as they come in, they are scheduled to see a dentist within 30 days. And also, if they happen to stay 6 months, they are automatically scheduled for a follow-up exam in 6 months. Routine dental care provided, regular exams, cleaning, tooth extractions, hygiene, of course, and if they need a root canal, we'll provide that as well. For those with complicated tooth extractions, like a wisdom tooth, we do have an oral surgeon that can come in to our facility, and they will take care of those type of complicated extractions. For more urgent visits, we will refer them to our county partners and county health for dental services. As our overall goal of providing comprehensive health care to our youth, we provide a lot of health education, and so we would do health topics that includes drugs and alcohol, contraception, skincare, dental care, food and nutrition, and any other topics that the youth finds interesting or they want to know more about. Annual flu vaccinations are offered, so usually around the flu, fall season, right before the flu season starts, we offer flu vaccines to all our kids. Immunizations, so our team will actually look at patients' records and identify if they're missing any immunizations, if they're behind on any of their shots. Our team will provide that as well. Our dietitian is on site that will manage any dietary needs, special meals. If they require medical diets, we have a dietitian that can consult with them. If they want to lose weight, gain weight, we have specialized service for that. And as part of our CalIM initiative, as Jay had mentioned, discharge planning is very important to us to make sure that we can transition the youth into the community. And so we provide the discharge medications, up to 30 days of medications upon release, and also provide them with prescription, or we call into their pharmacy to make sure that they never run out of meds until they get a chance to go to their doctors after their release. That's part of our ongoing efforts to make sure that this health that we provided for them will continue on to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. We have, I believe, folks from nutrition and a dietitian up next, and our sheriff's office as well.
Good afternoon, all the board members and the public. Thank
We
you
also
for this
have a
opportunity.
lieutenant as well. I don't know who wants to start here. Go ahead, however you want to do it.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Captain Ben Hand with the Sheriff's Office. I'm the facility commander.
Captain, sorry.
No, that's all right. I'm the facility commander for the Maple Street Correctional Center, where we have our food services through the Sheriff's Office. I'm going to allow, this is Durga Numburo and Hector Soto to give a brief presentation on how the food is prepared and presented to our IPs in the county, because they also provide the services to our adult facilities. And then Denise Chu is here from Correctional Health. She's a dietitian who supports their work.
And is that a lieutenant behind you as well? Okay, see, I knew there was a lieutenant somewhere.
Greetings.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Durga.
Okay, once again, good afternoon, everyone. So we're gonna cover, sorry.
And also after this, we're going to do a time check because I know we have a judge waiting, and I would love if someone can connect with her and make sure. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Okay. You see, you're smart. That's why you're the judge. Okay.
Okay. We're going to cover all food services for Youth Service Center structure and why. The nutritional standards and our menus, how they're built in. What youth are served each day, and how we control food safety and our services, how it is evolved. Coming to our operations and daily delivery for the meals, San Mateo County Sheriff's Office Food and Nutrition Services provide meals for YEC through contract with Probation Department. Meals are planned and prepared through Sheriff's Office Food Service Operations. All the meals are transported to the YEC with all the food safety procedures. I'm sorry. It's going too fast, I believe. Yeah. Meals are delivered to appropriate housing units for all 3 meal services, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Our focus is to consistently deliver safe and the nutrition's balanced and appeal meals to timely manner. Our staff understands serving the youth is secure and setting requires high-level responsibility with attention to detail. The Sheriff's Office recently secured purchasing contracts with established food service vendors who provides all the school nutrition programs requirements that includes US Foods and the Cisco. We regularly check quality of meals and our meals, how we serve all the final checks before it gets to the youth. So Actor will be sharing more details how the nutrition, and other topics of what we perform. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Nutritional requirements. Our menus are developed with the standards that apply to youth in our care. Menus are planned with applicable Title 15 requirements, USDA nutritional standards, and National School lunch and breakfast meal programs guidelines. We use these standards to make sure that meals are provided nutritionally appropriate. We monitor meals and snacks to support adequate daily nutrition and caloric intake. Menus are routinely updated, including as recently as June 2, 2026. These are based on seasonal food availability, nutrition, youth feedback, and operational needs. Our menus, meals, and snacks. The Maple Street Correctional Center provides food service to YSC and probation staff 7 days a week, 365 days a year. We prepare and provide breakfast, lunch, and dinner trays for youth and staff. We currently serve about 27 plus youth on a daily average, some of whom received double trays. This comes to approximately 332 trays per day. We operate in a 4-week cycle menu for the youth. We provide special diets as required and approved by Correctional Health Services dietitian. Menus are developed and maintained in accordance to applicable compliance requirements and dietitian guidance. All meals are prepared to meet the nutritional and dietary needs of the youth while maintaining required food services standards. In addition to required meals, you receive 3 snacks each day. Snacks provide an additional opportunity for support daily nutritional and caloric needs. Snacks offerings are incorporated into the overall food service plan. Providing these additional snacks demonstrates our commitment to supporting adequate nutrition.
I'm a dietitian with Correctional Health Services. I've been with the county for 20 years. I predominantly serve the adults, but I do also serve the youth. I've been there since Hillcrest, so I'll be Jackson from the beginning, and I'm really proud of the food services program. I believe there's always room for improvement. From my perspective, my job predominantly is to do nutrition assessments. I calculate the person's needs, I compare it to intake, and the food offered to them. What I do is I identify problems, I look at the etiologies, and then I look at the data to support that, and then provide a service to make sure that the food or the diet order is mainly according to what the kid can tolerate, the youth can tolerate. Sorry. Currently, we have 26. I looked at Epic this morning. We have 26 youth on in our care. 23 are on the diet list. 19 of those 23 are on double trays, and 15 of those 19 ask for extra eggs. Some of them have wanted up to 12. The nutrition requirements for this age group at the highest level is about 2,800 to 3,000 calories. Currently, they're provided probably about 6,500 calories a day and probably 24 ounces of protein. As a dietitian, I framework my assessments around a problem etiology and signs and symptoms. And I feel like with this particular group, not meaning like teens in general, young adults have very strong preferences about food. And also, we have a domain that we use to categorize a problem. And one of them is knowledge and beliefs and attitudes about food. So, and the contributing factors are their age and also what they have looked up on the internet. I know right now they're very protein driven. And so based on how many calories we give them, they have gained weight. But it's not that great, but it's because they have, they tend to gravitate to the proteins. And I think the food service department has been doing the best they can. They have been going over and above. They don't ever complain about any of the double trays. They also get snacks in addition. Unfortunately, I don't have the diet list without the names so that you could see, how vast this is. I think the issue could be the delivery, maybe those kind of changes, but I'm not involved with that, but I know that they're doing the best they can. That's all I have. Any questions?
Thank you. Thank you, supervisors.
Okay, wait. 1 second. They won't brag about themselves, but they make the best cookies ever. So my team's going to hand out some of their cookies. Whoever wanted leftover cookies, sorry, grab it now or they're going to be gone. But go ahead, share the cookies.
Thank you. Thank you, supervisor.
And some of us actually had lunch that they prepared and that the youth eat as well. And I enjoyed it personally. I think most of us had
Can I say
had the
one
lunch.
more thing, too?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, back when they did when I was looking at the report, the 23-24, I want to point out that the school lunch program is very, very strict with their nutrition requirements. And for protein, it's only 2 ounces per meal for that group, for high school kids. 2 ounces, picture a McDonald's hamburger with the 2 ounces of grain added to it, 1 cup of fruit, and 1 cup of vegetable. And so I think that was part of the issue too, is the restrictions.
Okay, thank you.
Through the chair, can I just
Yeah.
say that I recently had an opportunity to tour the facility, and I saw firsthand the great work that you are doing over there. That is a huge kitchen. You're preparing many meals throughout the day. And again, we had food today that you prepared, and I just appreciate everything you do. It gave me a better insight as to what's actually being provided to everyone within the system. So again, thank you for your work.
I have a
Go ahead, Supervisor Spear.
leave it to food to get our attention, right? I will tell you that in my visit last night, food came up, and they actually had some complimentary words. In fact, they said the food's a lot better now than it used to be. So kudos to you for that. They do want more salt and pepper and spice, and I know the school lunch program doesn't allow that. The dietitian can help us with that, but I think the blandness bothers them a little bit, and if we can somehow slip them some packets of salt and pepper, that might be nice. Thank you.
Thank you.
But I just
Go ahead.
I just like to add that a couple of months ago we had a survey of how the food was been going on for this past year, and I'm happy to say, and we have a copy of it, how all the comments that they did about how the food has been improved. We have worked very tirelessly to reinvent, not make some different, reinvent the wheel. How can we use the spices to generate these flavors that they would like to? And I think so far for these comments, we're very proud to say that they have. And we also are committed and willing to anything that we need to do and can do for it. That's what it is. Food is my passion, and I love to do it. So it doesn't matter to me who is that end, but food is important to us. So we're committed to do that, and we hear anything that we need to be changing it. We're ready to do it. Happy to do it. Hopefully, we can get the program we had at Glenwood with the kids were in the kitchen and preparing the food. Us and the food service worker, I would love to go back and reinvent that, because for me it was very, very important, very successful and satisfying for me to, if we can ever bring that again, I will do it in my day off or whenever it has to be. That would be no issue at all.
I think that's the goal. If they're anything like my teenager, they will think that they can cook better than you. So I'm sure you're open to the challenge.
We love the challenge.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. Oh, I lost my. Oh, is this mine? Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay. We will now move on to. Of course. Actually, why don't we pause for a second, Chief Keen? I think you had another slide, one last slide you wanted to wrap up. Okay. Did we have any questions for the bulk of? Okay, no questions for Chief Keen yet. We'll wait till the end. Okay, perfect. I'd now like to welcome Deputy District Attorney Nadia Han. And I want to acknowledge that our District Attorney, Steve Wagstaff, is here as well. Welcome, Nadia.
Can't believe I have to follow fresh baked cookies. That's unfortunate for me. My name is Nadia Hahn. I'm the Deputy District Attorney in charge of the Juvenile Division of the DA's office. Thank you to President Corzo and the supervisors for the invitation to speak with you today about the DA's role in the juvenile justice system. The purpose of the juvenile justice system as a whole is to provide for the protection and safety of the public and each minor under the jurisdiction of the juvenile court, and to preserve and strengthen the minor's family ties whenever possible. And that's codified in Welfare and Institutions Code Section 202. It goes on to lay out the sort of guiding principles that the DA's office uses in all of our deliberations. Agencies charged with enforcing and administering juvenile law are mandated to weigh the following considerations: safety and protection of the public, the importance of redressing injuries to victims, and the best interests of the minor who is the subject of the juvenile court matter. The Juvenile Division serves a number of different functions. We're involved in the actual court process from the filing of a case through disposition. But the one that's most relevant to today's study session is probably the review and charging of cases. So that will be my focus today. It's the prosecutor's decision to file a petition that initiates the court process. Chief Keene did touch on this, and I think it's important to understand that just because an offense is committed in the community by a minor does not mean that that case is going to end up in juvenile court. There are a number of levels of review that occur before a case reaches my office. The first starts with the law enforcement agency who took the case. The agency has several options for what to do next. They can determine whether any further action is needed, and it's frequently the case that the youth's school, family, community can provide adequate support and guidance for that youth, and the case needs to go no further. They can refer the minor or their family for additional services, either through the county or through a community-based organization on a voluntary basis. Chief Keene did talk about the diversion programs that our law enforcement agencies and schools have created that are in-house programs. But if none of these options are deemed appropriate, then the case will go on to the next level of review, which is being forwarded to the probation department. Once there, a deputy probation officer is assigned and does essentially a similar analysis. They are also authorized to decide that no further action is needed under the circumstances. They can refer the family to another agency or a community-based organization for services. And then they can offer informal supervision to the minor and the family for a period of up to 6 months, where the family can receive services on a voluntary basis and the case will be closed afterwards without ever having gone to court. The fourth option is to refer the case to the DA's office for review. If the case is referred to the DA's office, regardless of what the offense is, the assigned prosecutor will also review for filing suitability. The assigned DA can decide that no further action is needed. They can refer the case back to the probation department for informal supervision or file a wardship petition to initiate the court process. And I had an asterisk under the probation column because there are some categories of offenses that mandate a referral to the DA's office, although this doesn't mean that they are mandated to be filed. Those include the 707B offenses that we heard about earlier, that I won't repeat, but those are serious and violent felonies. It also includes possession of a gun or deadly weapon on school grounds, assault of a school employee with a deadly weapon, victim restitution that exceeds $5,000, or if there's a prior wardship. On average, the Juvenile Division reviews 550 cases per year and files petitions in 360 of those cases, and that's based on data from the years 2021 through 2025. This information is offered to illustrate that prosecutors' exercise of discretion is done carefully and on a case-by-case basis, and that the receipt of a petition or a case does not mean that filing will be automatic. Those are my prepared comments for today. I thank you again for the opportunity to speak with you, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you, Nadia. Any questions from the board? Oh, Supervisor Spear.
Thank you. So about 60% of the cases that are referred to you actually are then processed through, it sounds like, based on those numbers. So of those offenses, the 707s that are automatically brought to your attention, not all of those will be processed through a court procedure?
Yes, and I can give you an example of a time that a case might come to us, the report having been taken and sort of labeled as a 707B offense, but then we later determine that it not only doesn't need to be filed as such, but that maybe there's some kind of diversion or informal probation that would be appropriate. And I would say the most common would be what's called an Estes robbery. And that is where a shoplifting is elevated because there's some kind of a use of force or threat against the loss prevention officer or the store employee. While technically that can be counted as a robbery or could be charged as a robbery, our office, by policy, looks at whether a weapon was used, whether there was significant injury to the victim, the amount of loss. And so a case that has come in as a robbery, we may actually end up filing as a petty theft or not filing at all and referring to diversion.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will now move on to the Private Defender's Office, and we have Ron Reyes. Welcome.
Good afternoon, President, members of the board, Mr. Callaghan, Mr. Nevlin, Mr. Ely, and members of the public. My name is Ron Reyes. I'm the Assistant Chief of the Juvenile Defenders.
Ron, I'm going to just ask you to make sure you're speaking into the mic so folks on
better?
Zoom. Yes.
All right. I'm the Assistant Chief of the Juvenile Branch with the Private Defender Program. I have been a defender for 23 years, and I have the privilege in the last 7 years to be heading the Juvenile Office for the Private Defender Program. In addition to my local practice, I also serve on the executive board with the California Youth Defender Center, which supports over 1,600 youth defenders throughout the state by providing training, amicus briefs, as well as legislative advocacy, where I have co-led several state youth justice bills. I'm also proud to share that CYDC chose San Mateo County this year to hold their annual roundtable training, and it's going to be held at the College of San Mateo in October. And I appreciate your time for allowing me to do this presentation. I want to start by sharing a little bit about our youth defenders. We have 10 youth defenders in our office. They handle cases wide in different levels. They start with the first level, and the more serious level are the transfer cases. We handle mid-level cases where are serious felonies and listed in the Welfare Institution Code 707B, as I'm not going to go through what these are. They've been covered by the Chief's presentation and Ms. Hahn's presentation. We also have our attorneys handle the third tier of cases, which consist of low-level felonies and misdemeanors. One of the things that we thrive is the training of our attorneys. Handling juvenile law cases is a very technical area of the law, so we require all of our attorneys to complete minimum 15 hours of MCLE each year, and of that, there has to be 8 hours of juvenile law-specific training. We offer in-house between 10 to 12 hours of MCLE juvenile training, and we also collaborate with organizations like CYDC and the California Public Defender Association for additional training to collectively have about 24 hours that we offer to our attorneys at no cost to them. And in addition to the training, we make sure that our attorneys have the support they need to do the best job possible. And that's through the support services that we provide. It starts with our panel private investigators. We have in-house now holistic and medication specialists that I will talk about in a little bit. We also have a panel of social workers. We work with experts, and we work with client advocates as well. And I added this slide here to just give you a highlight of how we are involved in the life of a case. It starts on the very left. It starts the minute the youth literally at times are at the scene when they are arrested. We get a call in order to provide them with their Miranda, to provide a Miranda consultation and discuss with them their Miranda rights. And then it moves on to when the youth is booked at YSC, and then we start working through our holistic and mitigation specialists to work on ways in order to release that youth at the detention hearing. And then in the first green box there, that's of course, our courtroom advocacy, which consists of rigorous litigation strategies. We investigate the allegation in the petition, filing motions, setting contested hearings, and also using experts to support our litigation strategies. And last but not least, it's also our work under the Secure Track Treatment Facility. As the chief has mentioned, with the closure of DJJ, there's a lot of work that had fallen us, and then which it's changed the way we handle post-disposition representation. And there's a lot of effort that we have been putting into that since the closure of DJJ. I want to share a data point on each of these areas that I share with you, and then I'm going to start the first area. I'm going to share with you about our Miranda hotline. We have attorneys on call 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. Last year, we received 248 calls from law enforcement agencies. We conducted 244 consultations with youth that had been arrested. And then of the youth that we've spoken to, 98% of them elected to assert the right to remain silent. And a breakdown of the youth that we worked with in this area, 65% of them were 16 and 17 years old, and then 35% of them were under 15 and under. Right. The next area that we are very proud of, we have done a lot of work on, is through our mitigation and holistic specialist, Lindsay Page, who's here with me today. Lindsay started this service with us back in January 2024 on a contract basis, and we are very grateful to our chief defender for agreeing with us to switch, realizing the importance of this work, to switch that this work into full-time positions. So Lindsay is with us now full-time, started in March of this year. What Lindsay does on a day in and day out, she meets with youth soon after they are booked at juvenile hall, and she starts working with them, connects with the family and any of their support people. She requests their school records and also start working on a safety plan. Our goal always to have met with the youth within 24 hours of them coming into YSC, and oftentimes she sees them within a few hours of their detention. Last year, in the last fiscal year, Lindsay created 56 safety plans in which she connected the youth to 10 different community-based organizations. So the youth, when upon their release, are receiving services. She also developed 60 detailed, fully structured release plan that include schedule for school, work, extracurricular activities with contingencies if the youth is released on EMP. She also at times work with the youth to ensure they are re-enrolled upon their release. They are re-enrolled into their school of origin. We also referred 21 youth to the Youth Education Law Project at Stanford, which they provide the youth with representation at discipline hearings, IEPs, as well as direct representation and educational law type of cases. And to give you a highlight of the result of Lindsay's work, we had 141 detentions that were referred to our office last year. We referred to her 82 of those detentions, and she worked based on that. Her work, 64 of these youth were released. Were released as a result of her work, and that's a result we're very proud of. Another data I'd like to share with you is a lot of the work that our attorneys have been doing, which is the area of transfers. And in 2016, and very briefly, just to give you a little bit of history here, in 2016, Prop 57 was passed, which ended the ability to try children as adult in adult courts, and that practice at the time was known as direct file. Since the passage of Prop 57, every youth that is facing transfer must have an evidentiary hearing before a juvenile judge, and then only the judge can order their transfer into adult court. Since the passage of Prop 57, we represented 7 individuals in which they were facing transfer petitions, and none of those 7 were transferred to adult court. We did have 2 cases in which we called retrospective transfers. Retrospective transfer is for individual whose cases originated in adult court, but due to the change of the law, they came back to the juvenile court. And in that, we had one of the cases happened to be right after Prop 57 had passed, and part of the global disposition in that case, and went back to adult court, and they disposed that case. And the second retrospective transfer, it just concluded weeks ago, and in that case, after very lengthy transfer hearing, the transfer petition was denied, and that case remained into juvenile court. And that's a data point that we're very proud to share with you this afternoon. And the next area I want to focus on for today's presentation is our post-disposition advocacy and our work with youth are committed to the secure track. As the chief has mentioned, that law responsibility had fallen on the counties since the closure of DJJ, and also with that, with SB 823, there's a law responsibility that we were tasked with. And as a result of that, we work with our youth advocates. Each youth who are committed to secure track is assigned a client advocate, and the client advocates work with them on the creation of individual rehabilitation plan, not only with the youth but also with the defender. They meet with the youth at least once a month in order to track their progress as they make in their rehabilitation progress towards their rehabilitation plan. They attend MDTs, court reviews, and coordinate with the different service providers. And they also assist the defenders in identifying appropriate, less restrictive programs as they transition from a secure facility into the community. And to share a data point on the work that we have been doing in this space, in 2026, there were 10 youth that were in secure track. 9 of them were eligible for the 6 months review that's mandated by Welfare Institution Code 875. As a result of the work that our advocates and the advocates of our defenders, those youth, we were able to save them 55 months off of their total time commitment. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, I actually have a question.
Yes.
So I'm interested in the Miranda consultation work that you mentioned. I'm going to ask a brief question, and we can talk about the rest offline because I know we have a lot of folks here. Actually, we'll just talk about it offline. But I'm just interested in how that works, especially with like our incorporated areas where we still have school resource officers, because I've heard in my district specifically that these Miranda consultations interfere with them having relationships with the young people. But to me, I feel like they're really important, but I'm just trying to kind of tease out what's the, I don't know. I'm it's good, if having a relationship with the young person leads to them incriminating themselves and going to jail, then let's err on the side of caution and make sure they're not doing that.
Absolutely. Our job is to advise the youth of their Miranda rights, what it means, and what the consequences of giving incriminating statement and how it plays out in the legal system if they were to give any statement that is incriminating. They ultimately make that decision. We don't make that decision for them. So that's why we ask only specifically trained attorneys. Our juvenile defenders are the ones who actually handle those calls because they understand the adolescent brain development. They understand that most youth do not know what Miranda rights are and how they would play out if they were to be, to give statement. Another thing that we also focus on, we address the fact that given a statement and whether you're going to be detained or not are two separate things, and then that should not be part of the equation if they're making their decisions whether they're going to be given a statement or not.
Okay. Thank you.
But as far as the mechanics of how it works, I'm more than happy to share with you that information.
Okay, thank you. We'll talk more about that offline. Any
Absolutely.
other comments? Okay. We will now move on. Thank you
you.
so much, Ron. We'll now move on, and I'd love to welcome presiding judge Susan Jakubowski. Did I say that correctly?
Very good.
Okay, welcome, and thank you for your patience.
All right. President Corzo and members of the Board of Supervisors, Mr. Callaghy, Mr. Niblin, and Mr. Ely, thank you for allowing me to be here this afternoon and to address you. My name is Susan Jakubowski, and I am currently assigned as the presiding judge of the juvenile court. This is my second time up at juvenile court. I was a judge up at the juvenile court from 2018 through 2021, and I really value this work. I enjoy it, and so when the chance came to go back, I asked to go. So I took over as presiding judge in late May of this year. We also have a second judge up at juvenile court, Judge Amara Lee, and she started in May and has worked with me for these past few months. I'm here to talk to all of you about the role of the juvenile court judge and how juvenile court judges, stakeholders, and justice partners work together in the juvenile justice system. In the past few months, the juvenile court judges have been meeting with the various justice partners, stakeholders, and community-based organizations to learn more about them and to visit their facilities. And one of the reasons we've been doing this is Judge Lee is new to juvenile court. It's been several years since I've been there, and many things have changed. So I feel it is helpful for both of us to gather as much information as possible about the programs and individuals who are working with us in the juvenile justice system. In San Mateo, there are 2 juvenile court judges. Both of us preside over juvenile justice matters and dependency cases and handle all of the hearings in a case, including pretrial conferences, trials, and dispositions. We also are responsible for conducting periodic reviews of cases as provided for in the Welfare and Institutions Code, and sometimes if we just think a youth needs some additional monitoring, and we just want to make sure that how they're doing and to make sure they're getting the services that they need. In addition to our court work, Judge Lee and I also attend events involving our youth in the Youth Services Center as well as the community. We have attended independent living graduation. We attended graduation in the Youth Services Center, and we ask to be on the list for events at the Youth Services Center if they're doing presentations. So if we have time, we can go over and be there with them and see what they're doing. As a juvenile court judge, I work regularly with many different stakeholders and organizations in the juvenile justice arena. These include probation, the district attorney's office, the private defender program, the Human Services Agency of San Mateo, County Council, Behavioral Health and Recovery Services, court-appointed special advocates, the Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Commission, Fresh Lifelines for Youth, and Live in Peace. Each of these stakeholders and organizations has a different role working with young people who become involved in juvenile justice in the county. The model we currently use in juvenile matters is one of collaboration involving these stakeholders and organizations. Many of us meet regularly to discuss policies, procedures, and programs to see what issues need to be addressed and to improve how services are provided to the youth and their families. As presiding judge, my main priorities are that the youth receive the services necessary for their rehabilitation and development, while they are in the juvenile justice system. It is also important that the youth and those that provide services to them, as well as the community, remain safe during this process. Although each of the stakeholders may have different responsibilities in the process, my goal is to continue to have everyone work together as much as we can to reach a resolution so that we continue to focus on the goal of rehabilitation of our youth so they will succeed as future adult members of our community. And I'm happy to take any questions if anyone has.
Thank you. Supervisor Mueller.
Thank you, Judge Jakubowski. I wanted to ask, when I was going through the San Mateo County Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Commission's operating policies, it says appointments is done by yourself in conjunction with the presiding judge.
Right.
Then later on in Section 4, it says that the county executive's offices and administrative staff provide support to the Juvenile Justice Commission. Who is the entity that reviews the report and determines whether or not the report that's being done on inspections is in compliance with standard practices? Is there any body that makes sure they're following the rules or doing the inspection right?
Well, okay. I will cede to Ms. Rasmussen that she can address that. I know that the court is the presiding judge of juvenile court reviews applications for commissioners and makes a recommendation. And I think then they are ultimately confirmed eventually by the board. I do know that they are provided under the law to be able to go in and do the inspections. Obviously, I review those reports and information, and if there's some concern, we can address it. But I will also let Ms. Rasmussen speak in a little bit more detail to that.
Okay, so what I'm trying to understand is when I look at the reports, and I've gone back and looked at the last reports, under section 4, it says, under section 2A, it says there should be not less than 7, then no more than 15 commissioners, and we have 10 right now.
Right.
Later, it makes it very clear that no one commissioner can speak for the body, as you would expect.
Correct.
When I look at the reports, in 2025, only 3 of the commissioners actually did the inspection, and only 2 signed it. Pretty close to one person speaking for the body.
Right.
In 2025, only 4 did the inspection, which is still less than a quorum of members of that board. And so I'm wondering, is that adequate, or is that, how are we supposed to take that as a body or as a county?
Okay. I will allow Ms. Rasmussen to speak to that. From attending the meetings, what I am aware of is that they have commissioners that sign up to do the inspections. I believe then they present all of the data and information from those inspections to one another. And so the ones that, as I understand it, they have these commissioners who sign up to do the inspections, and then those are probably there, conduct the inspections, and I believe they sign off on them. But I think and she can get into more specifics about this, then I believe that they share that information with, at the JJDPC meetings and with the rest of the commission. And I will say that I was not up at the juvenile court in 2025 and 2024. I haven't been there since 2021 was my last year there. And I am also newly the presiding judge up there as of May of this year.
Okay.
So from what I remember, and that's what I'm going back to, that's my understanding of how things work. But I would leave it to Ms. Rasmussen to provide you a little bit more detail as to those questions.
I appreciate that.
Thank you. I'm just going to jump in. Judge Jakubowski, I just want to, before we invite Chair Rasmussen up, if you'd allow me to I've actually done a bunch of research on this because I'm the liaison to this commission now. And so I know Mr. Callaghy has some information, and we have Deputy County Counsel Judith Holliver that has some information, and we've been looking into it. So there's like state law, which I know Chair Rasmussen serves on a state body as well and has that perspective. But we discovered that we actually have a local ordinance, and we will get to that, and I will give Chair Rasmussen more time during the JJDPC presentation section, if that's okay with you.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
you.
Thank you
Okay,
so much.
thank you.
And I totally understand, like, you're not even, like, full 3 months into the new role. So thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank
I have
you.
a question.
Oh,
Yes,
Supervisor Spear.
Sure.
Thank you, Judge, for your presentation.
You're welcome.
I don't know if you have read the Civil Grand Jury report of July 2025. It's entitled Vacant, Valuable, and Vulnerable, Reimagining San Mateo County's Youth Service Facilities. Have you had a chance?
I have not yet.
So maybe after you read it, we could have a conversation, because there's some really, I think, valid questions that are being raised as to how we can provide services to this population, maybe in a less constrained fashion or differently than we are. So I would encourage that conversation once you
Of
have
course.
a chance to read
Happy
it.
to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think Supervisor Canepa also has a question.
I don't have a question, but I want to thank you, Judge, as well as Judge Lee. I think we've had incredible representation from the court. Your ability to leave and then come back speaks volumes. I think it takes a very special person or special people, and I think what the court has demonstrated over a period of time is really fair, but being compassionate and really making sure that we understand people's stories and what we can do. I mean, be quite frank with you, these are young people, and everyone deserves a chance, especially at a young age. But I'm just, I'm delighted, I'm excited that you're back, and whatever I can do as a board member, just want to sort of support you and your efforts. Please tell Judge Lee, who I sit on the library board with, that you guys are doing an incredible job, and we really do enjoy working with the both of you. I'm glad you came back.
And one thing I did want to say, and I look forward to reading the grand jury report about the facilities. I think that, as Chief Keen mentioned, and I think we all are of the opinion that there's always ways that we can improve things. Facilities, working on getting youth connected earlier with services, working on getting services for the youth and their families in a quicker way and in a broader way. And I think certainly there are things that can be done to improve the facilities, and that's what I think we all want. And that's one of the reasons that many of us really try to work together collaboratively to find ways to make things less like a facility for the youth and more a system where they can work on the rehabilitation, they can focus on their education, they can do a lot of fun things. One of the things that I like to stress a lot of times is they've done things that are very serious sometimes, but they're still kids, and they need a chance to be kids. And I think we all really, the justice partners and the stakeholders, all have that same goal in mind, that we work with them in an environment that will address their issues, allow them to be kids, and help them to get to a better place at the end of the day. So I'm open to all of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Kalagi, would you like to answer Supervisor Mueller's question, or should we invite Deputy County Attorney Niblin? Go ahead.
I was going to actually defer to my colleague, Chief Deputy Judith Holliber, who I think can address that issue and maybe a couple of other things.
So the body, the JJDPC body, is a little complicated because it's a hybrid body. So it's a combined statutorily mandated body under 225, WIC code 225, which is the JJC component, juvenile justice. And then the DPC component is an advisory commission to the board. And they're combined, which is why you have the appointments that are made by the judge and then also ratified by the board. But the inspections that are done of the facilities and the reports on those inspections are specifically in the code as an obligation of the JJC, the statutory body that reports to the court. So while the reports go to the board and there are recommendations in them, it's the court that oversees that process of inspecting and receiving the reports.
And I just wanted to add that from my understanding, Judith, and you can correct me, the San Mateo County Board of Supervisors back in 1974 ish,
somewhere around there, maybe 66,
76, passed an 66 passed an ordinance combining the two bodies and created the JJDPC Commission as we know it now.
Correct. And that was amended in 2006 and is in our ordinance code. And that is a prerogative of the board that is provided for in the code. Some counties have combined them, some counties have not. There are other options for the DPC portion of that body. So some counties have just standalone JJCs.
And if I can just add, yes, that is absolutely correct. The JJC has somewhat of a limited effect, and the board at one point in time decided to expand that and adopt the JJD PC under 22 Welfare and Institute Code 233, and then combined them. So that, which I think took on even a larger role after that, but the duties assigned to 225 are somewhat limited, as I understand it.
Supervisor Mueller.
Yeah, and so that's kind of what I was getting to in my questions, is that under 225, really the obligation is to do the inspections.
Correct.
And so if less than, in 2024, only 2 people did the inspection out of the entire commission. In 2025, less than half of the commissioners did the inspection. So to the extent, how is the commission satisfying 225, and what weight should our body and other bodies be giving the commission's findings if it can be so swayed by such a small amount of the commissioners?
Well, I'm not sure that the code requires that all the commissioners do the inspections. It's the commission's duty to conduct them. That's the purview of the commission and the court overseeing the commission. And the code does provide for how many members on the commission, but I haven't seen anything that says that absolutely every single commissioner has to participate in the inspections. It might be that I think, and this I will defer to Ms. Rasmussen, I think that the way they do it is they select people to conduct the actual inspections, and then they bring the information back to the commission as a whole to do the report. But I'm not positive about that part.
Okay.
Especially because that's a part I don't actually advise on, really.
Okay. I would suggest to the commission, in a circumstance like this, where we are weighing all of the information coming to us, to see a report that's only signed by 2 commissioners and only 2 did the inspection, really to me doesn't satisfy the obligations of 225.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
And so I'm going to take some privilege here and actually invite Chair Rasmussen to present on the JJDPC, and to our partners from Fly and Live in Peace. We're going to have you go last. Thank you for your patience. Chair Rasmussen, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Kim, am I pressing the white button? Okay. Thank you so much for having us here again today and for pushing through and getting this study session going. If you could look around, I'm pretty privileged to work with some pretty amazing partners who work tirelessly to ensure that our young people are not only safe, but they receive services and their lives are improved. Since I was here in December, I'm not going to spend too much time going back over the items that we already shared. I'll just provide a brief overview, which I think answers some of Supervisor Mueller's questions. And it also includes the ordinance that was referenced by Supervisor Corzo. So, legal authority of the Joint Commission. So, the Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Act of 1974 established national standards for how youth in custody were to be treated, and it also supports local efforts at prevention. And then San Mateo County in 1966 passed ordinance number 1769, which established the Delinquency Prevention Commission. The Welfare and Institutions Code that was spoken of earlier requires that every county have a JJC, Juvenile Justice Commission, and it authorizes the board to create and maintain a delinquency prevention commission, and then the county's responsible for paying stipends and expenses. And our commissioner appointments are just as we spoke about. They go through the courts first, and then they come to you after that. And the same members serve on both commissions. So who serves on the JJDPC? So we have individuals with lived experience, we have educators, we have elected officials, community leaders, advocates, youth. Last year we had 5 youth commissioners, which I was very proud of. And we have parents. I myself come from a family of 4 generations of law enforcement. My family served San Francisco and San Mateo County for over 100 years. And public safety is our legacy. I also had a child 20 years ago who went through the juvenile justice system, and I was one of those parents who received that bill. When my daughter was sent to CYA, the bill was $86 a day, and that was in 2022, which was considerable for a police officer family. So we all bring a unique perspective to the table in this work, and I think that our diversity matters. We share one common responsibility, and that is to look independently at how our systems are serving young people and where we can do better. So getting into our mandates and responsibilities. So facility inspections. So Supervisor Mueller, we conduct about 20 facility inspections a year. The Youth Services Center and Secure Track inspection takes about 4 days. There are very few members of the commission who can take off 4 days of work, 4 days of school. We can only do it during the weekday, during certain business hours. That is a commitment that is a big facility, and so we have difficulty finding people who can clear their schedules for that many number of days to participate. Each year we encourage people to sign up, but we also are mindful that people may not have that availability, and they're going to sign up for maybe an inspection that would only require them to take off 1 day of work, and that might be for the Canyon Oaks facility or the receiving home. We also have youth who have transportation issues, and so maybe we'll give them the responsibility of doing one of the reports that don't require going out to a facility where you're just doing research on what's happening at Camp Glenwood or what's happening over at Camp. So we do put the sign-ups out, and people sign up. We're very clear about the time commitment that's involved and the hours that it takes to do the reports. We prepare the report, we distribute the report, it goes before the full commission, and we discuss it, and the full commission votes to approve it. It then goes to the state of California, and we provide it to the board basically as a courtesy because you provide the budget for these facilities, and if there's liability involved, it falls on us, the taxpayers, the board here. So I'm hoping that I answered the question okay? Okay. All right. So besides facility inspections, we work with with BSCC and OICR to ensure compliance with all the things we heard about earlier. We conduct educational evaluations of the programming that's being offered in the hall and in Secure Track. We inquire into the administration of juvenile court law. We make policy recommendations for system improvements. And then on the delinquency prevention side, we're responsible for coordinating delinquency prevention efforts throughout the county. So we build partnerships with schools and organizations that work to prevent entry into the juvenile justice system in the first place. We do a lot of community engagement and outreach. Commissioner Blanco's been instrumental in making partnerships with our school districts and our superintendents. And we go and give presentations there. We give presentations to civic groups. And we create resource and guidebooks for parents and families. And we study the root causes of juvenile delinquency and recidivism in hopes of improving public safety in San Mateo County. So when we came in December, I think we said we had 10 minutes, but I think we went over an hour, which was really amazing. So we highlighted some of the issues that probation consistently has said they're not in their purview to fix. For example, the chief, as much as he might want to provide adequate food or food that, tastes good, that is really correctional health and dietitian. Everybody has their own space, right? So there were issues that we elevated, many of which, working with probation year after year, that they said we need help with. Procurement is one. For instance, we had some, when I say we, I mean collectively, because that's how we work. But we had some shelving that was on order about 5 years ago. And that shelving went through the procurement process, but by the time it got approved, I think it was earlier this year, the company had gone out of business, so we have to start all over again. And then they said that the wait at DPW could be up to 2 years before they could get it installed. So being able to have some sort of expedited procurement process for our juvenile facilities would be very helpful, not only for probation to be able to take care of the facility in the way in which they want to, but it would also eliminate these issues with the carpets and the painting and the things that we mentioned to you in December. I wanted to touch base on the dental care. I appreciated the very thorough and comprehensive reports that were presented here. There were, in this last inspection cycle, long waits for dental care. I even had one youth who had a court order and waited 8 months, even with a court order, to get dental care. So there are issues within the system that we need to elevate. That's our responsibility to do so. The limited PREA compliance, that mainly from our perspective was that there was no information available on the website as far as not policy, but the actual numbers, the actual PREA numbers that, let's say, the Sheriff's Department has on their website. Lack of confidential reporting options. I was really happy to hear that the chief mentioned that they were looking at an outside number. I did look to see, after our meeting 2 weeks ago, what the reporting options were available online. Supervisor Corzo mentioned those. And it's a PDF form, so not all youth have access to computers in the hall. Mainly it's just college students. So to be able to access the PDF, print the PDF, fill out the PDF, and then email it back to probation is really cumbersome for juveniles when you may not have that access, right? Their parents might be able to, but I have messages on my phone from parents who say they don't want to go through normal channels because they fear that their child may be retaliated against. So these are real fears that parents have, and having alternative ways that don't involve going through probation, I think, will be very helpful. We currently house females with males, which has its own issues. We don't have enough females, which is a fortunate position to be in, but it is difficult to house them together. So that's on. We have one on the secure track unit. Sometimes we'll have 3, 4 on the other housing units. Yes. Okay. And then most recently, there's been a lot of discussion about difficulty in accessing funding for our secure track youth. I know that the state has provided, I believe, we're close to $12 million for this population, and that there are steps that must be taken to access that funding, and that's something that we're interested in learning more about and wanting to see what barriers can be removed so that money can be used for the youth and their individual rehabilitation plans. Staffing levels are always something that we bring up, and I know that Mr. Wade and I, we communicate probably each week. We communicate, and I know that they're really trying to hire new folks. They even changed the shift schedules to include 3 12s and 4 10s to sort of, because everybody's vying for the same people. So I think that they're working towards that. We are seeing a growing number of youth who are experiencing housing instability. So if a youth stays in custody until their 18th birthday and their probation is terminated, and they don't have anywhere to go, we're finding out where do we place them. We're currently working with Samaritan House to see how we can build a partnership there so we can keep those kids off the street. So I'll go into now the issues in the community. So there's a lack of robust reentry services and support, meaning that when my daughter went through the system, we had what was called wraparound services, and it was a wraparound program that really did just that. It wrapped around the family, whatever that looked like, to provide them with the intensive services that they needed to succeed. And right now, we have contracted services that are very limited. At a recent meeting, we talked about this, and the first month could be as little as 4 hours. And that 4 hours is not really robust reentry services. So that's something that we are looking to improve. Also, transportation to the Youth Services Center. Samtrans eliminated the bus route up there a few years ago, and the commission lobbied Samtrans to reconsider their decision. But they said that the neighborhood was located in an affluent area, and that was a factor as to why the service was cut. And so we have not been able to restore any public transportation up there, which is critical because that's where youth check in with probation. That's where we have court, both dependency and delinquency court. There's a lot of services that are being provided, visiting, things like that. Challenges accessing programs and services once they're out in the community, and as I mentioned, the basic lack of support. So all of these issues are connected. If we look at the community issues, all of those are interconnected, and if we want young people to succeed when they leave custody, it's very important that these things are in place when they walk out the door. Facility and maintenance, getting back to our procurement process and mentioning the delays that we had with the carpet and flooring. Much of the damage to the carpets has resulted in the change of the food services that were transferred during the pandemic over to the county jail and are now heated up, as you've probably seen on your visit. There's ovens and there's refrigerators on the housing unit, and you'll see the extensive food stains and whatnot and near the tables where the youth eat. So I think, and the facility is coming up on 20 years, and I think having an open house is a fantastic idea. But it is a state-of-the-art facility. That track, what we have in the center, that is a beautiful facility. And our goal as a commission, when we raise these issues about the maintenance and issues that need to be done, we want to keep it that way. We don't ever want to get back to the place we were at 21 Tower Road. So it requires maintenance, and it is hard to believe it's already been 20 years, but it has. And so just like in our own homes, we need to keep care of things. So, okay, so we've talked about the carpets and flooring, the lack of personal storage, general housekeeping and maintenance. One thing I learned just in July when we went for our most recent inspection, Commissioner Patton and I learned that we do not have a housekeeping contract in place for the juvenile hall or SYTF. The youth are the ones who perform all the housekeeping, which is fine, but it kind of also explains why we don't have, things aren't deep cleaned, right? And I don't know how they've been trained to clean. My children have chores at home, but cleaning a facility of that, size, I think is worthy of a contract, just to ensure that we're doing that deep cleaning. I do know there's a contract in place for the administrative offices and the lobbies and things like that. And I believe I spoke with Mr. Wade and Ms. Ramirez during the inspection about ways to see if we can expand that contract to include some deep cleaning there. So, okay. All right, so commission challenges. So some challenges that we've faced is with our annual inspection report. Like I mentioned, we send them over to the board each year as a courtesy for the reasons I've already explained. And we very seldom get feedback. We were really happy in December when we got feedback, and we were invited by Supervisor Canepa, who was our liaison for probably more than a decade. So, okay, and then inclusion. Sometimes we find out after the fact that really important decisions have been made, or there's discussions happening or planning, and we don't know about it. And here we are, this board of volunteers, unpaid volunteers, who dedicate their time and expertise to benefit the youth, and so we'd like a seat at the table. Commissioner stipends and expenses also covered under Welfare and Institution 231. Those have not been provided as long as I've been on the commission. There is a code that states that commissioners will receive a stipend for attending meetings and their expenses will be covered, but we've never received that. In other counties, they use that money to give scholarships for youth, to help youth commissioners in transportation. That was something we brought to the board, the way time goes, maybe 3 years ago. And at that time, I believe the president was Warren Slocum. And he said that was not something that the county was interested in doing. But it isn't the Welfare and Institutions Code as a mandate. Yes. So, and that is for the delinquency prevention. So communication gaps in coordination and information sharing. Commission funding, our commission doesn't have a budget. You heard back in December how much we self-fund and buy things on our own. During the pandemic, we were using my own Zoom account to conduct meetings. Access to information. It is challenging to obtain information and data to carry out our oversight responsibilities. Accomplishments. We have a handbook, How to Help Your Child After Arrest, that sits in the lobby of the juvenile hall, probation lobby, private defender's office, and we are in the process of updating that now, and we found someone who was willing to donate their services to translate that book in Tongan. So we'll be able to have it in 3 separate languages that we're very excited about. We did the Voting Rights Program, which is a county-wide program to elevate voting rights for youth. Our college laptop initiative. Now, this was the issue that when we were here in December that Supervisor Spear offered to get the 12 laptops. And I just want to be very clear that the laptops that we provide youth, and the chief and I had a conversation about this, are kids who have been released from the facility, do not have any technology, and are enrolled in college and wish to continue. We provide them with laptops.
I'm going to ask you to please just finish out your presentation. I don't want you to address a specific board member. I want us to kind of get through to the end here, and then we'll have board questions and keep it moving.
The laptop initiative is on my, okay. Okay, Suited for Success, and then the Peer Point program. The commission raised $680,000 for the Peer Point program, which we can't administer programs, so we put Fly in touch with those funders, and they handle that contract. We are recognized as statewide leaders. I founded the California Juvenile Justice Collaborative. I sit on the advisory group for in Sacramento for policy and legislative advocacy subcommittee, and Commissioner Blanco sits on the OICR Education and Advisory subcommittee. And I spoke about how we're doing outreach, educational outreach. We do policy and system reforms. Educational transition plans is one that we've been working on with the County Office of Education, Superintendent Marco Chavez. We discovered that we weren't in compliance with educational transition plans. And what that means is any youth who's incarcerated over 30 days is required to have a plan on how they're going to get back into school, enroll, what's going to happen. So we are actively working on that. I think they just entered into an MOU with probation, and we are working to fix that. Protecting youth confidentiality, I spoke on that earlier. The strip searches, I just wanted to make one clarification. I do have a report in my hand that was sent to me by the Office of Youth and Community Restoration, who investigated that incident and found the allegations to be substantiated. So I have a copy of that report for clarity. Visiting, we after the Youth Bill of Rights was passed, we went in and talked with then presiding Judge Susan Edizadi about sibling visiting, so we got that put through. And then we've reduced the wait time for eyeglasses by elevating the issue. It used to take up to a year to get a pair of eyeglasses, and now the wait time is about 30 days. And the youth have pillows. When I joined the commission, the youth didn't have pillows. Whoops. Okay, so some of our delinquency prevention work, and that's what I'm going to show you this video. So in January, we held our very first Prevention and Action Schools, Communities, and Youth Voices Conference, and I know I saw Supervisor Mueller there. He took the time. Thank you so much for being there. That meant a lot. We didn't get a chance to talk, but appreciate you being there. But we created a video of the day that shows, I don't know how to pause this, I'm sorry, that shows just the level of collaboration and work that went into this event. And I think I'll go ahead and share that now.
much longer this is? Oh.
There's many people here today in the video, and I was hoping that they could see themselves.
Thank you, but we've been going for 2.5 hours now, and we still have a lot of items to get through.
So this video, for those who are interested, is available on our website. So it just goes, it was a huge event. We raised over $30,000, Commissioner Blanco, to put that together. It was sponsored by Project Change and the community colleges. So we're very proud of that work, and we'll be sending you an invitation for the year coming up. I did want to, one thing I forgot to mention earlier was that when we were there in July for the inspection, it was noted that under the Title 15 nutritional guidelines, it showed that we were not in compliance with menus and that the nutritional values had not been established. And I understand through talking with them today that the lady who's responsible for developing those menus and for signing off that they meet the nutritional values has been out on a medical. So I just wanted to mention that. So that is the extent of my presentation today.
Okay, do we have questions from the board? Supervisor Mueller.
I actually do have a question. So you mentioned that when it takes a course of 4 days for all of the commissioners to do all of the inspections, or is it 4 days just for juvenile hall?
Yes, for the juvenile hall and the secure youth treatment facility. So they're on one campus, but they are two distinct facilities.
How long does it take to do all the inspections of all the facilities in the county for the commissioners?
We start the process in July, and we wrap up by the end of the year, so half the year.
Okay, and about how many commissioners are doing each of the inspections?
Well, commissioners, we ask that they sign up for at least 2, and when our numbers are lower, then sometimes we need them to sign up for 3.
All right, so then I'm trying to understand, for each of the facilities in the county then, is there somewhere between 3 and 4 commissioners let me ask you this, is there any facility in the county that there's a majority of the commission doing the inspection together? No.
No, and most of the time, that isn't something that the facility would like for us to show up with 10 people. It doesn't really take that to do the inspection. We try and rotate and give everybody an opportunity to serve on whatever inspection team they want to. But to show up, I know even for graduation events, probation has requested no more than 3. So it's just a matter of how things work that way. But no, we don't. We share the work. That's how we do it. And then everybody weighs in. Everybody votes to approve.
All right. So earlier you said that people couldn't get the 4 days off the juvenile hall.
Well,
People couldn't get the 4 days off the juvenile hall, and now additionally to that, it's your belief that the facility doesn't want more than 4 people.
Well, I think we should ask. That's just been my experience. The most we've ever had on a team is 4. But I think the best person to ask is the chief on how many. If he'd like all 10 of us to come, I don't know that we could achieve that, but we could ask him.
Chief, do you have any problem with all 10 going? Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go ahead. I do want to try to figure this out because it's for 2 years in a row. It's been a very small number of people who actually did the inspections. And like I said, in that 1 year, 3 did it and only 2 signed. I'm not sure why Ms. Swope didn't sign that year.
She left the commission by the time the report was issued, and she had already left the commission. She had termed out.
Thank you.
This year we had 3. It was Commissioner Bocanegra, myself, and Commissioner Patton.
Oh, so only three actually did the inspection
For the one we just did in July.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, I have several. Um, I'm going to start. I think we heard you reference a lot of state laws and make a lot of statements about how our county is out of compliance with funding the commission and specifically making statements, and you are the chair of this commission. So I want to address like what it looks like to the public when the chair of a commission makes statements that the county is out of compliance and not creating the appearance that we are not refunding a commission for essentially incurring expenses that were never approved and not refunding that to a chair or a commission. So let me be more clear. Specifically for Welfare Institution Code 231, you shared that this county does not provide that funding. And so I'd like County Attorney Niblin and maybe Deputy County Attorney Holliber to kind of give us some perspective on that. Are we violating Welfare Institution Code 231 by not providing
stipends
to these commissioners?
No, I don't think we are. Section 231 of the Welfare Institutions Code does provide that members of the JCC are entitled to have expenses that are necessary and reasonable reimbursed when claims for reimbursement are made. And it also states that in the alternative, a county could provide for a stipend, but there's no requirement that there be a stipend. So it's really a question of whether or not we receive proper claims for reimbursement for necessary expenses.
Okay, and so I want to address this because this creates a distraction from actually serving the young people, right? It creates this claim that our county is doing wrong by the commissioners and is violating the law, and thus creates this kind of insinuation that we are also violating the rights of young people, and that is something that I would hope wouldn't repeatedly happen, but I think it's something that actually has repeatedly happened. And then
it is our understanding.
I'm not done. I'm sorry. 1 second. The other thing that I wanted, and I'll give you a chance to respond, but the other thing I wanted to bring attention to is, the statement that you made about the fact that the commission has incurred a lot of expenses.
Commissioners.
Some commissioners have incurred a lot of expenses that the county has not reimbursed commissioners for. The county does not reimburse commissioners for expenses that were never approved beforehand by the county. And they don't even do that for staff.
I never made that claim, Supervisor.
I'm pretty sure we all heard you say that. And so go ahead and you can respond now, but.
So I never made that. We've never, we have asked for the county support in providing money for awards for outgoing commissioners, such as Commissioner Susan Swope, who was our longest serving commissioner of all time. But we don't submit for expenses. And it was our understanding, we had a whole project that went into this back in 3 years ago about the Welfare and Institutions Code. And it was our understanding, and through my work on the statewide commissions, that other counties do receive that $25 stipend per meeting, up to 2 meetings, which I think is outlined in the Welfare and Institutions Code. But remember, we're community volunteers, and so we're not attorneys. And so we, that was our interpretation, so much so that we brought it to the board in the past to try and resolve it.
Okay, well, if you are not an attorney, you should not speak as if you are directly quoting law, as if you know exactly what the law says.
I believe it says
I think
that.
that's a responsibility as the chair of a commission that represents this county to not create the false illusion that that's what you're claiming as the truth. I'm going to pass it over to Supervisor Canova.
Thank you so much. I've had the honor to serve with the commission for 10 years. I think we worked really well together, right, John? We have. And I think the good thing is, what I've seen over the 10 years is it's a good, healthy tension, right? It's sometimes, you guys do certain things, right? It may not be status quo, but what we're able to do is, I think, and Chief Keen, I think you can attest to this, Chief Keen, he does listen, right?
He does.
He does listen. And you look at the things, I think one of the things I was thinking about Chief Keen, I showed Supervisor Gaucher this, was SB 190. When we were able to work with the commission, work with the department, we had uncollected fees of, what was it, 12.4, John, or 13? $12.4 million, and we worked collaboratively and collectively to solve it, right? And so there is this built-in tension. You have to recognize that. But I think when we look at the progress that we made, it's been great. Now, I do want to say this, and I have to. I'm not trying to come to Joanna's, to Miss Rasmussen's defense, but I think this. You really care. I mean, you went out of your own pocket. I don't think my memory of what was said was she didn't seek reimbursement. I think there was a member of the board who said we should reimburse. So I think the record has to reflect that. I have no issue with you, Joanne. I have no issue with the members. I think your hearts are in the right place. You care for these kids. You shouldn't be faulted for that. You should not be faulted for that. And as we move forward, and I think being the longest standing member on the board here, it works out in a strange way, having this commission, while you guys can be a little bit troublesome at times, in a good way. I think you guys bringing these issues forward makes the hall stronger, and it makes them, the kids feel someone they could talk to as advocates. And I think that's just important. It's a part of the process. It's messy. It's messy, but I think it's important. And so I'm glad we're having this study session. And you have to have faith. And I've seen it over the period of 10 years. You haven't got everything. The commission hasn't got everything that they wanted. That's not a bad thing. But there has been progress, and I do think this commission is really important. You've done some valuable work, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Supervisor, and we appreciate all the years that we've worked together. Thank you for those comments.
Supervisor Spear and then Mueller.
I think there are a lot of wonderful people very committed to these kids on the commission and within the probation department. I can't begin to tell you how impressed I was by what I've seen. I'm still unclear, though, about this reimbursement issue. If, in fact, they file a claim for meetings or for what else? Travel expense? I mean, what is it they can file for? And this is in the law, so other commissions don't have that benefit. But if it's this in the law and they file a claim, they will be reimbursed?
If it is for expenses that are deemed necessary and appropriate for the operation of the commission, the answer to that, yeah, I think Supervisor would be yes. But we do have, processes in the county for the means by which people make claims for work that they do that is necessary and related to their employment, for example, and similarly for work that you might do as a commissioner. So we would assess, I think, the claims and work with the controller on the claims if we got them along similar lines. But that's a process we would be looking at. I'm not aware that we've ever gotten claims that have been denied.
Okay, I think the best thing for you to do, Ms. Rasmussen, is have a conversation with the controller to find out what tends to be acceptable if you believe that the commissioners have claims that are unreimbursed and the Welfare and Institutions Code provides for it. So.
Thank you very much.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yeah, I appreciate your comments, Supervisor Canepa and Supervisor Spear and Ms. Rasmussen. I'm not finding fault with you. What I struggle with today, honestly, is I do think the process is messy, but I don't think it should continue the way it has. I actually do think it needs cleaning up. This has spilled over into these chambers multiple times, and today we have spent an inordinate amount of time on it, And there's still issues that, frankly, because of the way it's being presented process-wise, are not entirely clear to me. I think I would respectfully indicate to the commission, you need to get more people engaged in those inspections and have more voices than yourself presenting them, Ms. Rasmussen. You are a wonderful advocate, but I need to see other commissioners involved in the writing of that report, because as you've seen today, there are many people who have come forward who've presented a lot of information. And when I look at your report and I see over 2 reports, your signature of those 2 reports are about 40% of the signatures, you can see where my concern on the weight of what's being presented of us could be from one point of view. And you want to add more points of view to that to provide weight to it. I also think it's better, I actually frankly think 225 requires more with respect to the inspection duty than how it's being carried out, at least in good faith with how 225 was written. So I really want to go ahead and talk to I don't know, and that's the other thing that I have issue right now with is I don't really understand who the entity is that has oversight of how the commission conducts itself with respect to those
we
obligations.
report to BSCC. We provide our reports to BSCC.
Okay. Well, I'd like to figure out with County Council how we can go ahead and work with you all to clarify that process to make your life and our life easier.
Sure, and they've always been, Craig Thompson's our representative. He's always been very helpful, and he always gives us good feedback that our reports are helpful, and they conduct biannual every 2 years.
Yeah.
And he's commented that our reports are very helpful to him.
Now, I want to be also very clear. While some things aren't entirely clear to me, what is clear to me is that our professionals within are doing a tremendous job in very difficult situations. The numbers, the change, when I look at the change, what happened in 2021 after realignment in terms of incidents, that tells you just how incredibly that affected our professionals at the hall. I mean, realignment had a major impact. I was looking at that chart trying to figure out what it was, and that was exactly when realignment happened. And it's very clear that the level of offender you have seen and the challenges you've seen has changed significantly. And so I think we also have to provide some empathy in that circumstance. And I think process will help us really sort of, instead of having what really kind of feels like a yelling match from my point of view happening here, like they're getting yelled at, they're trying to respond. If we provide more process to it, perhaps we can provide more clarity on really what needs to be addressed in a way where we're not trying to pull needles out of the haystack. So thank you, though, all for the presentations today. They are incredibly helpful in trying to figure out what comes next from this on that process perspective.
Thank you, Supervisor Gaucher.
I want to thank you for your report, but I do just have some questions. And going back to the December presentation, my memory serves me correctly. There was $70,000 that was spent that you weren't reimbursed for. But there's a procurement question too, right? So there's a way that the facility does procurement, and so you should have approval before you go out and purchase things. Is that not the way things would be set up?
I never sought reimbursement. That was never my intention. I just happened to mention it to David, and he was blown away by the number. I never intended to. David elevated that. I was not, or Supervisor Canepa, I was not looking for any reimbursement whatsoever.
But I'm trying to figure out the procurement process for the youth that are in the facility. Is it that anybody can just go and purchase something on your own, or should you go through the facility and have a procurement process? So if somebody needs shoes, shouldn't that go through the facility so that they are able to purchase shoes before someone just purchases shoes and says the facility isn't doing their job?
So I think we're talking about a bigger issue. So we're talking, there were times when eyeglasses were taking a long time, and I would go to Costco and get the prescription filled so the kids could have glasses for school. That absolutely happened multiple times. But for the vast majority of incidents and expenses are when they are out of the facility. They're not in the facility. There's a very small number of kids in the facility. This is when they're out on the street. Mom's having trouble paying for rent. Maybe utilities are getting shut off. They don't have a Clipper card or transportation to get to school. They don't have school clothes. So I just took it upon myself, not in my capacity as a commissioner, but as a human being that recognized a fundamental need
I
that I filled.
understand. I understand, but I think it was presented differently, or that's the way I understood it. It wasn't presented that these youth were outside of the facility. It felt like they were in the facility and they were not receiving the items that they needed. That's what we were trying to get to the bottom of. But it's very different if you come in and say, these young people are already home and I'm helping them.
Mm-hmm.
Again, in December, it felt like they were in the facility and they were not getting shoes and the other things that they needed within the facility.
Thank you for that feedback. I appreciate that. I'm not used to giving these presentations here.
Okay, so I do want to, so in putting together this study session, we put a lot of thought into, making sure that there would be a lot of different perspectives about the entire system. We have typically heard from one side, and I do want to acknowledge that Supervisor Canepa was a liaison to the JJDPC for many, many years, and when I took it over, I did so with the intention of working more closely with the commission. And, I'll be really honest, you may hear a sense of frustration coming from me, and I'll be really upfront about that. It is there, and I won't pretend that it's not. And part of that has been something that I think Supervisor Mueller, without us ever speaking about this, has picked up on, and that is that there is a real tension when it comes to this commission and, frankly, the leadership of this commission, and the tension that not just a single person feels when interacting with this commission, but actually I would take the liberty of saying almost all community partners and county departments feel when trying to collaborate with this commission. I have been personally to several of the meetings, and when I have attended and tried to, as a supervisor, come to this commission and try to work with this commission, have felt like I am being interrogated, have seen other community partners be anxious about speaking with the commission because of that same treatment. And in trying to support this commission, we sent out a survey about 2 weeks ago, and this survey was, I would say, very open-ended. Where do you need more training? Where do you need support? Do you understand the mission of your commission? Do you understand, do you need, what are areas you want to explore more? What are things you need? We haven't gotten a single response back. And my understanding is that it has been, there have been meetings potentially in violation of the Brown Act happening to discuss this survey and to have one single response from the entire commission instead of commissioners engaging in just a genuine feedback process and actually working with the board. And that's problematic. It really is. I want this commission to work collaboratively and to serve young people in true partnership with every other community partner. I think it's possible. I want us to get there. And I was hoping that during this presentation that we could put some of the digs aside, but I feel like, they still have come up, and, it makes me feel a little defensive, and I think that's kind of what has come up.
Supervisor, if I could address the survey, we met as a Juvenile Justice Commission, which doesn't have to comply with the Brown Act to decide how.
But there is no Juvenile Justice Commission. There's a JJDPC.
No, we're two separate bodies with two separate mandates, and we meet in joint meetings, but we also hold separate meetings just as a JJC, and we've done that. And we also hold closed sessions. Some JJCs only meet in private. So we did not violate the Brown Act. But the survey came as a joint commission survey, and so we needed to look at what that was going to look like because it was an evaluation of, it wasn't specific about which mandates and responsibilities it was seeking information for. So it's on our agenda for tonight because we can, now that the JJC has decided that this needs to be a delinquency prevention survey. We can only discuss it in public under delinquency prevention, and it's on tonight's agenda. So we try very hard to comply with the rules. And I apologize if my words come across as digs. To me, they are truth, and to me, I speak them, I bring them here because I'm concerned.
Madam President, can we move on to the next?
Yes, let's move on. We now will welcome Fly and Live in Peace, and then I think Chief Kuhn wants to close us out. So I don't have names for... Yeah, we have public comment as well. Welcome. Sorry.
No, I'm good. All right. Hi, I am Melissa Poling, and I am the Managing Director of Innovation at Fly, or Fresh Lifelines for Youth. I'll say on a personal note, well, I'll just say, I know time conscious. I'm going to make this the fastest version of what Fly does in history, a flyby, if you will. So this is not meant to be comprehensive. Scope of our programming, we do a lot in San Mateo County and have for many years, and we'll just do an overview in this presentation. I am born and raised in San Mateo County, and I'm really honored and privileged to have done this work for as long as I have. Oh, where's the... Okay. Fresh Lifelines for Youth, or FLY, is a nonprofit that's been operating. It actually started in the year 2000 in Santa Clara County, just down the street, and has been operating in San Mateo County since 2010. Our mission is to partner with youth to unlock their potential, disrupt the pipeline to prison, and advance justice in California and beyond. This is what we do all day and every day. We want to dismantle the school to prison pipeline. These are our young people, and this is what we are in the relentless pursuit of excellence for. We are in 5 counties across the Bay in some way, but I'm speaking today specifically about San Mateo County. So this is a rudimentary school to prison pipeline here for you. And you can see in San Mateo County, we have 6 different programs that are meant to be off-ramps of this pipeline. The first 3 are specifically prevention programs. We want young people that interact with us here to never enter the system at all. This is where we serve a large majority of our young people in the law, peer point, and leadership programs. And then the last 3, reentry reps and Stay Fly, are all programs that are meant as interventions when young people have come in contact with the pipeline. To mention, last year alone, we served over 750 young people in this county specifically, and then there's some outcomes that we're really proud of. Not because of Fly necessarily, but because of the young people and the work that shows the work that they've put in. So these are all reports and assessments that we do with our young people to show reduction of need, a lack of new charges, no recidivism, increasing their educational goals, and then building their social emotional learning skills. I will just put this slide up briefly, but just to show we partner across the entire county. We are everywhere, as you can see. There's a long list of partners. We partner with most schools, most continuation schools, but also traditional high schools to offer programming, other nonprofits, college campuses, the juvenile hall, and the jails across the entire county. So we really are in a lot of places. Okay, I'm going to start not at the beginning of the pipeline, but at the reentry program, because there has been some discussion of that. So Pride does provide a reentry program for young people that are leaving the institution when they've spent time in juvenile hall. We have the age range of, as you saw, 12 to 18. Anybody that spent any time there has access to our programming, and they receive a professional coach to work with them on their goals. They develop plans based on what their needs are and their goals are, and they work with a professional coach to meet those goals, to accomplish those things, and to have their needs met. It was mentioned a certain number of hours and time spent with them. We have minimum requirements that are deliverables for our staff, and never in my time here have I said if a young person needs more time than that they cannot have that. So we, again, do individualized coaching and case management, and they get the time that they need with their coach in order to get whatever they need from, again, the program. Whether that's entering into school or basic needs support or post-secondary, whatever a young person is at, we really meet them where they are and focus on individual case management. They also have access to a Career Pathways Navigator that is specifically there for educational support and also exposure to different career paths. So they have access to the professional coach and that person. Okay, we also have our REPS program. This is for young people in custody in the SYTF unit. They are also given a professional coach that does one-on-one in-custody case management. This is a pivot for Fly. We've actually never done in-custody coaching before because SYTF didn't exist before. And young people, we focus on community-based case management mostly. But the coaches work with the young people on building their social emotional learning skills and life skills. They also receive workshops once a week towards professional development and life skills and coaching from other staff members. And we actually have other professionals come in and talk to them about what their industries are like, and they can kind of interview them and ask them questions. And this program has been built in the last several years and has actually expanded its services with the recent contract. And we also can serve 707 youth with 707 offenses that are not in the secure youth treatment facility as well. We're going to have the capacity to do that. And to both programs, with this new contract, we're adding a credible messenger mentoring component, which means that reentry young people and REPS program youth, so youth in SYTF, will have the ability to receive a credible messenger mentor from the community to support them on their journey. So they will have a professional coach and a CMM that will work with them to navigate systems and just have an additional support. We recognize that young people need as much as we can possibly give them, and we are addressing that need by adding on this additional level of programming, and we are excited to continue to build that out this year. We're about 6 weeks in, y'all, to this, but we're excited to start matching young people and adding this intervention to really support the most vulnerable young people, the highest need young people. Okay, our law program, so back to the beginning, that is where young people are in the school sites. We facilitate a 12-week curriculum. Ron mentioned that most people don't know what the Miranda rights are, and we hope that hundreds of young people across the county actually do, because that is what our legal education curriculum is meant to kind of discuss, is what young people's rights are, the laws, and also how young people can be advocates themselves for the changes they want to see in their community. So that's what that program does across all the high schools in the county. It's our largest kind of touch program. We serve the most young people. Peer Point is a diversion program that's offered to schools and through police departments that is meant to offer alternatives to suspension or arrest. It's true diversion in the sense that young people would, instead of being suspended, they will do restorative circles with their peers, focus on accountability, healing, and growth, and they also get a coach and focus on restorative action. And again, that's meant to really divert from the system in the schools, and that's primarily our focus right now. Police departments have been a little trickier. We're open to it if any police departments are listening, but we're really focusing on the school prevention aspect of things. I will mention that a former commissioner in the JJDPC did find this opportunity for us and really developed it, and we were entrusted to provide the programming and have done so. That funding is no longer there, and we have found ways to not only sustain it but scale it through the dedication, partnerships, and just the commitment of the Fly team itself. And lastly is our leadership program, which is 26 young people that work with a coach throughout the school year, and they build their leadership skills and work on real world issues. There's a service learning internship component, and they also receive one-on-one coaching. We have a fun retreat as well. Okay, that is all I have. I'll leave you with some youth quotes unless you have any questions. I promise that was fast as I could do it.
That was very fast, and I really appreciate it. I also want to appreciate your team back there. I was like, who are those people? And now I saw some of them in the pictures, so that was great.
Hard to be at 4 o'clock, you know.
I had a question about something that I saw, but I'm gonna. Did you have any questions? Do my colleagues have questions? One of your programs, I think I can't remember, but I was gonna say, if you need help connecting with any police departments, every supervisor here has connections to police departments,
yep.
And we would love. I'll speak for myself. I'll take what I heard earlier today to heart. Yeah.
Especially if they don't have their own diversion programming. Like, it's a great opportunity for us. We will help with that. So we were open to doing that, love to do that. And also if anybody knows any credible messenger mentors, so people that have been system impacted that would like to give back to the community, find us.
Sounds good.
Flyprogram.org.
Okay. Thank you so much. Supervisor
Through
Gaucher.
the chair, I just want to say I appreciate Fly on all the work that you do. I want to give a huge shout out to Thurman White, who is representing you in all spaces all the time, ensuring that you are being represented. So just appreciate you. And I've attended a few of the events, and I know the work that you're doing and the impact that you're having on young people on their lives. They're graduating from college, similar to Live in Peace, and they're just doing so much better in their lives. So thank you for being at the table. I'm looking forward to Live in Peace's presentation as well, but I appreciate your work.
Thank you.
I know what I was going to say earlier. I just wanted to say thank you. Like, when we hear things like our youth don't get services, this is a service that our youth get, that probation has a contract with, that is amazing and is worthy of respect and is worthy of celebration. So thank you. And, culturally, like, competent services are, they're not always there, and when they are, they're extremely valuable, and that lived experience is gold to these young people. So thank you. Supervisor Mueller. Oh, I saw you like about to click, so okay. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, I think we have live in peace up next. Welcome.
Thank you, guys. I know I probably won't be that quick. That was impressive. But I'm Dr. Starnes Lagwood. I'm from Live in Peace. I live and breathe East Palo Alto, Menlo Park, and Redwood City. Eugene Jackson is back there. Wave your hand. That's the real big dog in the house, but I'm going to be the speaker. Live in Peace, our mission is really just to help young people reclaim the vision for their future. And we do that by removing barriers, by giving access, and by pushing people forward to be their best personal self. I think our secret sauce, we're very similar to Fly in some ways, but our secret sauce is our staff, and so that's the next. Our staff are from East Palo Alto, from Menlo Park, and from Redwood City. Born and raised. I'm the newest member, and I'm from 1987, so I've put some work in myself. So we are previously incarcerated. We are college educated. We are social workers. We represent our community, and that is where we know the kids before they go in. We know their families. We know them while they're in, and we know when they get out. And so I think we are truly a wraparound service in ways that only people that live, it's personal for us. It's personal when you don't make it, because you're our neighbor, you're our godson, you're our friend. And so we're committed to this, and we love working with the juvenile hall. Just some quick things. We focus on young people that have not been served by other communities, by other organizations. Live in Peace comes out of Rest in Peace. We realized that our young people knew how to celebrate death and knew what to do when kids got out, their friends got out of prison, but they didn't know how to live in peace. And so everything we do is based out of that, the concept that Alive and Free is baseline, and we know how to get you there. We know how to give you good information, good advice, and we'll walk with you until you figure it out yourself. We have obviously long-term, over 40 years of experience. We're deeply rooted. But I think the other thing is we were designed to intersect with systems. So we know what we do as a nonprofit. We get in the little crevices. We move. We know that juvenile hall cannot do all that. We know that a school cannot do all that. But we intersect as a community where they cannot do it. And so that's why we believe in a partnership between nonprofits and systems are really, really important. And I will say, I don't know anybody that's doing it better than them right now. So next. These are our programs, and I'll just highlight a few of them. All of them are based on young people that historically do not make it. SWAG is something that Mike Callagher and Live in Peace and a couple others from East Palo Alto came up with Connie also back there. But to date, we have a 99% graduation rate of high schoolers. And these are young people that would not, they're justice involved, they're reentry, they are suspended, and we're incredibly proud of that. And that's the kids coming in and out of juvenile hall. That's why we work well with Hillcrest. We work well with San Mateo County of Education. We have a gap year. We have trades. So if you're not ready to go, if you're trades is not just not being ready to not go to college. It's, hey, you got a really good opportunity to make a lot of money. And so we have a pretty robust trades program. We have a college and career program where we do almost $1 million of scholarships every year. And we have an 88% graduation rate, and 14% is the national average of this demographic. So I would like to take all the credit, but it's our secret sauce that does the work, and we're so proud of it. We also just for who we are, we started a bike shop when our kids started getting intersecting with the police because of Facebook bikes. So we came up with the idea of we would start a bike shop. The kids would bring the Facebook bikes there. We would get them a different bike, but then it became, and so it was great. Facebook loved us too for that. But also we now train young people how to work on bikes, and we serve the whole community. And we actually have kids that are now in college, and they are working at their colleges on bikes. So anyway, we have a lot of things that we do. We'll go to the next schedule. Our tagline is, when you see yourself in the future, you make decisions to get there. And that's a lot of what we're doing, is we're just helping young people see themselves for their beauty and their power. And it doesn't matter where you are. If you're in juvenile hall, you're in juvenile hall. If you're out, you're out. But every single young person, when they see that, nobody dreams of going to juvenile hall or jail for life. It's a process after decision. And so if we can intersect these decisions and intersect the person, I was just at CSM today, and one of the kids that's out, he came, he goes, "Hey, miss, you see me as a college student?" I'm like, "Yeah, boy, I see you." And so, but where I last saw him was in juvenile hall, but he's transitioning into see himself as a college student, and we know that is so important. And so we wrap around students. We provide financial service. We provide pretty much anything that they need. Okay, so we're also in the hall. We are there 5 days a week with 6 staff. Eugene is there. He's the big dog, but and I think he brings in the live in peace spirit, where we're just constantly working to serve the system that is. It really has the challenge of keeping kids safe, keeping the community safe, helping rehab young people. And so what we do in juvenile hall is we life coach. We work on the individual plans. We do AOD, alcohol and drug, with mindfulness. We do workforce development, so they're ready when they get out. They have skills. They have resumes, interview capacity. And then I think the most exciting thing that we're doing right now is we brought in a construction team where young people are actually learning to 3 days a week. They are actually planning and building projects, and they're learning how to use all the tools. They have OSHA. They have all the different certificates, and then we are also doing the support to drive young people where they need to be for the young people that are on their way out. So we're driving kids to college, we're helping with all that. And so I don't know if you know that there is a young person in Sonoma State right now that is also comes home on the weekend. That's a big deal, and I don't know who else is doing that. And the partnership that's going on with Project Change, with Project Rebound, those are not easy to do. It's hard to get all these organizations to talk together and to move a student that is also incarcerated to have a college experience. That is not easy, and that takes a lot of work and a lot of bending. So we're super excited about that. And then we have a reentry. Everything that we do includes young people that have been incarcerated, so life coaching, college support, job support, pretty much everything that we're doing. So and the other thing is we do have a federal grant that is actually, we've been able to hire 25 young people that were incarcerated this year. So we have 25 students that have jobs that were incarcerated at juvenile hall. We also have, we're training them to be leaders. And so I think overall, what we are seeing is and we're not the only one. We partner with whoever we can partner with. But it is coming in the direction from the juvenile hall. And I'm sure there's things that we can work on and that we can fix. But in honesty, I'm so proud and so hopeful for for the work that we're doing. And it's, like I said, it's personal. It's our neighbors. It's our friends. And I wouldn't be up here talking about something that was disrespectful to my neighbor. And I feel very sure and very strong about our work and about the system that we're working with. Do you have any questions?
Thank you so much. Any questions?
I don't have a question, but I have to say again, Heather,
Oh, no, come
and
back,
to
come back.
Eugene, thank you. I sat on the board for years, so I know firsthand the young people, the lives that you're really impacting and how you're changing East Palo Alto, and the bike program and the bike tours that you do. Just you're really giving back to the community as a whole and to San Mateo County as a whole. So I want to thank Mike and Connie for your partnership with Live in Peace through the SWAG program, because it really has made a difference for many young people.
And if I can, through the chair, Supervisor Gaucher, you hit the nail on the head. This is an incredible organization, and Heather and Eugene are the real deal. They are really helping kids every day, and it was our pleasure and our honor to partner with you and continue to partner with you.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, you mentioned Project Rebound, and as a family member of a lot of people that were formerly incarcerated, I did my college internship with Project Rebound, and so I got to reconnect with Jason Bell that has run that program for many, many years at SF State. And it's true, like those relationships take intention to build and to maintain, and thank you for all that you do. I remember when I heard about Live in Peace, I was like, I want that in San Mateo, in my district. So thank you so much. Anyone else? No? Okay. Thank you so much. And with that, I think we'll hand it over to Chief Keen to wrap us up. And yeah, I don't know what time we're going to end today, because we still have a lot to get to.
So I want to go quickly because I know we have public comment and certainly want to get to that. I just want once again, if you could go to the last page, that concerns. I just want to say once again how much I appreciate the opportunity to have these discussions today. I think they were very well and important and needed. And I certainly want to support something that Supervisor Canepa said. I've been your chief for 13 years. During that time, I've had amazing relationships with iterations of the JJDPC. It has had different leadership during those times, and we've not always seen eye to eye. And as you said, I think really wisely, Supervisor, it's been a healthy tension. And I think that tension has helped us make some huge strides in certain areas and, has created an opportunity, I think, for learning on both ends. But I think the key issue I have is that the leaderships of the past were collaborative. And I want to be very clear to distinguish from the commission as a whole, because I think that's really important. Our community folks volunteer their time and effort and energy to do this work, to learn, to become subject matter experts in areas that most of them did not go to school for, most of them didn't have those experiences. And so I really believe that that work is genuinely important to improve the system, but also hold the system accountable. I think where the concern lies, unfortunately, is that the current leadership is not presenting opportunities, I think, for the most part, for there to be earnest collaboration. The amount of misinformation over the last 6 months, 8 months, a year has been really problematic and troubling. I think we heard a lot of interesting comments today about areas of concern and things that are really important to the commission, to the chair who spoke about for the commission. And, I noticed this commentary about confidentiality and them not being attorneys or she not being an attorney. And both of those things struck me as very odd, because the picture you see on front of you is an inappropriate, unauthorized photo taken from inside of my facility. Matter of fact, when you guys received your presentation in December, it was full of photos that were taken inside of my facility that were not authorized. The reason why I bring that up is that I think it's a microcosm of what we've been experiencing. This kind of blatant disregard for true collaboration and partnership. It's more, I know best, so I'm going to do what I want to do. It's created, I think, a negative environment in our facility. It's created a relationship where I think we don't have faith that the things that I think you're going to direct as we move forward can really be achieved because of the, I think, sometimes unspoken intentions of folks that are in the positions of leadership. This picture was on social media. This picture has been on their website for their business. This picture has been utilized to try to solicit funds on behalf of different things. And for me, if a person will disregard the confidentiality of our children, because when you look at this photo, our census is so small that I have 5 wonderful, beautiful children, and I can tell you how they walk, I can tell you their images, I can tell you their profiles, and if I'm a parent sitting at home and I go on a website and I see a picture of my child, I'm going to feel a certain way about that. So my hope is that as we move forward with this relationship, we can do so in a way where true intentions will lead the conversations. If the goal is to say that no youth should be in custody regardless of what they've done or, the people they victimize or the state of the victims afterwards, then let's just say that so we can work in a place of honesty. If the goal ultimately is really to provide opportunities for young people and provide rehabilitation, let's do that and put aside personal focus. The young people need adults who are going to meet and work. And I think one of the juvenile judges said it best. The adults need to get over themselves and figure out a way to work. And the probation department is here to work. We're here to implement the things that you need, and we're here certainly to listen to concerns. But my hope is that something like this is not indicative of the future. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and certainly after public comment, if you have any other questions, I'll be happy to ask.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from the board? Supervisor Spear?
Thank you. Let me just say to everyone how valuable your input has been today and how important this study session has been. I was stunned by this civil grand jury report that showed that there was a 40% increase in the cost per youth from 23-24 of $423,000 per youth to $586,000 per youth in our youth service center. I'm also very concerned about the service cliff and the fact that, like with foster children, they age out at 18 and we realize they weren't ready to be out at 18. And I think we need to look at taking some part of the rest of that facility and create a program where these young people can transition to a different setting, but have some of the resources we saw from a number of the partners like Fly and Live in Peace. I'm also concerned about the youth attacks on staff that have gone up 40%, which speaks to a violence within the center there that is concerning. And Chief, maybe we should have another conversation about that at a different time. I'm delighted to see that the PREA number will be, 800 number will be available soon. I think that's very important. I think we've got to find a way to procure some of the items that these young people need to be able to, jog, for instance, around that beautiful track. And right now, I think the procurement process is too long for that. So equipment for them to exercise with, athletic wear, they made that very clear in meeting that those are things that could make a huge difference for them. And if we can come up with some different kind of procurement for some of those items, I think that would be very helpful in terms of their development. And the talk about food was kind of over the top. I think the food is better than was represented. It's not great, but they even said that it's improved substantially. The extent to which we can create culinary job training for some of these young people, I think that's a great potential job for them in the future. And I don't know if we can turn that facility into something that can be made into a learning environment for them. But it appears that there is new money available, and this report speaks to the fact that Santa Clara County and LA County have developed these specialized programs for what they're calling emerging adults and received financing or incentives for these counties. I hope that we can look at that as well as we move forward. But Madam President, thank you for convening this. I think it was really important to do, and I look forward to working closely with those who work on behalf of our young people who need us, and we need to be able to provide for them in hopes of a better future.
Thank you, Supervisor Mueller.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you to everyone who presented again. I apologize, I stepped out of the room for a brief moment, but what I'd like to suggest our board consider doing is to offer resources to sponsor an informal best practices assessment for the JJDPC's interaction with the County Youth Services Center. I'd like to offer the board that we should consider funding a facilitator or subject matter expert to review the current bylaws, inspection protocols, and current practices and goals against statewide best practices and regional best practices so that we can make recommendations and provide the support needed. And that, of course, would take in dialogue from everyone. But I think that having that assessment is going to help us empower the JJJP, the acronym, and our county departments. And I'd love to be able to actually get that report back and understand what that facilitator is telling us.
Any other comments? Supervisor Canepa? Supervisor Gaucher?
No, I just want to say again, thank you. Thank you for all those who stayed and walked us through this study session. It was very important. At the end of the day, I would like to figure out how photos are taken in the facility, and I'd hope that we don't have unauthorized photos are taken in the facility. I hope that doesn't happen in the future, and we can come to a better agreement and work better together to help our youth. At the end of the day, it is about the youth and getting them on track so that they can be successful when they leave there and re-enter and come back to our neighborhoods.
Great, thank you very much. I want to recognize, thank you, Chief Keene, for your comments. I think you summarized it pretty well. You know, one of the things I'd like to see, and maybe through the county executive, we've had a pretty productive meeting with various stakeholders. I think we had representatives from the court, we've had the JJPDC. What might I suggest is looking at the feasibility of maybe having an annual meeting or a quarterly meeting to bring people together with different perspectives so there could be future collaboration. And so I think, you know, as we move forward, we have a lot of smart people, obviously different skill sets, some similar, but if we could kind of form ad hoc, whatever it is, or just, you know, maybe it's something you do, Chief Keene, where we're just exchanging ideas so that everyone in sort of the circle is aware of what everyone is doing. And so I think I want to thank Supervisor Spear, Supervisor Corzo for bringing this forward. I do think it's a good first step, but I do think there's opportunities for deeper collaboration.
Thank you. Yeah, so I just want to share with the board that I've been working internally with the JJDPC and with county leadership. The survey has been a part of that, wanting to hear from every single commissioner on the JJDPC about areas they want more training in, they want more support in, they want to explore areas they want more data and information, and also hearing from partners about, you know, what would work better for them, and kind of re-looking at how we can reset. And you know, I will say that having worked with many commissions, the JJDPC does function in a way that's different from many other commissions. So kind of just reworking that to have it be more on par, and just kind of make it a less tense space. I think we can get there. I want to get there. I think it's totally possible. I hope this study session, you know, as we opened with the intentions and the purpose, I hope this has helped kind of diffuse some of the tension. We've gotten it out there. We've learned a lot. There's been a lot of information shared. This might be our longest study session of the year, and it does deserve that, right? Our young people matter and they're important, and you know, it's not just about the youth in the YSC. It's also about the many youth out in our community, receiving diversion support and mentorship and preventative services, and yeah, we all care about them. And if there are improvements to be made, we should all be working together to make them. And I think, yeah, we've all learned a lot. So thank you. Oh, did you want to share something, Supervisor Mueller?
Yeah, that's fine. So it sounds like the county's already embarking on trying to facilitate it. So I will go ahead and withdraw that at this time. But should the President Carzo, so you know, as liaison, should it reach a point that you want to come forward and ask us for a subject matter facilitator to provide us with best practices that we can provide as recommendations, I would be supportive of that, but I can go and withdraw that in the meeting at this time.
Thank you. I will say, like, if there is like a neutral community partner that is interested in kind of being a mediator, I'm open to that. I don't want to pay I don't want to pay like a facilitator like a ton of money when we can maybe pay a community partner.
So to be clear, what I'm really looking for is, I really would think it would be important to go ahead and look at other jurisdictions in the operation of their JJDPC to see how it may differ from ours, to try to go ahead and figure out where the tension point is originating from. And so a subject matter expert who went and looked at those other ones and looked at ours, surveyed people in ours, surveyed people in others, would come back and would have discrete recommendations. That being said, sounds like you guys are already started a process, but should you reach a point that you want to come back and ask us for that, and people want us to see that, I'd be open to it.
Absolutely. Thank you. I think we can expand that scope and potentially bring that back to the board. Whew, it's almost 5 o'clock, y'all. I'm running out of steam here. Okay, with that, let's move. Oh, Supervisor Canepa.
Madam Chair, I'm going to ask you, and I hate to do this because I don't think I've done it once on the board, if we could take my Measure K item.
Yes, but after public comment.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, public comment, please.
All right, we have 8 speaker cards from Chambers. For item number 6, we'll start with Kathy Byard, and then Beth Von Easter, and then Barbara Taylor. Can I first have Kathy Byard?
My name is Kathy Baird, and I live in San Carlos. I'm a parent and a grandparent, and I believe every child deserves to be treated with dignity. Last year, I participated in a December drive for hygiene products for the kids living in the Youth Services Center. The last time I spoke about conditions in the Youth Services Center, I focused on the necessity of having enough good food to eat. I believe those comments were heard. This time I would like to talk about some relatively simple steps to treat these kids with dignity. Since we want to rehabilitate every young resident of Youth Services Center and treat them as if they matter, which they do, steps like replacing worn-out carpet and installing personal storage units would be a good start. They need a place to store their clothes, hygiene products, and school supplies. I was glad to hear you talking about the procurement process because I hope that the board and the county executive can help probation secure items like these that would help make the space more livable. Thank you.
Thank you. And it looks like Beth had to leave, so we'll next do Barbara Taylor and then Daria Larzadeh. Is Barbara Taylor here? Okay. Daria Larzadeh. Oh, please pull down there.
Yep, sorry. Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Daria Larizadeh. I'm a resident of East Palo Alto.
I'm also the Director of Youth Justice California Policy and Capacity Building at the National Center for Youth Law. Thank you for dedicating this time to learn and uplift the needs of youth who are touched by the juvenile justice system in San Mateo County. It is well documented through research that any amount of system contact is harmful to youth, and the further a young person goes into the system from arrest all the way to even 1 day in detention, not only can have lasting traumatic impacts, it also drives recidivism and undermines public safety. I would like to note today that we heard from some amazing community partners, as well as leadership from probation and other system partners who are all incredibly dedicated and really it's showing that want the best for our young people of our community. Notably, what was absent was hearing from young people. And so I really encourage the board at whatever point it be possible to hear directly from young people. I know there were visits to Juvenile Hall, but also hearing from young people in the community about what their needs are and what they see for their future. The other thing I'd like to lift up also is that kids who enter the system often are understood and talked about as this siloed entity, as these kids or those kids. And these are our kids. It's the same group of kids, and their kids are impacted by housing issues, impacted by issues of mental health, issues with our education system. So anything that is touching those issues really should be understood as intersecting with how young people are entering up in our system. I'd also like to offer that the National Center for Youth Law is here to support the county in strengthening and uplifting good work that is being done here, supporting implementation of new juvenile justice laws, and providing technical assistance in implementing needed reforms. Thank you so much, and I look forward to working with all of you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Nancy Goodman, and then we'll have Rebecca Keeler after.
Hi, I'm Nancy Goodman from Redwood City, and thank you, President Corzo and Supervisor Spear, for sponsoring this, and all of you for your work and the really good outcome of this with hearing from a lot of different stakeholders. I wanted to ask the board, I think it's an opportunity for you to help with something that Supervisor Spear referred to. We have a lot of unused space that we're spending money on. So camp has been vacant for almost 3 years. It's got 30 beds. It's really nicely set up like a warm, cozy group home, actually, with a nice kitchen. And it could be repurposed fairly quickly for something that would be needed, like substance abuse or supportive housing for transitional youth. More difficult, the Youth Service Center has about 35 to 40 kids, but it's got 180 beds. I know it'd be hard. We've got the bond debt that we're still paying. The court is paying a section of it. But this is a bond debt that could be repurposed without having to go to the voters. It's whatever they call the general purpose bond. The voters did not say it has to be used for this purpose. So the good thinkers here in the county could try to figure out how we could use some of that space again, rebuild it a little, renovate it a little, separate it off. But we need substance abuse. We need mental health treatment for these kids to keep them out of the system, and we need supportive housing. So thank you again so much, and I agree with everyone who said, let's just all work together on this. I'm just a member of the community that wants to help these kids. Thank you.
Thank you. And then Rebecca Keeler, and then after we'll have Maria.
Thank you so much, Board. I brought notes, but I think I'm going to trash them. But I'm going to kind of go back to some of them. First of all, today, I hope is the beginning of conversation. What you said, Supervisor Canepa, I think instead of this kind of format, I'm hoping that we can speak individually where we can actually have conversation back and forth. I think that would be really, really helpful. I always say all of these kids in the hall will come home to our community, all of them. And how do we want that to look? And that's what I'm a co-founder of In Our Care, San Mateo County, and we founded simply because we saw that issues that kept coming up in the hall that we kept hearing about at the inspection reports, we kept hearing about year after year after year. And we thought, well, if we can raise community awareness, if we can talk with you folks all, maybe we can help to make some of these things happen. So that's where we came from. I want to say that when problems come up very often in the hall, we either go to Chief Keen or to the probation department about them, and it's always not their purview. Sometimes, very often, we get pointed back to you folks. So our ask today is that the things that are within your purview, will you please work with us in the community, with probation, with JJDPC, with the community partners, and try to address some of these things that keep getting brought up over and over again. And also, when we have 1 to 2 minutes to speak, very often we don't get to say the thank you that I want to say today. Thank you. Tonight, it does seem like the middle of the night right now. We just bring up our concerns. And so please don't take that as an offense to anybody. That's because that's the way we can get those concerns heard. Thank you.
Thank you. And then next is Maria. Is she still here? No? Okay. Then Melissa Wilson.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for taking the time for this. I'd like to address data sharing. Probation requires its community providers to collect outcome data, and those programs report 6-month post-program outcomes, including new law violations. However, there's very little publicly available data on probation's own performance and outcomes. For youth on formal supervised probation, probation reports new law violations while youth are under supervision, but does not report comparable outcomes after probation ends. Marin County has publicly reported new adjudications within 2 years of juvenile case closure for their general population, including after probation ended. Why can't San Mateo provide comparable post-probation outcome data? As the chief noted today, the data they collect is provided to state funders and regulators. However, these reports are in many different locations and require high-level content knowledge to read. I ask the board to request that probation make meaningful outcome data available to the public. I also just want to thank the board for spending time today and listening to all the various very complicated issues that make up the juvenile justice system. And I also was very touched, Noelia, by you sharing your personal history with us. I thought that really framed the issues that are present for the youth in our system. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll go ahead and go to Zoom now for item number 6 for public comment. Please raise your hand at this time. It's a final call. All right, we have 5 hands raised at this time. Liz, please unmute and begin.
Hi, and thank you so much, Council, for scheduling the study session. I think everyone here cares about our youth, and we want to ensure that they're all ready to succeed when they get out. I want to emphasize that these children are innocent until they are proven guilty. And about half the kids in custody at any given time, of course it varies, have not had their cases decided by a judge. I want to bring attention to several other things, including the housing assignment risks, where youth of all genders and disparate ages basically sometimes end up being housed together, which raise serious safety concerns. Furthermore, there is, I want to make sure that there is a way for the youth to make a complaint in compliance with the PREA outside of probation department so that we can address concerns about prior staff members that were arrested. There, of course, have been enough said about the food service, and I think improvement we are very grateful for. And finally, as the prior speaker said, we want to be more transparent about the youth's involvement in the legal system, such as the ratio of the youth being held before and after their cases have been adjudicated, whether or not they're being detained for a misdemeanor or felony, and the lengths of their stay. And then, of course, strong reentry support, which we are very grateful for the work that's already being done by many different organizations. I'm a voter and I'm paying attention, and I'm a member of the public who deeply cares about all the children in our care. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 4 more speakers, Paul Bocanegra and then Alexis Lewis. Paul, please unmute and begin.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry I could not be there in person. You've been to 2 doctors' office, San Mateo and Sutter, and that was the first time in a Board of Supervisor meeting. I want to say thank you to all of the supervisors for this opportunity to speak and for bringing this historic study session to fruition. I am just floored by the unity in this room and across the county that has presented itself today. And I want to say thank you to all of you who I've worked with. Big props. Let me catch my breath here. Secondly, I'd like to say every idea that was presented by the supervisors, I agree with 100%. And if I have said or done something in the work that I do that has offended someone, I'd like a reset. When we started this, Supervisor Canepa, Chief Keen, Reimagine Juvenile Hall, about 6 years ago. And look where we're at today. Still pushing, shining the light for the same purpose, which is community safety. I live in Redwood City. I'm gonna be here for the rest of my life. This is the second largest arrest population in the county. I wanna make sure those kids are gonna be friendly to me and my family when they get back, just like you all. And I wanna continue to work with everybody. And I wanna just say thank you for allowing me to be a part of this historic study session. Reset. God bless.
Thank you. All right, we have Alexis Lewis and then Edgar. Alexis, please unmute and begin.
Good afternoon, President and Board of Supervisors. Thank you so much for scheduling this session. I live in San Mateo, and like all of you, I care about all of our children. Today, I just want to ask for greater transparency regarding youth involvement in our juvenile justice system. I want to thank the Probation Department for beginning the important work of publishing data on its website. The department states that as a certified evidence-based organization, it is committed to data-driven policies, transparency, and information sharing. And that is data, and that is data's data page will continue to be updated quarterly with additional information in the future. That is a positive first step, but the information needs to be more accessible and meaningful to the general public. For someone who doesn't work in the field, terminology and acronyms such as CSEC, DJJ, FPP, wraparound, and placement AB12 can be difficult to understand. The public should not need specialized knowledge to interpret the information about children who are in our county's care. We also need more information about why youth are being detained and what happens to them afterwards. Transparency is not simply about putting numbers on a webpage. It is about presenting information in a way the public can understand and use it to keep our systems accountable. Our youth, their families, and the people of San Mateo County deserve that level of transparency. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we have Edgar. Please unmute and begin.
Hello, buenas tardes. My name is Edgar Ibarra. I'm a Senior Community Policy Associate with the National Center for Youth Law. I want to start off by thanking Supervisor Corzo and everyone else that made this study session happen. It's been a long day for y'all, I could only imagine. And all the information, testimonials, thoughts, ideas, questions that were shared and offered today are super important to getting this right? The California Youth Authority was in place for almost 100 years or a little bit over 100 years. And it took a while for it to get to the place it was and be transitioned to DJJ. So I just wanted to share that these type of conversations are really important. One special shout out to Fly and Live in Peace for the work. Amazing work they do inside and outside of custody for the young folks navigating the system. It's really important to have those credible messengers, those young, those opportunities for education and for employment. It's clear that a lot of the community system stakeholders we want it to get the system right. But I think for us, for this body, it's important to just look outside of the JJDPC. There's opportunities in different spaces, such as the SB 823 subcommittee that focuses on the Juvenile Justice Realignment Block Grant that are dollar specific for young people who are going to be there for a long period of time. There's also the comprehensive multi-agency juvenile justice plan that is put together by the JJCC, and it's either a 3-year, 5-year, 10-year, depending on the county, but those are other opportunities to engage meaningfully and really reach community members and really bring young people to the table to share their experiences, parents to the table to share their experience and find solutions that not just look for the moment, but to the future, right? I think that's the most important thing we do. Laws are changing, things are changing. The ability to apply the resources from the county in meaningful ways, specifically in housing, and as we know, that's one of the biggest crises, will be key and critical. Thank you for the time.
All right, thank you. And then next we have EPA participative funds. Please unmute and begin.
Oh, hi. Sorry. My name is Lourdes. Lourdes Best. I'm an East Palo Alto community member. I also, I'm a participatory defense organizer with Silicon Valley Debug. And I just want to say thank you for having this study session today. It was very informative. And I'm glad that we can come together as a community and a county to move forward and work on behalf of the children, our youth here in our county. I have a nephew who who has been affected by the criminal justice system actually in San Mateo County, and he is actually going through one of the programs in Live in Peace right now. So shout out to them and the wonderful work that they do. Thanks, everyone.
And Madam President, we did have one additional hand raised.
Let's take it, please.
Okay. Beverly, please unmute and begin. Beverly, your hand's raised. Can you?
Thank you very much. I'm Beverly Gerard, and I am a member of the County Board of Education. And I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for having this study session today. It has really been an eye-opener and full of information that I think will be very, very useful to the county board in how we address our students. The court and community schools are actually under the jurisdiction of the County Board of Education. And so we create the policies, the curriculum we approve, and we also approve the budget. And I think it was invaluable to see what is happening before our students come to us, as well as some of the opportunities that are available once they leave us. So thank you again for all this valuable information. It's much appreciated. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And that concludes public comment.
Thank you so much. Because this was a study session, we do not have to take an action. We are now moving on to, go ahead and make your motion.
I have someone who's 91 years old who's been here since 9 a.m., and that's Perla Iberientos. Many of you know. I think this is the first time I've ever done this in the board. I just asked the board to take my Measure K item, which is item 17, and that's a motion.
So you'd like to move item 17 before item 12?
Now, I'd like to move it. I'd like to hear it right now.
Yes.
Okay, yes.
So, yes, before item 12. Is there a second?
Which number? Because item 17 was heard with number 9. I'm sorry.
It wasn't 17.
Which number? What
It's
are you?
item 17, Measure K?
No, it's not item 17.
You mean the district discretionary, number 20?
Number 20. I'm sorry about that.
Okay, so
It's
you'd
been a
like to
long
move
day.
item number 20
Sorry, I apologize.
before item number 12.
Exact. That's my motion. I apologize.
And
Thank you.
and there's a second.
Okay.
Okay. Roll call vote.
Thank you, Sharon.
All right. Supervisor Spear is absent. Supervisor Mueller is absent. Supervisor Gaucher? Yes. Supervisor Canepa?
Yes.
And President Corzo?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you so much for the correction. We have about 20 speakers, but I don't think we're there. I'm going to ask all
You better not.
I'm going to ask all the speakers. Thank you, Chief Keen. Virtual for being here. Good support. Virtual, and we have county staff here. I think we're going to bypass them. And what I'd like to do is I'd like to move the item. So I'd like to move the adoption of the resolution of one-time grant of district discretionary Measure K funds not to exceed $75,000 to the city of Daly City.
Second.
Public comment?
Public comment, please.
right. I have 5 speaker cards from Chambers, Brett Turner, and then Leilani Ramos. Or Leilani, I'm sorry.
I think we're fine.
Hello, supervisors. Thank you for all you do over this long day. This is an easy one for me to speak to. It's not my normal intense subject matter that I bring before you. Today, we're celebrating Daly City and saying, I go to a lot of shows, a lot of musical shows. I've produced a lot of shows, been involved with the Summer of Love. We had 100,000 people in Golden Gate Park. I've witnessed a lot of shows around the Bay Area. This particular show brings the community of Daly City together in a fashion I haven't previously witnessed. The feel-good nature, if you haven't been to it, is really something to witness. Everybody comes together. The location works. The people all get together. The lowriders are there. It's very cool and very festive.
Mr. Turner.
So I just wanted to mention we appreciate any attention you give. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, there's a motion on the table. Speakers can choose to speak if they want to, and if they don't want to, they don't have to. Correct, Madam Clerk? Yes.
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 All right. Do any of the remainder speaker cards for Min Chambers, Leilani Ramos, Maybelline Manio, Perla, or David Yates like to talk?
All right, we'll go to virtual.
All right, we do have
Let
two
the
hands.
clerk. Let the clerk.
We do have 2 hands raised for virtual. So April Vargas and then Dan. Okay, 3 hands. Final call for item number 20. Okay, April Vargas, please unmute and begin.
Hi, I'll be brief. My name's April Vargas. I'm with a volunteer group called the Resistance Task Force. So we had the great pleasure to have a booth at last year's Top of the Hill Festival. I actually sent the board members an email with details, but we had so many people. We were doing nonpartisan voter registration and voter information, and we had so many people come up with questions. I didn't get my ballot. What should I do? Where's a good place for me to hand in my ballot because I don't want to put it in the mailbox? And plus a lot of other discussions about registering to vote when you're 18 years old. So not only is this, as previous speakers have said, a great way for the community to come together, it also is a really important way for people in the community to learn about civic engagement, get information about community services that are available, and feel that other people in the county want to learn about Daly City and be part of the greater community. So I urge you to pass this request for the $75,000. So this very excellent
Thank you, April.
celebration can come forward. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, go ahead.
We do have Dan. Please unmute and begin.
First of all, I'd like to correct it. I'm using Dan Duggan's laptop, iPad, and I can't change it. So this is Teresa Perano, Vice Mayor of Daly City. How are you? Hoping you're doing well. I just wanted to kind of reiterate what people have said, respectfully asking the board to consider the Top of the Hill event. It is spectacular. We hope to have we had 20, 30,000 people, so I'm guessing maybe 50,000. So please consider it. We thank you for your consideration and hope to see you there. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa.
Thank you.
It's our last speaker, I think.
That is our last speaker.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Roll call. Well, actually, I want to say something real quick. I'm just going to say it.
Yep.
I believe this is the 3rd year that you've had this Measure K item, and I believe the rules for Measure K are that we're only supposed to do one time for Measure K funds. And so I think that we, in light of the situation that we're in with VLF funding, we need to be more careful about that and make sure that we're communicating to organizations and to our cities and to everyone that they are probably not going to be able to rely on this funding going forward. And also that the rules for Measure K are technically that it's supposed to be one time only. And if by some miracle we are able to figure out our in lieu VLF situation, we either need to update our Measure K rules to allow for it to not be one time. So I will be voting for it today, but I do think that we should be following the rules of Measure K. So roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Spear is absent. Supervisor Mueller? Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa?
Yes.
And President Corzo?
Yes.
All right, motion passes.
Okay, we are now moving
Be
on.
safe, Perla. Sorry.
Congrats. We are now moving on to item number 12, which I believe is a public hearing. I don't remember which one, but you are going to tell us. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thanks. Good afternoon, President Corzo and supervisors, executive staff. Item number 12 is consideration of amendment to our local coastal program, policy 1.23, which establishes an annual limit on the number of new residential units that may be permitted within the mid-coast urban area to 40 units per year, with limited exceptions for affordable housing units. So as the supervisors know, our local coastal program, or LCP, is a subset of the county general plan that regulates development in the coastal zone and has specific provisions for the mid-coast urban area, which extends north from the city of Half Moon Bay to and including the community of Montero. So with regard to the growth limit, the LCP originally had a limit of 125 units per year. In 2006, the county proposed reducing that to 75 units. That was not acceptable to the Coastal Commission, and we negotiated what is currently in place, a limit of 40 units per year. The reason those limits are in place is due to concerns regarding the sufficiency of infrastructure, particularly roadways, wastewater systems, and the 40% equates to a 1% growth rate, which is similar to the city of Half Moon Bay. This growth limit will remain in effect until such a time that a comprehensive transportation management plan is certified by the Coastal Commission, stormwater and sewage facilities are improved. Yes?
Is a hearing required on this?
Yes.
It is. Okay.
I will go as quickly as I can. So as I noted, there's this exception to the 40-unit limit for affordable housing, where we're allowed to exceed the 40-unit limit only for affordable housing projects, but that comes out of subsequent years. So over the 3-year period, we can't approve more than 120 units. So the key issue here is that we exceeded this limit in 2025 when we approved the Cypress Point Affordable Housing Project. And as a result, the county is now limited to issuing permits for 18 residential units until 2028. Due to this limit, we've had to stop accepting building permit applications, and we've been working very hard to come up with a solution acceptable to the community. So another consideration, of course, is our housing element. There's a policy in the housing element we were required to have by the state to address the quota, which is a concern statewide to the Housing and Community Development Department. Per policy 11.6, should we reach the cap, we are required to, within 1 calendar year, pursue an amendment to that cap to increase it by 50%. Okay, another key issue to keep in mind is that we have averaged about 30 units per year over the past 6 years. So by being limited to 18 units this year, there'll be a pent-up demand for additional units that will cascade into future years. So the options available to deal with this really fall into 2 buckets. The first is we can propose to increase a cap. That's going to require Coastal Commission approval and detailed consideration of all the bulleted items on this slide. Another alternative is to maintain the cap and change the method of averaging. And we are pursuing the latter. It's clear from our work with the community that many do not support an increase in the cap due to concerns about infrastructure. So our proposed solution keeps the cap, but allows us to take advantage of unused credits from prior years. This approach was endorsed by the Planning Commission in May. However, the Community Council had some significant concerns about it. In response to their concerns, we convened a community meeting where we presented alternatives, and I will show that here. We had 5 alternatives: do nothing, change the method, looking forward, 2 options of that, and then the option E is the one that staff is recommending. Use the unused permits from past years dating back to 2013 when this cap was established. And then choice F was to only go back 10 years. As you can see on the right, we had a large majority of participants support the looking back approach, with the majority supporting looking back to 2013. This is the data from the night we convened the community meeting. We took a live poll, but we kept it open for another few days, and here are the results from July 4th. No significant change, still a large majority in favor of what staff is proposing. So here's the text of the amendment that we are asking for your approval of. And the main part is number 2. The portion in blue below is what we're proposing, where the annual average number of permits issued from January 2013, which is the year that the growth limit was adopted, through and including the year of building permit issue, does not exceed 40 units per year. So in other words, we keep the cap, but we look backwards to the underutilized units. That's shown on the table to the right. You can see in 2025 where we exceeded the cap. What we're doing is we're averaging out the amount that we exceeded, and that's shown in the light blue to the left. That's taken out of the orange portion, which the orange represents units that were not permitted. We didn't have that many applications. So that's the recommendation. The Coastal Commission review and approval of this amendment will be required. That serves as the functional equivalent of CEQA. And so we're asking you to adopt a resolution directing staff to submit this local coastal program amendment to the Coastal Commission.
I move we open the public hearing.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher is absent. Supervisor Canepa? And President Corso?
Yes.
All right, motion passes to open the hearing.
Okay, let's move on to public comment.
All right, I do not have any public comment, but we do have one hand raised online. Anne, if you can please unmute and begin. Anne, can you unmute?
Sorry, am I on
Yes,
now?
we can hear you now.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, I was speaking to myself. The Planning Department and the Board of Supervisors were aware that the approval of Cypress Point Moss Beach would use up all of the 40 per year building permits for 2 years. Supervisor Mueller, during the approval process, also requested that the county would be funding additional infrastructure because the area in Moss Beach really has none. And so I'm just concerned that this Cypress Point has really caused a lot of problems for the area. And I think a lot of this probably was preventable had the approval not been given when it was. However, right now, if you look at safety, children walking to school and pedestrians, the only way that they can get to Farallon View is to walk on a dirt path next to a ravine and Highway 1. That is not safe for anybody. There are almost no sidewalks in a lot of Montara, which is their route to school. And for this reason, and the fact that there's not even a single traffic light in town, I'm requesting again that you please support housing for seniors at this location where their needs can be met in a centralized way, and it won't burden the surrounding areas or put at risk the lives of children or people one, trying to get to school. Two, if they tried to cross Highway 1 to get to the bus stop, there's no safe crossing. And there's no funding with the vehicle license fee now being taken away. There's going to be no funding that the county can even provide. So I'm just requesting again that you consider designating this as senior housing so that these other issues can be addressed in the future. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. And that concludes public comment.
Thank you. Any comments from my colleagues?
Move we close the public hearing.
Thank you.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher is absent. Supervisor Canepa? And President Corzo?
Yes.
Motion passes to close the hearing.
Is there a motion to adopt the resolution?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second it. And so my colleagues know we did extensive outreach. It's conditionally supported by the Mid-Coast Council under the conditions we're moving forward, the resolution. We're in good shape.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
All right. Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
And Supervisor Gaucher is absent. Supervisor Canepa? And President Corzo?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, we're moving on to our second public hearing. Take it away, Mr. Monowitz.
Yes, thank you, President Corzo. Item 13 is a 5-lot subdivision on Cordilleras Road in Emerald Lake Hills that requires approval of a general plan map amendment, major subdivision, grading permit, tree removal permit, and associated mitigative negative declaration. So the main reason this item is before the board is because of the needed general plan amendment, which the proposal is to go from low density to medium low density. The major subdivision grading permit, tree removal permit, and mitigative negative declaration would typically go to the Planning Commission. It did in fact go to the Planning Commission, and they recommended that your board approve it along with the general plan amendment. Here's a location of the site in Emerald Lake Hills on the south side of Cordilleras Road. This shows the general plan designations. The lighter yellow is currently low density, and the brighter yellow is currently low to medium density. And I wanted to show this slide to show that the proposed general plan amendment request is not unusual for this neighborhood. Here's an aerial view of the site. You can see it's bisected by the SFPUC Hetchy right-of-way. There are two separate APNs, but one legal parcel. Here's the view of the site on Cordilleras Road. It's the site in the picture on the left, on the right with the white fence. The picture on the right, it's on the left side. Here again is a view of the site on the right with the white fence. The existing driveway will be moved a little bit further east. Here we have the site plan for the subdivision. It's 5 lots. They are all greater than 12,000 square feet. The driveway you can see in the middle of the lot serves all 5 lots. There'll be 2 oak trees that will be removed and will need to be replaced. The blue, hatch blue at the bottom of the screen is the detention basins for the stormwater, and what's highlighted in yellow is a 5-foot strip that is required by Public Works to be dedicated towards Cordilleras Road improvements or a future sidewalk. The project complies with all relevant plans and regulations. And the department circulated a negative declaration. We received comments, some from the Department of Toxic Substances Control, who wanted to make sure the soil was clean. We've attached a condition of approval that requires soil testing. And then some comments from neighbors who were concerned about construction impacts. Those concerns are addressed by the conditions of approval, particularly conditions 7 through 17. As I noted, the Planning Commission considered this and recommended approval with a 5-0 vote. And so we're recommending that the board approve the general plan amendment, subdivision grading permit, and protected tree removal permit, adopt a resolution certifying the mitigated negative declaration, and also adopt a resolution to amend the general plan land use map. That concludes my presentation. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Is there a motion to open the public hearing?
So moved.
Thank you. Roll call.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher is absent. Supervisor Canepa? And President Corzo?
Yes.
Motion passes to open meeting.
Public comment, please.
All right, public comment for item number 13. I do not have any speaker cards in chambers. If you'd like to make a comment online, please raise your hand at this time. All right, seeing no hands raised, there's no public comment.
Okay, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Roll call.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher is absent. Supervisor Canepa? And President Corzo?
Yes.
Motion passes to close the meeting. Hearing.
Is there a motion to approve?
I'll move that we approve the resolution.
Oh, wait. There are actually 3 items to approve for this one, correct?
That's
Yep.
correct.
we
Kim, if you could
approve
put
them
up the
as
slide.
Yep, C, D, and E is the proposed general plan amendment, the resolution adopting the mitigated neg deck, and the for the various actions, and the resolution to amend the county general plan land use maps.
Can they be approved in one motion?
One motion for all 3
All
things,
right,
yes.
so I move that we approve the proposed general plan amendment, adopt the resolution adopting the mitigated negative deck, and adopt the resolution to amend the San Mateo County General Plan.
Thank you. And I actually truncated Part C because it was the general plan amendment, the major subdivision, a grading permit, and a protected tree removal permit. So, but all those things were part of the item C.
And second?
Second?
Second. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher is absent. Supervisor Canepa?
Aye.
And President Corzo?
Yes.
Motion to approve C, D, and E.
Thank you.
Great. Moving on to item number 14. Welcome, Tori.
Good evening.
Sorry, I'm.
Sorry.
I'm sorry too.
We're all sorry, right? Let's see. Okay, there we go. Good evening, board members.
Director Tori Newman.
Thank you.
You're up.
I'm up. President Corzo, Mr. Callaghy, Mr. Niblin. So I'm here today to present on the introduction of an ordinance to reduce the speed limit in the school zone on a portion of Bay Road. Today's item is a standalone action for a cross-jurisdictional school zone. This is similar to previous actions with Redwood City and Atherton. Because the Taft campus spans both Redwood City and unincorporated county jurisdictions, the city will also be applying for county encroachment permits to install school zone signage within their jurisdiction, which will create a uniform zone across city and county boundaries. The area where this focuses on is Bay Road between 6th and Haven, shown here in red. Current speed limit within the zone in front of the school is 30 miles per hour. And the proposed...
Sorry, I just need a re-enable our language interpreter. One moment.
Got it.
Okay, go ahead.
Let's see. Okay, there we go. The proposed speed limit in front of the school will remain 30 miles per hour. However, during school zone, we'll be posting signs for 15 mile per hour while children are present. And this clicker is maybe gotten a workout today. It's not seeming to do anything. Are there any questions?
Supervisor Spear?
Tori, I think I reached out to you. I want us to speed this up and be as aggressive as we can in terms of reducing the speed limits. We took action 2 years ago, I believe, and we're now still in the process. So we have, it looks like by spring of 27, we're going to have all of the schools within the unincorporated areas have them evaluated and the speeds reduced.
That is correct, yes. We started the school zone speed limit study, and it was determined that we needed the engineering and traffic studies in order to be able to actually complete the school speed limit study. So one had to precede the other, and that's what delayed the initial 9 to 12 month period for the initial
All right.
school traffic study.
But you're going to be back to us with
Yes.
this completed
Yes.
within the next
That is
6
correct.
months. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tori. Public comment. Oh,
Okay.
yes.
Public comment on item number 14. I do not have any speaker cards from chambers. If you'd like to speak on this item, please go ahead and raise your hand at this time. All right, seeing none, we have no public comment.
Is there a motion? Second? Okay, Supervisor Canapa with the second. Roll call.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher is absent. Supervisor Canapa?
Aye.
President Corzo?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to item number 15. Michael Wentworth, Director of, no, it's different. TSD.
Correct. Thank you. Good evening, President Corso, honorable members of the board, Mr. Callaghy and Mr. Niblin. Due to the hour, I will be very brief. I'm endeavoring to be faster than everyone else. There are really two salient points I want to draw for you on the item that's before you. You've seen this before 5 other times. Mr. Callaghan and I thought it was a good idea to come before you today and just give you a gauge of where we are with the process. So far, with those original 5 items, we've approved $85 million worth of software licensing for the county. It helps us move, and that's what my department helps people do. This item, another $7.9 million, takes us to $93.5 million. This is really a good thing that you all get to see this now. So the whole point of having this awareness for you is so that you can exercise your oversight. The second point I wanted to draw you to is there is recently a passage of SB 122, which is the digital product tax, and that adds a tax to sales tax to all the software that we will purchase, which used to not be taxed. And so that will, based on the current budget of the county, that will bring around another $5 million in taxes to our departments. Of course, we'll get some of that back because that's how taxes work. But ultimately, we will see about $2 million that will pay more than we ever had to before for all of our software. So that's something that we really need to be careful about. My teams are very astute at negotiating for the best prices. That's what we do. And we have the help and support of the county executive's office, the county procurement department, as well as the controller's office. And I really want to thank my team internally. They do a heck of a job. And with that, I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Any questions?
Motion to adopt the resolution?
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, before we go to public comment, I have an important question for you. Do you prefer Director or Chief Information Officer?
I'm talking to tech colleagues, the CIO, because that's how we all talk to each other.
Okay.
But director, if I'm just here.
Okay. Okay. Public comment, please.
All right, public comment on item number 15. We have no speaker cards from chambers. If you'd like to make a comment online, please raise your hand at this time. Seeing no hands raised, we have no public comment.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Oh, did we take a motion? Okay. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher is absent. Supervisor Canapa?
Aye.
And President Corzo?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Next is item number 16, interim urgency ordinance. And I will invite Supervisor Mueller to introduce this first reading.
You know, only requires one reading, actually.
One reading.
And I'm
first reading.
I actually, I think we covered it in our last meeting. I'm just going to go ahead and introduce the item and say, let's vote.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to move the ordinance.
Okay.
Or do you want to say?
No, it's okay. It's okay. Public comment.
All right, public comment on item number 16. I do not have any speaker cards from chambers. Going online for public comment. If you'd like to make a comment at this time, please raise your hand. And see no hands raised, no public comment.
If I might, Madam President, I do want to say just a couple of things about the way ahead, notwithstanding the hour. As noted, this ordinance, owing to the way the government code works and the fact that it requires a 4/5 vote, et cetera, and the findings that the board is making, goes into effect immediately. And it will impose a moratorium on the siting, permitting, developing, operating of detention facilities and correctional facilities, actually, as defined in the urgency ordinance. The board will have to, if the board seeks to extend this matter, which will, or this ordinance, which can only be in effect for 45 days without extending, we'll have to come back for a public hearing, a notice public hearing within that 45-day period. So we'll be back to you within 45 days for that purpose. And the ordinance itself, the urgency ordinance, can be extended for a total of up to 2 years in increments, which we can talk some more about at a later date.
Okay, thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor,
I'm sorry.
Supervisor Spears, Supervisor Mueller,
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher is absent, Supervisor Canepa, and President Corzo.
Yes.
All right, motion passes.
Great, thank you. Moving on.
I just want to say thank you to County Counsel's office for their quick work on that.
Thank you, John. Moving on to item number 18, and that is a resolution with the San Francisco Public Health Foundation for the Pride Center.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. I know it's been a long day. I'll go very quickly on this. Really no fault of its own. The Pride Center of San Mateo County really finds itself in dire straits financially and in jeopardy of going out of business by the end of this month. They, as you will recall, lost their home when Samaritan House went under.
Samaritan House, Star Vista.
I'm sorry, what am I saying, Samaritan House? It's been a long day.
Knock on wood, Calighi.
Yeah. Samaritan House is in great shape. Don't worry. Yeah. When Star Vista went under, and they lost their ability to build because they didn't have a home for clinicians to charge people from, which is required. They also had their funding from BHRS reduced from $800,000 to down to $100,000. So with this grant of $350,000, it's our hope that they will start to rebuild. They're going to get their 501c3 status, build a board, start billing as we try to get them into one of the locations on Muller in Burlingame, so they have a home, and then start the board fundraising to become self-sufficient. So this is what we see as a temporary measure to keep them alive and operational in the county while they rebuild. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. I don't think we have any questions. I'm really grateful to. I'm sorry. I'm so tired. I'm just like to Linda Woolen and Tanya Beat for working on behalf of the county executive's office to, help us develop a plan, gather all the information, and to Frankie and everyone at the Pride Center. I'm glad that we can do this. And do we have a motion already? I'll motion to approve this item. Is there a second? Thank you. Public comment?
All right, public comment on item number 18. I do not have any speaker cards from chambers. We will be going to online. This is going to be a final call. Right now I have 4 hands raised. We'll start with Tatum. Please unmute and begin.
Everybody, sorry I had mouth surgery, so my speech isn't too good, but I'm Tatum King, resident of San Mateo County. I'm speaking in support of this item. I'm San Mateo County Pride Center as a resident and a member of the community. I appreciate your efforts as well as the county executive as well as Frankie and the commission to support the LGBTQIA plus community here. It means a lot by your actions, especially trying to find space. And I do want to also point out that per the San Mateo County Health Office of Epidemiology, evaluation and wellness, they had completed a survey in 2022 and 2023. I know the data is a bit dated, but there are definitive needs by the community. And some of these kind of statistics that are pretty alarming is that the LGBTQIA plus community have reported the highest mental or emotional problems, highest reported that they experienced symptoms of depression lasting 2+ years, and thoughts of taking one's own life in the past year. And specific to youth, which is even more alarming, they had the highest feelings of anxiety, depression, and suicidal ideation as compared to non-LGBTQIA plus in our community. They also had the highest substance abuse compared to non-LGBTQIA plus. So, obviously these statistics again underlie the importance of this measure. Appreciate again you as a board coming together to support the team. They've done a lot of great work, especially as the county executive mentioned the past year, they haven't had space. And I really appreciate the county making this a priority to find them a safe space that is vital to their work. So thank you for your efforts. Thank you for listening during this marathon meeting, and that concludes my remarks.
Thank you. And next we have Vanessa and then Frankie. Vanessa, please unmute and begin. Vanessa, can you please unmute?
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Good evening, Board of Supervisors. My name is Vanessa Lemos Tapia, and I'm here to urge you to support item 18, funding for the San Mateo County Pride Center. The Pride Center has always been more than just a physical space. It provides a place where LGBTQ people in San Mateo County can find community, resources, support, and a sense of belonging. And the county's own public health data shows that LGBTQ plus residents are experiencing serious disparities, including higher rates of depression and suicidal ideation. And that makes having trusted, cultural, competent spaces and services in our own community incredibly important. So this funding will provide the Pride Center with needed stability while giving it time to rebuild and establish a sustainable location for the future. So please support item 18 and continue investing in the LGBTQ community here in San Mateo County. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And then next we have Frankie. Please unmute and begin.
Hello, everyone. This is Frankie. I'm the director with the San Mateo County Pride Center. And I also just want to thank the County of San Mateo for considering providing the funding for the Pride Center so we can continue supporting thousands of LGBTQ plus individuals every year with our clinical services, peer support groups, trainings, community building events, and connecting people to essential resources. Especially thanking you for continuing to power through your very, very long day. We have experienced an influx of requests for housing and food support, and there has been, unfortunately, a significant increase in bullying, hate crimes, isolation, and suicidality amongst our community. This funding will allow us to keep our doors open to continue supporting our community that desperately relies on our services. We greatly appreciate the county's support for not just the center, but the LGBTQ plus community as a whole. Thank you very much. Your support and your continued support is very appreciated.
Thank you. And then lastly, we have San Mateo Pride. Please unmute and begin.
Yes. Hello, all. Good afternoon. My name is Alex Lyman Golding. I am the Assistant Director for the San Mateo County Pride Center. I just would like to thank the board and the county for your significant support of our center and for the LGBTQ plus community during this time. This grant that you're providing to the Pride Center is crucial to helping us stabilize and get back on our feet. It will also give us a chance to replant our roots and secure the new home for our center, which we've been without since last August. This will also greatly help increase access to services for so many in our community. To many, the programs and support provided by the Pride Center are necessary and life-saving. As other speakers have already shared, we know that LGBTQ plus adults in San Mateo County face higher economic and housing instability, worse access to care, and higher rates of anxiety, depression, and suicide. The Pride Center exists to address these needs of the most vulnerable and marginalized among us. So thank you for helping to ensure that our county remains a safe, inclusive, and affirming community for all. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes public comment.
Thank you. I'd like to motion to approve this item. Is there a second? Thank you. Roll call vote.
Supervisor Spear? Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher is absent. Supervisor Canepa?
Yes.
And President Corzo?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 19 it's a quarterly report on procurement.
Make a motion.
We made a motion to approve
Oh,
that
we
earlier.
did. Okay,
That one
apologies.
that was moved. Yeah.
So we're
That's
on the
right.
last item, number 29.
Oh, amazing. District Attorney Wagstaff is here to present item number 29.
Madam President, I move this from consent to the regular agenda, and I'm offering my apologies to the district attorney for having done that. But I think it's an important issue, and I was concerned that the $6 fee doesn't cover it, and you're underwriting $200,000 to $300,000 a year. I think this issue is growing, and I would like to see us increase the fee. So tell us what you're doing.
Very well, I will. First of all, no apology called for. This may have been one of the most productive days I've had sitting out in the audience. Phone never rang. Nobody came in and set up a meeting, so I feel very productive. We should do this more often and all that. But President Corso, members of the board, Mr. Calgi, Mr. Niblin, thank you. What I really want to do today is tell you what we are doing with brevity, tell you what we're doing. And to that extent, I really do want to turn it over and introduce to you Mary Louise Christensen. She is a deputy district attorney in her 10th year with the district attorney's office. She's an outstanding prosecutor who has taken this assignment on over the course of the last year plus. She is the one who prepared the report that you have before you and can address that point. I will say that she is the one who has been in discussions with our clerk assessor about whether or not there should be an increase to meet their needs. But on that line, at this point, may I turn it over, please, with your permission, to Ms. Christensen.
Yes, welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Like Steve said, my name is Mary Louise Christensen. I am a deputy district attorney with the DA's office. I am currently working in the real estate fraud unit. I'm the sole prosecutor in that unit. That unit consists of myself and our investigator, John Collum. I also prosecute insurance fraud and contracting cases, contractors who contract without proper licensing. The real estate fraud unit has been busy this year. We currently have 3 cases in court. We just recently obtained a conviction for a case that we had, which included 5 felony convictions for someone who was filing or purporting to inherit a home from somebody who he did not know. He consequently filed false documents with the recorder's office and then also tried to sell this home in Daly City 2 times to 2 different real estate companies. But ultimately, he was not successful in those efforts, but we were able to prosecute him, and he is set for sentencing next month. And then also, we launched this year the Real Estate Fraud Notification Program, which is a program that we have been working on, and that my colleague came in front of the board, I think over a year ago now, asking for an increase in that recording fee to $6 so that we could implement that program. So that program has now been implemented, and whenever a deed is recorded in San Mateo County, the homeowner is alerted of that recording with a letter, a notification, a courtesy letter that they are sent to make them aware of that recording. And on that letter, we do tell them, if you're aware of this recording, great, no further action needs to be done. But if you're not aware of this recording, please contact the DA's office because there could be possible fraud happening. So that program launched in April. We have consequently sent out, I think 20,000 letters so far. And we haven't had any cases so far, but we've had a couple investigations that have been started as a result of that. So I'm happy to answer any other questions that the board may have.
Thank you so much. Any questions?
On the
Supervisor
20,000 letters,
Yes.
Jeffrey Prang, who's an assessor in Los Angeles County, they do what's an email notification, right? Because there's fraud that takes place. I don't know if there's enabling state legislation, but when you say letters, you're talking about emails, correct?
They're actual physical letters that are mailed in the mail, the U.S. postage.
Okay, great. We should probably, I support this. We should probably talk online, just because the issue with the letter sometimes is by the time they get it, right? There may be some issues, and maybe leveraging email or other technologies could get to them faster. But we'll talk about it.
Yes, Supervisor Spear.
So why don't we raise the fee so that we're not subsidizing this? It's a great service to the public.
So, yes, I do also want to say that the JJDPC cannot start their meeting until we finish this Zoom, and I want us to have a thoughtful
We haven't done enough
conversation.
of them today.
Let me,
So,
let
yes,
me phrase
please
it this
answer,
way to
and-
a couple questions that you have posed, Supervisor. That is, number one, in terms of the need to raise the fee, we are talking, we've already had 2 meetings with the county attorney's office and with Mr. Irizarry of the clerk assessor's office, and of course to continue those conversations next year about that very point.
Okay.
They are preparing to bring back to us a memo explaining what exactly are their costs. So then we can intelligently, because our option available is we can request of the board to the increase to be 1 of 7, 8, 9, or 10. The philosophy that I stated and have always had is I don't want to ask for an increase except for what our costs are. I don't want to impose on the taxpayers' money that we could then use for other purposes in these very difficult times. So it's a conversation that's ongoing. I suspect we will be coming back to you to ask for that, but we want to do it when we have data. Everything's data-driven, and we will do so.
I'll move adoption.
Thank you so much. Public comment.
All right, public comment on item number 29. If you would like to make a public comment online, please raise your hand at this time. We have no speaker cards from chambers. No public comment.
Thank you. Roll call vote.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher is absent. Supervisor Canepa? And President Corzo?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. We are now adjourned at 5:47.
Thank you.